Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you. A dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire, he'd gather gold with wit and flair, pledging his heart beyond compare.
Guys, if you're watching this after the live, I would move forward like 10 minutes. Move forward a good 10 minutes. Hopefully the folks come in and we'll get something going on here real soon. I love hearing this song.
He spoke of tales from times long past, when gestures grand made love last. With every coin and jewel so bright, he'd prove his love in the soft moonlight. His dream was simple yet profound, to bring old traditions back around. For in the giving pure and sweet, two hearts will forever meet.
Bring back the dowry.
So let's make it clear.
Hey, Klaus, welcome in. Yo, Michael saying, dude, I've been trying to, I emailed you back like 5 times, and I keep getting an error message. It keeps saying mail undeliverable. Do you have like a second email or something? Because it's not working. I would pull it up to show, but I don't want to show your email on screen. So if it looks like I haven't been responding to you, that's not the case, man. I've been trying to respond to you. It's just, it keeps getting sent back to me and saying mail undeliverable. So I don't know if that's my end or if that's your end, man. Big shout out to Klaus. And we got a second shout out request here. Juiced Van Wilk. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Juiced Man Vilk says, hey Shah, I'm sleeping by the time you're live, but can you shout me out once? Absolutely. I'll even do it twice once we get more folks in here. Love the show, brother, man. For sure, man. I always see you in here. And here's Juice Van Wilk's channel. You know, I'm going to subscribe to you. Let me put that in the chat. I know it's pretty early on, so I got to remember to shout you out again one more time during the show. We got a full show today. I mean, well, I don't know how full it's going to be. Part of me, I am a little exhausted. I got back into town last night. I was on 3 different planes yesterday. But we don't stop out here, even if we're a little tired, or if we got kind of a headache, or if we're really busy Monday. We keep going. We keep going. That's what we got to do. So I got some funny stuff. I got a Reddit thread. I got an Instagram clip. And then we got our video here at the end. I also have maybe some other videos on my list. I don't know if we'll get to those. Maybe we will. I might cut this one at 3 hours, but for all we know, it'll probably go to 5 like it usually does. Who we kidding? Another Saturday with the boys. Let's go, man. Shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you, Mr. Pitt, for being here. And let me just hit play on this one. All right, I just got back from doing a bunch of cowboy stuff in Canada, so I'm a little cowboyed out. But I do have one of my cowboy-esque shirts on here, and I even got the belt buckle. Oh damn! Can you see that? There we go. So yeah, on my Wranglers. So I guess I'm not fully westerned out yet. Michael says, let me see if I can put this down. Actually, that's probably not too bad. Sorry, weird. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe I should try emailing you from a different email. That might be a good idea too. But I appreciate you. Literally, Michael Sayan sent us the video we're reacting to tonight. This was from Michael Sayan. So big shout out to Michael Sayan here. He saw that, he sent it over. And I didn't know how to communicate back with you, so I was like, I think if I make this, like, I was hoping you'd be in here. So that's tight. Well, man, I'm sweating, dude. It was 100 degrees today. Another Saturday night with the boys. Shout out, Mr. Pitt. Luke Nielsen, great to see you here, man. I'm glad you guys didn't forget about me in the week that I haven't been here. Oh, that's good. Yo, peeps, good Saturday evening. Well, good Saturday to you as well. I'm very grateful that tomorrow is Sunday because I get one more day before work, and I'm gonna have a busy week this week, so. But we'll be all right. We'll be all right. We're used to that around here. The music sounds even better than usual. Probably because it's been a little bit of time since we've got to all enjoy it together, right? Inspired me to mess with AI music. That's awesome, man. That's really cool. Happy to hear that. Created a couple dark metal songs to describe my struggle from Iraq and now being home. Wow. Yeah, that's a great use of the music. I mean, frankly, that's cool, man. Well, if you ever want to share them, man, throw them in the Discord. No pressure on that, though. A lot of the folks, we got an AI content thing, and folks share stuff over there sometimes, so that's pretty freaking cool. Well, 13 viewers is enough to get a show started, in my opinion. Even 5. So we'll move into this after the song. We're at about 7 minutes. Maybe I'll make it an even 10 minutes before we go. Canada was pretty cool, guys. I have like 7 hours of footage from Canada. And there's going to be some Canada vlog videos coming soon. I do have to upload those to a drive because my buddy wants to do some editing also. So there will be some videos that are just Canada related coming up, but it'll probably be a couple weeks before that. One of my buddies, he's a goldsmith in Canada, and he made this. He gifted me this ring. It's a fidget ring, which is kind of cool. So you can kind of spin the top here while you're just chilling. you can take off your ring, I guess, and just be like, whoop, like I'm bored, and just go fidgeting about. So that's pretty cool. Also got this collectible coin, which he gifted me. I also visited a haunted hotel over there, but that'll probably be in the video. So that's pretty cool. Some stuff to share. So yeah, that was pretty. So it was, man, I did a lot of stuff in Canada. I did, man, and I was really blessed too, because the folks that I stayed with, like, we were in Calgary, which is a big city, and then we drove 6 hours over to my buddy's place, and he lives like in small town Canada, which is pretty cool, on a large property over there. We're talking acres, and right in front of like the forest, and then we got to go in the forest. That's a whole story in itself. His parents were super nice too. Visited his parents' house. And his mom's really nice, and just it was just a fabulous time hanging out with some good folks. So I'm super grateful. Came back home and I got those memories with me, and I also have 7 hours of DJI Osmo Pocket 3 footage, which is going to be worked with. But it was really cool seeing Canada and just learning about the system. I learned about some interesting things over there, especially about how the government handles certain things and child monetary benefits for having kids and things that surprised me. So I'll share some of that with y'all as we get going. That's a cool ring. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, more than I deserve, frankly, more than I deserve. I'll post the main song to the Discord for you guys. Yeah, man, that'd be great. Oh, thanks for putting that join thing there. I finally was able to get into Discord. Yeah, it's good to have Discord. I like Discord, and you might find other communities you like. I I don't go to too many other communities, but I used to game a lot, so it's nice to talk to folks on Discord while you're gaming with them. Any of you guys ever played Magic? It's like a card game. Like there's Dungeons and Dragons and there's a different one called Magic. And I played my first game of Magic with my friends there in Canada. And we got all that on camera too, so that was pretty fun. Anyways, what are we doing today? We're gonna be reacting to this. It's like 20 minutes long. This is the video Michael Sand sent, which is pretty cool. And it's a guy reacting to this video. So this is like an hour and 46 minutes long. Also, YouTube changed their UI, and I'm not a big fan of it, but you know, maybe once I learn it and get used to it, I don't like how all the stuff is just all up in the screen, man. Like, I wish they would just show me the thumbnail, but whatever. So this is just all kinds of stuff that's just more, you know, political stuff. Why did Dodge fail? Financial literacy, national debt. But at the end of it, he has a conversation that's problems with modern dating. And, you know, Charlie Kirk is the guy that I think we watched a video of him recently where he kind of comes out and he beats up on guys and he's just like, guys need to be working harder. And he's all about the men paying for everything, you know. And I get it, you know, if you want marriage and stuff, like there is going to be some paying. Money is going to exit the wallet to some extent. But, you know, as you know, especially with all our discussions with gold pill and dowry, we know that men weren't the only ones paying, right? And wives often did come with the seed money or some kind of good dowry thing to get a household started, you know. Charlie Kirk neglects to mention any of that, of course. So we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna watch the one that Michael Sand sent me specifically. If we need to pop over to this specific one, we may not have to. But that segment was about 20 minutes, so I know this guy cut some of it out. Then what we're gonna do is I found a new subreddit. I'll probably make some standalone videos from this. And the subreddit is called Waiting to Wed. And I don't know why, something about this subreddit, it just calls to me. Like it feels like it's gold pill content if I've ever seen it. And the whole thing, so that it's a community for all the people waiting for a wedding. Now, when they say all the people, what they mean is all the women waiting for a wedding. And all the threads are like, I've been going out with my boyfriend for 6 years and he still hasn't proposed to me. Why hasn't he proposed to me? And that's like the entire thing, right? So we got 51,000 people over here complaining about being stuck in development hell of waiting to wed. And there's different ways to look at this. You know, I could see people saying, well, why are you going out with her for so long if you're not planning on marrying? Which I get. You know, the other part of it is just that dating is so ridiculous. And I guess you can say the standards and roles between men and women seem to be largely confused. We got a lot of cosplayers out there. But some of these threads are just very interesting to me. So I was thinking we can maybe peruse that a little bit before going into the video. So let's just go ahead and see that. So community for all the people waiting for a wedding. Whether you're in a relationship with no proposal in sight, are in a long engagement, have already gotten married in court, and are now waiting for the wedding, or in the midst of planning a proposal, you are welcome here. So we'll just look at some of them. Why not me? Let's see. Real quick, let me just make sure this is hot. Let's do the hot topics. All right. Oh, that would have been a good one. Dang it. Should I leave after 6 years with no ring? Waiting too long. Unsure about the upcoming wedding. This one's from a guy. Let's see what he had to say. Boyfriend seems less and less excited about the thought of engagement. So I am a 29-year-old female, met my boyfriend, and he's 34, a little over a year and a half ago. Man, this lady wants to tie it down after a year and a half. I hope she has one of these.
Your dowry, it's my right.
A lot of these people would be out of development hell if they had one of these.
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
If you want to grease this wedding and you want to get out of waiting to wed development hell, that's what you need to do. I'm just going to give you the answer right now. Don't do what Debbie Dumbass did. My boyfriend says he doesn't want an ultimatum. No timeline for future. Said I was cool with never marrying. Turns out I wasn't. That looks pretty good. We'll go ahead and put that there. I broke up with my boyfriend because he suddenly told me he doesn't believe in marriage. I already have that one pulled up. We were going to read that. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of text. I think it's probably going to be a pretty small viewers here. We're at like 12 people, and we'll probably just stay there for the rest of the stream, which is fine with me. The other thing I wanted to tell you guys is thank you for 3,000 subscribers. I passed the 3,000 subscriber mark, which is a nice, humble benchmark there while I was in Canada. So that's a pretty big deal for me, I'd say. And I wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to all the folks who subscribed and hit the subscribe button and have been hanging out with me, both new and old. So we got that going on, which is pretty sweet. Maybe just catch up with the chats, and then we'll go ahead and get into that thread, and then we'll move into Charlie Kirk. My kids play that card game. They love it. Yeah, it was fun. You know, to be honest, for me, it was a little complicated. Like, I was not good at it. But I can see after playing it how people really get into it. And then I heard how much the cards and the decks cost and how much money some of these people spend on some of the cards. And I was like, yeah, I'll probably just be a casual player for most of it. What's good, bros? Hey, Talute, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. I didn't see that one. He is a TradCon. TradCon con man. Abso-freaking-lutely. Okay, so... And then the other thing I have is I have an Instagram story here, and it's about a guy, and he's doing a makeover, okay? And what's interesting about this video is, like, he goes through the whole makeover process, then he goes to get, like, his ears pierced or something, and he meets, like, some girl over there. And everybody in the comments was like, oh my God, that's the love of your life. She was totally feeling you. And then he makes another reel, and he goes and he actually asks her out. I'm going to put a poll, and we're going to see how many of you guys can guess which way that went. Did he get her digits? Question mark. All right, so we'll put that in for the first poll. Timmy Kramer says, gotta thank you for helping men in society. I've watched the majority of my buddies get divorced, raped, and lose it all. Man, well, hey, dude, I appreciate that, man. Shout out to you. You know, that was my goal. Was to just put what I knew out there, because, you know, I would see a lot of the times in the conversation just stuff, especially about things like child support and stuff, that I was like, oh man, that's not right, you know what I mean? So I felt like there was a pretty big I don't know, just gap of knowledge when it came to that. So I was grateful to have those conversations with Pearl, to be able to just put some of that stuff out there and get rid of some of the mystique, especially some of the stuff with family law and some of the conversations. 3,000 subscribers, and it's kind of got me thinking about the journey, you can say, and a lot of stuff did happen. You know what I mean? As far as like collabs with people, I mean, I got to meet Coach, which was a blessing, and I was very grateful for that. He signed my copies of his books. Paul Elam and doing work with Paul Elam, Dr. Stephen Baskerville. I got some more collabs coming up. I had a discussion with a lady. She wants to talk about the dowry, so we'll be doing something there. And some other ones, hopefully manifesting here, coming down the line. Man, this is a great fidget ring. I really enjoy fidgeting with this. Special shout out to my brother, Castle, up in Canada. We'll see him in the vlog videos. And, just stuff like that. So a lot of things happen. So I was grateful to be able, I think Tom Golden, I was grateful to have folks reach out to me and give me a bigger, Pearl, of course, a bigger platform to have discussions with these folks and share some of that. And then, we sort of stumbled upon the dowry. The dowry situation's funny too, because it's like, I was looking at the history of child support. I had a couple pings in my life about the dowry, and I'd seen it in a few places, like early on in my life, even once in my early 20s. But when I was studying about child support, I kept going into the history, and I kept going further back. And one thing I really remember, and I think this is kind of what set me off to some extent, is I was looking at Hammurabi's code. That's the eye for an eye guy. You guys remember Hammurabi's code, eye for an eye? And in there, I read something about, like, if they split up and the field, the crops and the income from the field being used to support the children. I'm like, oh my God, it's the first child support laws, you know? And then in that same document, both bride price and dowry is mentioned. And so there was this kind of coming together of me looking for a child support thing, and then also this thing, this mysterious thing of the dowry and the bride price. And from there, I was like, man, I really got to look into this. So I started looking at as many academic papers as I can find. So I spent a lot of time looking into that stuff. And then, the other blessing I would say of this channel is that I was able to pull out the dowry stuff, which to me is freaking very fascinating, and I'm very grateful for that. I don't know how to explain it. Like, that is just the coolest thing ever for me. You know what I mean? And then we had the spin-off of that, which is the gold pill stuff. So, hey, 3,000 subscribers might not be a lot, but we got a lot of stuff done. I'd say we've done a lot of things. Things have happened. So big shout out to everybody. Let me just catch up with the chat. Don DeMarco says, nah. 80% of the people say no. Oh, man. My guess. Okay. Giovanni English with $9.99. Thank you, sir. I appreciate. Uh-oh. My bad. I fat fingered it. I'm so sorry. By the way, I had the best donuts I've ever had in my life in Canada. In this small town where I was at, there was this place called the Mountain House. And all the women that were working there, I think they were they might have been Mennonites or something, but they had all those really like long sort of gown looking things on, like we were living in like the 1800s or something. And I swear to God, the donut from this place, I gained weight, man. Like I probably put on 10 pounds in Canada. So I apologize for that. Shout out, Giovanni. This same place also made a really good cinnamon roll. It was a really good cinnamon roll. Yeah, Peter Wright also, absolutely. Peter Wright. Peter Wright's another person I met from there. I wanted to mention him as far as collab, but we haven't done anything on camera. But him and I have been able to chat a lot, and a lot about the dowry stuff too. So he has been an invaluable source for mentorship there. So big shout out. Just showing some love, says Giovanni English. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I really do. That's hard-earned money right there. And it means a lot to folks, for folks who donate and support me and what I've been doing. I love that you're getting your information, opinions, and discussions out into the ether. Thank you. Yeah, that's the fun part, and it's great to meet people who want to discuss it. And the most important part is it's just such a different perspective. It's crazy, man. Now when I see anything, especially manosphere related stuff, I see it through a gold pill lens. And it's just like everything I see, and it's just such a new perspective on the topics that we were talking about in this whole thing, or everybody was talking about, and I just see it so differently. It's like we really uncovered something that was just missing. And it's like, people say these things all the time, like, I don't know, women are the prize, some kind of maxim. They'll just throw it out there. Then when you look at the history of dowry and things like that, it's like, yeah, is that really, like, how does this really work? You know what I mean? And it just, especially with tradcons. I mean, one of my biggest things was I was looking at what the tradcons were saying. So the dowry thing for me was really something that pushed back on that. So it's amazing. And the newspaper clippings, that was straight from Peter Wright, the newspaper clippings. All of that stuff just tells a different story, which is what makes it so fascinating. Paul Elam is the GOAT of MRA. Absolutely. Big shout out to Paul Elam. We got a lot of love for Paul Elam over here. Absolutely. Tom Golden is golden, pun intended. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, we need Tom Golden to jump on the gold pill. Heard of Dan from Men Need to Be Heard? I have. I like his videos. We've reacted to some of his videos. He makes really good videos about child support and custody, and he's very well organized, and I appreciate his work, definitely. Also, shout out to Raymond Thoughts and Mine. I wanted to shout him out as far as collabs went, because I did do something with him. Hope he's doing well. Shout out to you, Raymond. Yeah, he together with Peter Wright created the MHRA movement. Absolutely. Peter Wright is good people too. Yeah, the old dude from Men Need to Be Heard is pretty wise. I like his videos. They're very well put together. Old dude, I'm just about his age too. Oh man. Hey, well, I'm getting there also myself. Didn't know his name was Dan. I actually don't know if I knew that also. Also, I'll probably need to stop and drink water every now and then. I feel a little exhausted, but we don't stop. I did sleep very well in Canada, so being a little exhausting is not. And I was drinking some amazing well water over there. Water straight out of the earth, which is great. You guys are wise. Oh, why thank you, sir. To the folks in the chat, they are. Whatever wisdom you think I have has come from pain and experience. Oh yeah, that's a lot of folks, and that's why we're blessed to have you here sharing that. So we can at least understand a little bit. Cosplay con men tradcons. Yep, the cosplayers. Someone asked Rollo about Gold Pill. He said he'll have to research it. He apparently wasn't familiar. Yeah, I saw that. I think someone put it in the Discord. We'll see if he looks at it and what comes out of that. I personally was a little like, I don't know. To me, it's a little try hard. I kind of like when people come to us instead of just like, hey, look at me. But whatever, we'll see. You know what I mean? So we'll see. We'll see if anything comes from that. If he said he's gonna look into it, then he probably will. I saw the clip, and what was interesting to me about it was that he was like, dowry, is that the thing Indian people do? And I don't know if he was just playing like coy about it. But for a guy who's read so much evolutionary, biology and Dr. David Buss and wrote all them books, you think he probably would have hit the dowry thing once, maybe. But I've never seen him mention the word once or talk about it. So when that question was asked, I think it did reveal that he is ignorant about dowry history, especially how it pertains to Western marriage practices, and especially how that relates to hypergamy. As I call it, the check on hypergamy is the dowry system. So he will probably be very interested in that. So we'll see what comes of it. Evening chat and Shah, coffee enjoyer. Great to see you here. Every time I see your name, you make me want a coffee. Today I have lemongrass herbal tea because I drank so much caffeine over there. Like I have a headache, and I think it's just because I had so much caffeine over there. So I'm just trying to take it a little easy. Yeah, age really changes a man into his wiser version. Very much so. I'm 60, and my shout out to you, man. 60 years old. What a blessing. What an absolute blessing. I got my hair trimmed today. Well, cut, because I'm got something to do Monday. And this old gentleman, his name was Wilbert, and he was 85 years old, and he was retired, but he said he'd been cut. He went to barber school when he was 17, and he was from, I think he said he was from Kentucky. And man, he was just I was like, wow, you're 85 and you're here cutting hair and standing around doing all this. I was like, wow, what a blessing. That man had amazing health. I'm 60, and my uncle Bill took me aside and warned me to never marry. Uncle Bill. You got to have an Uncle Bill in your life. He was in a horrific marriage. I read The Predatory Female by Shannon Lawrence in my early 20s. Life has been very good to me. Well, shout out to you, man. I love to hear that. And I think it's important to hear perspectives from people like you, because a lot of folks would be like, you're going to be old and miserable. And it's like, I don't know. Are you going to be? Maybe you'll be more miserable if you get married and have kids. Some people, once they get divorced, they don't even make it to whether or not they're going to be happy or miserable in their old age. They unfortunately don't make it there because of related reasons to divorce. You know what I mean? So hearing that from guys like you, I think helps out folks who probably feel overly pressured about this whole thing. There's a lot of pressure out there and a lot of shame. So ultimately for me, it's just like, if you find a deal, or if I'm open to get married. If I found the deal that I'm like, this makes sense. It feels like something that I could work with. I might do it. But if that doesn't happen, then it's okay. You know what I mean? So it could be, it's tough depending on what you want to do, but I'm glad that you share that experience with us. So shout out to you, Timmy. Timmy Kramer. I was 18 when I got that advice. Uncle Bill, he was like, I got to talk to you, son. Get over here. Shout out to Uncle Bill. Drink water, hydrate. Absolutely. Made me think of being in army training. Yeah, they're probably constantly reminding you guys to drink water. Murder Crow, shout out, man. Thanks for being here. I'm glad I waited. I wanted to wait a little bit more time, see if some more folks came in. The video we have today is a little bit shorter. One thing I will do is also pull up my other saved playlist, just because, you know, we'll probably, depending on how much energy I got, we'll probably end up viewing some other videos that I had saved. So, God, what is it with the autoplay, man? Okay, I got a bunch of Dave Ramsey stuff. I don't know if I can listen to that, if it's going to kill the stream. I got It's Not You, No One Wants Kids Anymore from the infographic show. I got My New Husband Won't Help Support My Family. How Do I Avoid Gold Diggers? This is from Dave Ramsey. Romantic Love is a Scam. That could be interesting. My Girlfriend's Debt is Keeping Me from Proposing. Uh-oh, that's from John Deloney. So we got some in the bank over here. We got some in the bank if we need those, which we are probably going to need. I'm a little late this evening, Shah. Happy to be here. Have you been to the Chuck Wagon race perchance? I have not, man. I'm sorry. You know, I was only there for 2 days. And so, you know, we didn't see any of the special stuff. It was more just like music. It was kind of like an overblown fair carnival thing that was cowboy themed, but they did have extra stuff, but the whole thing was like 2 weeks long. So I'm sorry, man. I know you told me to do that, and I feel like I let you down a bit. I voted yes on the poll on accident. I was trying to dismiss it. All right, well, we're at 83% on no. Okay, well, I'll end the poll now. So we're really at like 90%. But most of you guys said no. So let's just say about 90% no. All right. Yeah, I asked about his name before. Oh, crap. In his videos, I never got an answer. You have to let me know when you think of those tunes I posted, when you've had a chance to check them out. I will, absolutely. I'm a big coffee shill. I would buy Coffee Enjoyers coffee beans. Don't let me peer pressure you. Michael Camacho. I know a guy that's 78. Shout out to you, Michael. Paying child support arrears for his kid. Hey, I've seen that. We used to call them lifers. There were people at the child support agency that had cases against them that I mean, unless they won the lottery, they were not going to pay these off. And child support was not going to close them. So these guys were paying child support. Man, I specifically remember this guy I talked to, and I felt so bad for this guy. And it's just like, I heard his whole life story, and it's like from this, and it's just the whole thing set him on a path that made it very hard for him to ever get stable. Not that he was stable. Like, he was not able to get financially stable again. And it was all from this and ignoring it, and then the interest, and then coming back, and then this, and then that. And it was just such a crap situation. It was one of those cases where I was like, man, I got to think about this. The kids are in their late 50s. Yep. And the only way that goes away is if the mom, well, you know, goes back to the sky, is what I was trying to say. Now, if some of that money's owed to the government through welfare, he's still going to have to pay that, but he might be able to deal with the agency as far as a compromise. But if it's owed to mom and she doesn't want to forgive it, he has to pay it. I had a case where this guy was paying, and his daughter was like a doctor. Like, she was fine. Everything was cool. But that's not reasoning to not pay child support, because they're going to say, well, at the time, you were responsible at the time they were growing up, so you needed to pay this money. The interest is, you know, because you didn't, and it was all on them or whatever. So, yeah, I've seen that happens a lot, Michael. I always find it funny. You see the guys that are 90 still smoking their cigar. Shout out to the 90-year-olds out there. I had a great Uncle Bill. He ran hooch in the day and was in Patton's army in World War II. Well, big shout out to him, man. Ran hooch in the day, huh? There's a term I'm not super familiar with. Ramsey will kill the stream 100%. CJ always gets streams pulled from John Deloney. He's on Ramsey. Okay, yeah. Even if we just listen to him without the picture, because some of those topics sound really good, but it's all right. If we can't listen to it, then so be it, you know. Anyways, let's just get to the Instagram, man. I've been holding out on y'all for too long, man. Just way too long at this point. And where's my extension that lets me put the volume down? Oh, God. Extensions. Tab volume. Okay, beautiful. So I might need to use that.
I find the love of my life, that means I need to level up my looks.
All right, you guys are like, if I'm going to find the love of my life, that means I need to level up my looks. This is like a good 3 minutes, so I'll probably stop it and talk just for the sake of it not being super quiet. So let's just go ahead and do that, and then we're gonna see what happens on the next one.
Welcome to Will Kelly Makeover Edition. First things first, I gotta get a haircut. This is Reggie.
How you doing?
Reggie gets me right. So when y'all be criticizing my hair in the comments, you criticizing Reggie, and I don't like that. Do you like that?
I don't like that.
He don't like that. This is how it started. Just like that. Just like that. They didn't think it could happen? They thought I was gonna run around with the nuts forever? Forever? Never. Reggie, man.
All right, so he's going on his self-improvement journey. You know what I'm saying? At least as far as I'm going to dress sharper. I'm going to figure it out. And then we're going to go out here. We're going to find a girlfriend.
Thank you, man.
He'll probably still get a girlfriend. He probably will. I mean, at least he'll probably get
Thank you for getting me right, man. All right, thank you for getting me right. I feel a little bare. I don't know. I've had this big fro for so long. I got to do something, man. I got to do something to fill just this out. I think I'm going to go get my ears pierced. You can help me out?
Yeah, come on.
All right, I'm a content creator.
Okay.
I'm changing my life. I gotta get my earrings back.
It's your transformation.
It's my
Okay, yeah, so he meets her, and she's like I think she works in the earring place or something.
Shit. I am. What's good, man? I feel like I'm in 2003.
That's a nice size,
good
though.
size.
That's a good size for my ear, right?
Yeah. What else you plan on
So he's got a haircut and he's getting earrings.
Right? I gotta change my clothes, bro. I look like a plumber. No, for real.
That is not a plumber fit.
This is a plumber fit.
I would hope not. I'm not letting you in my house.
See? You see what I'm saying? I can't even come in your house dressed how I'm dressed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Mama, you know.
This guy's definitely got the mouthpiece on.
Oh, I love you.
You should have a career in singing.
Really?
See, okay, so this is the lady in question, right? And everybody in the comments is like, I think Michaela was the love of your life. 8,000 likes. She like you, twin. You met the love of your life and you just didn't realize it. She was right in front of you. I think Michaela was feeling my boy. I felt some chemistry there. Will, I'm loving your new hair and your ear. She misspelled it, earnings. She meant to say I'm loving your earrings, but I don't know if this is a Freudian slip or a genuine accident, but it said I love your new hair and your earnings. Wow. Okay. Anyways, we're just going to assume that was meant to be earrings. What I loved most of all was that big old smile on your face. You look great. Now, notice a lot of these people saying Michaela is feeling him are women. All right. 1, 2, 3. She likes the big boys. She likes you, fam. We got some guys in there, too. So the love of your life just pierced your ears. She was so sweet. Hair and earrings look great. Okay, so they're hyping him up, right? Let's just watch the rest of it.
Really good.
You've already got the sale. you don't got a lot. You already got it.
You get the best hugs.
Wait, what?
If you're soft, you get the best hugs.
See what I'm saying?
If you're soft, you get the, I mean, so she's, you know what I mean? Okay, I could see. If you're soft, you give the best hugs. Okay, but, you know, I think, well, let's just watch the rest of it before I don't want to
She just called me fluffy?
It don't hurt.
Can you take pain?
Are you? This is declining that protection one more time.
That's how you ended up with your first kid.
But I'm also very anxious individual, so I also don't like it.
Is that why it's high energy?
Maybe.
Does that make you more comfortable?
So, yeah, I mean, the rest of this is she pretty much pierces his ears. I'll just show it to y'all so you could see the interaction.
Yep, it does. But then if the other is quiet, I'm like, oh dang.
Yeah, now it's awkward. Now I'm uncomfortable. Are you real friends or work friends?
We're real friends.
You caught a body together?
Don't be saying that.
Oh, my bad. I'm 25. How old I look?
I honestly thought around 23. Don't smile like that. I honestly thought, sorry. You didn't say it like that.
Right.
So it won't hurt, but it'll kind of
No, that shit about to hurt.
a small burn, okay? 3? 1, 2, 3. It didn't hurt, did it? Or it hurt, and you're a little crybaby. Ooh, that's nice.
Please do your other ear.
Oh yeah, so he got the new look going.
For your other ear
Please
now.
just do it.
Okay,
Like, come on. Like,
okay.
all the...
All right. We don't gotta finish that. So he does that. Let's get to the second one. So everybody was like, okay, ask him out. I mean, we saw the comments. They're like, this is the love of your life. You know, did you get her number? How many times she got to call you babe? Best hugs, the jokes, the laugh, man. Everybody's like, she obviously likes you. Yo, Mel Space, shout out to you, man. Welcome in. Yo, I like Mel Space's Twitter comments because he'll talk about how most people did not meet their wife or something or husband from cold approaching, which is really interesting. So this video kind of goes into that a little bit. First things first, you gotta hit the gym. Okay, this guy's coming in hot. My guy pulling Michaela. All right, so let's see him try to okay, so my first time asking a girl out, so he's 25.
You won't believe it, but I asked the girl out for the first time in years. It was crazy.
Years.
I want to know if you want to hang out, like a date type thing. So the other day I got my ears pierced, and the girls that did it had such phenomenal energy.
And everybody in the comments was like, you gotta ask her out.
Have a career in singing. Really? You're really good.
You've already got the sell. you don't got a lot. You already got. I thought we had a lot of chemistry, so I decided to go back to the mall and ask her out. Bro, why am I nervous, bro? Why do I have butterflies right now? This is crazy, bro. I feel like I'm in 6th grade asking Shorty to the school dance or something. When people are like, the worst thing she could say is no. The worst thing she could say is, I'm calling security. Why are you harassing me at my
That's true.
my job? You know what I mean?
Yep. I've seen your videos on TikTok. Funny, bro.
Thank you, bro.
God bless you, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'm blushing?
Literally. Your light skin.
All right, I got water to cool me down. So blushing? While I was approaching as I saw her, I realized I just need to project as much confidence as possible. Hello?
Hi. You didn't even
What's
tell me
up?
you were coming. What's up? You didn't tell me you were coming.
How are you?
Oh, okay. Oh, he went for the one arm hug.
How are you?
I'm good.
You caught me on my break.
I did?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not clocked in right now.
So did you see the video?
I did see the video.
Did you like it?
I did like it. My whole family seen the video.
Are you shocked at like how popular I am?
I was a little shocked, but I was already like on your like.
Yeah. You follow me already, right? I want to know if you want to hang out.
All right,
Like,
there it is. So he went for it.
like a date type thing.
I have a boyfriend.
You have a boyfriend?
I don't give off the vibe.
No, you don't.
Sorry.
No. All right, is it like a real boyfriend or is
We've
it
been
like...
together for 4 years.
Oh, okay. So it's like, all right, it's a real. So I really feel like though we have like a real chemistry.
All right, so yeah, he got out of there smoothly.
If you ever want to shoot any content, if you ever want to do anything, like let me know.
It was nice seeing you.
It was nice seeing you.
Too.
Man, the last part of the video kind of makes me feel really like bad, but it's all feelings that we've gone through in our journeys with women. Most
I didn't
of us.
come off weird.
Nah.
I didn't look like I was tripping, right?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
All right. I mean, bro, she has a boyfriend. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? Like, not going to trip out.
I mean, well, some of these guys out here, it ain't gonna do much. I'll tell you what.
Not gonna. She was cool about it, bro. She didn't make it like a thing. She wasn't patronizing or anything like that.
You know what? She was cool about it. Like, honestly, like she wasn't mean about it or anything. So yeah, shout out to Michaela. Shout out to Michaela for letting them down. It still sucks to get rejected, but you know.
I'm not tripping. I was tripping.
I mean, it's not funny, but it's just like, this is the real, I give him credit for being so honest about it, because this is how most of us feel on the inside when we get the rejection.
Not because of Michaela. Michaela is super cool. Shout out to her boyfriend. He's a lucky guy, right? I was tripping because all of my self-doubt, all of my insecurity, all of my feelings of inadequacy came back. It rushed in like a tidal wave, and it just took me out. I was so embarrassed. I wanted to like hide under the...
See, when I was listening to this part, it made me think about how romantic love is a humiliation ritual. And that's something I seen on Twitter. I think it might have been from Paul Elam. Let me see if I can actually pull that up. I think Paul Elam posted that up, possibly. Speaking of Paul Elam, we just got this right now. Hey, look, Male Space is there too. About 150 years ago, we started in earnest to encourage young people who don't know each other to get married and start a family based on a temporary flood of neurochemicals in the brain. Now look at us. This is literally just an hour ago. And this is what that is, right? This is, oh, y'all met, you know, let's try to get it going. And somewhere from cold approach, we're supposed to start families in 2025. But what I wanted to show you was a comment. Let's see. Because I think it was Paul. He made a few of them. Here it is right here. The conditions under which women with romantic intent, or excuse me, the conditions under which men approach women with romantic intent is and always was a humiliation ritual, in which women give a Caesar-like thumbs up or down to men who wait for her judgment, the same way a beggar waits for a few coins. So that, you know, that's what he's going through. And, you know, obviously most of us are used to that, or after a certain amount of rejections, it starts to bounce off of us like ping pong balls, unless you really like her, in which case it still kind of sucks. But I couldn't help but think of that when I saw that. So that's why I wanted to share this. And the way he describes it, it just matches with that.
Covers, get into a shell. I can just feel it over my body.
So he was, you know what I mean? He was like, you know what? We about to start looking fresh here, and I'm about to go up on this and start. And, you know, he asked the first girl out since the new haircut, and it didn't go well. But, you know, God willing, it's going to go, he's going to figure out some stuff, get a girlfriend.
And it was like, all of the work that I've done for these past years, it didn't matter at that moment, bro. I felt like the same fat kid with social anxiety. And I don't know what to do. I don't know how to fix that.
See that? Something about that part just, man, I don't know. I felt bad for him there. He's 25. He's young. And we know how tough dating is for a lot of the folks at that age, especially young men. So he's in the thick of it, you know.
Please let me know in the comments, because I never want to feel like that again.
See that? This is it right here, right? That's the humiliation ritual. So the real thing that I wanted, like, the reason why I thought it was worth bringing up was the question I guess I had is, how are so many people in the first video wrong about her actually liking him? Like, you see how much, like, just BS we're surrounded by? And I mean, of course, I guess I can say most of these comments were from women, right? Like, I think Michaela was the love of your life. And it's like they're encouraging him to go to this humiliation ritual. You know what I mean? She likes you. You know, another woman. Okay, 1 woman, 2 women, 3 women, and they got the most likes. You met the love of your life. She was right in front of you. You know what I mean? And it's like, how could so many people misinterpret that? But they all thought, oh my God, yeah, if you just ask her out, then she's gonna be happy that, you know, and say yes. And instead, this guy ends up feeling the worst that he's felt in a long ass time after like a year of trying to improve and do some stuff. Yeah, there could be some more, you know what I'm trying to say, but it just something about this. And then also, you know, when people are selling you something, I mean, it was funny that he mentioned, and he was just like, you already got the sale. You don't got to keep doing that. But I like to say there's a little prostitute inside everybody. And sometimes when somebody wants something from somebody, or they're trying to make a sale or something, or maybe you could say a little slut in everybody, like a tiny one, they will act like they like you a little bit to try to move things along. I don't know if she was necessarily doing that. She didn't have to do that. I think he was already doing what he was doing. And I think Don DeMarco says, I'll handle decently. Not sure if she has a boyfriend for real, though. Yeah, you could be right. She could be lying about it. To be honest, I think you probably are right. She did seem a little like, I don't know. I see what you mean. The post-millennial man. Shout out to post-millennial man. I know we still got to schedule our last, video there for the last 2 chapters of Chivalry. I dated a girl that had a boyfriend. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, so yeah, it's not like, yes, it won't stop some of these guys out here. You know what I mean? Or she just didn't tell you she had a boyfriend and she was just dating you. And then you're like, oh crap, you had a boyfriend the whole time? Yeah, I'm not sure I believe her, but maybe. Yeah, I'm on the fence too. He's on the right track, though. He's okay with himself, but working on improving. He needs to keep on that road. Yeah, absolutely. I think if he just, you know, it's going to be tough. He's got, as far as losing the weight go, like that's the most obvious thing. He can definitely do it. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a long journey, but, you know, God willing, it ends up good for him. Elam is GOAT, and he's really succinct in getting his point across. Hats off to Mr. Elam. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Paul. Women can't read signals as a man. Exactly. Yeah, very much so. Right. She was selling. She was doing her job. That's what it is. That's customer service, quote unquote. And the thing about this is, too, is it also, I think, underscores a lot of the intrasexual dynamic style red pill, right? Because a lot of that was this kind of blue pill sort of dating advice. Just, you know, go in there, whatever. Oh, she definitely likes you or whatever. I mean, shout out to him for asking her out and doing all that stuff. But it's just interesting because, I don't know, when I was watching it on the first pass, I didn't get that feeling. It felt more like it was going to be a friend zone, to be honest. But it's just something about how many people were like, yeah, this is it. Just got my attention in a way. I was like, ugh. I don't know how that many people can get it wrong, but I shouldn't be surprised. When I was 25, women were plentiful and frequent. Now the internet has given all women extreme validation, and no man is good enough. Okay. When I was a young troop, I couldn't keep the women off me. I was married and kept having to push them away. Oh man. Get used to rejection. Scott Galloway. Oh my God. Yeah. That Scott Galloway. Well, we're about to hear Charlie Kirk tell us that men need to pay everything all the time. So, you know what? We're going to look at the Reddit after the video. So let's just get into the video, and then we're going to go to the Reddit, and then if we want to watch another video, that's what we're going to do. If only we could detect the rotten eggs sulfur smell if or when he's being gaslighted. Exactly. A pure gaslight. One can only wish. Giovanni says, I never trust a woman who works in sales or sports bars, initially liking me. Exactly. In fact, if a woman is selling you something way too hard, the fastest way to get her to stop is just to ask her out. Like, just be like, hey, do you want to give me your phone number? That'll push back on her hard, and she'll, you know, her whole sales pitch is going to fall apart after that. Especially if they're relying on something like that. Maybe when I was young, a young buck, LL, I'm a solid 3.5 now, gray hair, beard, scars, tattoos. I don't know, man. I think so. I think a lot of chicks would be into that. Murder of Crows says, no letdown, my man. I'd have liked to see that race. It's a once in a lifetime sort of thing. Dang. Now I feel, oh man. This year there was 165 horses thundering around the coral dragging chuck wagons for the first prize. Man, that is so freaking cool. I did walk by that stadium, though, because I saw where the horse races were. I don't know if it was the chuck wagon one, though. So my apologies there, sir. Okay, well, shout out to this guy. He makes good videos. He was actually really funny. I'm going to follow him. All right. So I want to watch the one Michael Sayan sent me specifically. And if we need to, we can just watch the end of this and maybe even look at some of the comments. But let's just go ahead and get into this. So this is from a guy named Rattlesnake TV. I've never really heard of him. So let's go ahead.
What kind of a wuss beta male is splitting the check?
Oh my God. What kind of a wuss beta male? It's so weird hearing a tradcon say beta male, because that's completely taken from like red pill speak. You know what I mean? And again, this is just another instance of the tradcon hijacking that occurred of red pills, of the red pill, you know, space. Especially like the sort of more recent red pill type stuff. So this is them trying to sound hip to speak to the guys that were on that part of the manosphere. I don't think Charlie Kirk would have ever said that like prior to red pill, or if he, you know, not, you know, heard of it or whatever. All right. Rattlesnake is cool. Okay, I'll have to check out more of his stuff then. Beta male calling out other betas. Yeah, exactly. Like that's the problem with it. Like he sounds very try-hard, you know what I mean? He sounds very try-hard about it.
I just wanted to let y'all know I'm an alpha male. I'm an alpha male. I can do this.
So that's the it's just like, dude, it's like somebody who cusses and cussing just does not work for them and it does not make them look cool at all. It's like, you just got to not use curse words. That's not your lane. I feel like I fall into that lane, which is why I try not to. I'm like, you know, it just doesn't make sense with me. Gentras, make him sound like a Nepo baby. Shout out to you, Gentras.
Like, who are you? What kind of a wuss beta male is splitting the check? But like, who are you?
He better mention dowry.
Split the check quite a lot.
I would go into debt and like scrub dishes before a woman paid for it.
Oh my God. Okay. All right, Charlie.
I'm sorry. Like, I would be so humiliated.
You should pull out the credit card.
A woman? Of course.
Just to offer.
No.
It's a nice gesture.
No. By the way, no. This is feminism.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake.
Oh my God. This is feminism. I wish somebody was there and they can say, this is gynocentrism. Like, this is gynocentrism right now. It's because of you we have, and it's because of that kind of mindset that we have, you know, feminists as they are today.
TV guys, in this video, we are going to be watching a very interesting clip from the Iced Coffee Hour podcast I listen to quite regularly. If this is too loud, let me know. Where they had on Charlie Kirk. I really enjoyed this one. You got to see a different side of Charlie. They talked about financials, insider trading in politics, but the one that I wanted to focus on was when they were speaking about dating. They get into a pretty heated back and forth about what the biggest problems are with dating and what the solutions are to these problems. And I think that both sides make some pretty decent points, and I've also got some contentions with both sides' arguments. So with that, let's get into the first clip.
You mentioned earlier in this podcast that one of the biggest sacrifices that you have to make is running this massive business at the same time as trying to be the leader in a family.
Yes.
I'm curious, what do you think is the biggest issue with modern dating? As a single guy, I would love some advice. You know, Graham, he got married a year or so
Congratulations.
ago. So he's looking to start a family.
Have as many kids as you can afford. No, have
Probably
more than,
two.
Have more than you can afford. That's what I should say.
Have more kids than you can afford. I mean, I'm sure he's just being funny. You know what I mean?
As many kids as you can afford.
Okay.
Have
Probably two.
Have more than you can afford.
All right. Well, I mean, when that family needs to go on welfare, I guess, then
I should say.
I'll stick with
what is wrong with modern dating?
Yeah.
The biggest problem with modern dating is very interesting. We had a women's summit. The young ladies all raise their hands. They're like, how many of you are unhappy with the dating pool? Every woman raises their hand. I'm like, funny. All the young men I talk to are unhappy with you too. So who's wrong?
Those seem like kind of select groups of people though. You know, like if you're asking women that are attending a women's summit, they might be in a very specific situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would say generally I hear more complaints about the dating pool than, you know, like, wow, there's so many options. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, well, he's not specific on if he means from the man's side or the woman's side, but okay.
I think it's more of an options issue. Is that you could go online and just if you don't like someone, instead of working through it, it's just you go back and you start swiping again.
So
he's getting to basically the change in technology, right? Like we got dating apps and all these things, communication, and people's ability to, you know, meet and do things with each other is not like how it was before. So fundamentally different times. Let's see what he's got to say.
It's the problem with women, and then I'll go to the problem with men. The problem with women.
Okay, so he's going to talk about women a bit.
Is that many of them.
Well, the problem with women is that they don't have this.
Your dowry. It's my right.
They have unrealistic expectations of the man that they want, a lot of them. And I deal with this all the time. Like, I want a guy that's earning $1 million a year and he's 6'4", and I want him to have a perfect jaw. And I'm like, yeah, that's never going to happen. How about, by the way, you know, we're on your list.
So, you know, I can give him some credit for that. You know what I mean? At least he's mentioning that.
Is like, I want someone who will be a good father or someone with good character. So that's like really disgusting, actually, that you just want someone that's like super rich and looks good. Like, why don't you want someone that's going to be loyal to you, not cheat on you? Like, oh yeah, I want that too. Oh, okay, got it. So basically you want like Ken Barbie doll, and then you'll have like all the good virtues. Notice they don't lead with the virtue. And a lot of things lead to that. But number two is women need to be very clear that we need to tell women more clearly that if you do not have children before the age of 30, there's only a 50% chance that you will have children.
That's a fact.
It's a fact. You can fact check me on that.
I mean, if you want to make that process go smoothly, then, you know, you might want to do some of this.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
What's the dowry situation? Exactly. Let's get down to brass tacks here.
You know, because that's the interesting thing about some of the stuff we read in the newspapers, and what gave the women's movement some gas was when they stopped giving the daughters dowries. Then the daughters are like, well, if I lose in this game of love, I need to be educated so I could take care of myself if I become an old spinster. So he could sit there and he can be like, well, you need to get married now and have these kids, otherwise you're not going to while you're older. A lot of the women are probably looking back at him like, okay, but, you know, we do got to figure out money, basically. And now typically the women will be like, the guy needs to pay for everything, and there's not enough guys who can buy a freaking house at age 25 or whatever the hell it's going to be. And then Charlie Kirk just starts getting on the men, and it's just like, well, you should be paying for everything.
Isn't that, though, that women are becoming very intentional about whether or not they want to have kids, and just it's more socially acceptable?
Yes, but they're miserable because of it, though. I mean, it's not just mine. You can fact check me, put the numbers up. The most depressed people in America are women without children. They're the most likely.
Married mothers are happiest. % of women reporting they are very happy. Okay, that's interesting. So married women, even married women with no children are a little bit happier than unmarried women with no children. And this is based on women ages 18 to 55, General Social Survey from 2022. What does that say? Something for family studies there. And women with children are 40%. God, happy is one of those, I mean, you know, I guess I could believe that. That seems like it's true, but happy. So this is on a survey of asking people, how happy would you rate yourself? Let me just catch up on some of these guys. Sorry about that. That's honestly such a cuck take for 2025, bro, is living 50 years ago. He doesn't hold a candle to me in rough manism. I could roast Cuck-Servadude Kirk. Tradcons are perfectly okay with using aspects of the red pill to further their own ends. Absolutely. That's the hijacking. They'll steal the lingo and the handful of ideas that contribute to their blue pill ideals. Exactly. Putting forth the facts, very much so. Charlie lives in an idealistic way, assuming there's an abundance of wives out there. Very true. Yes, he is. He trads too hard. Klaus says he's just using the lingo to shame men, but that BS, because most men are not leaders and therefore not alpha. And I hear what you're saying. Like, yeah, most men are normal. It's funny that he uses that word beta, and then at the same time, he's like, well, yeah, women standards are too high, and how about just finding someone who wants to be a good father, loyal and not cheat on you, then has no problem calling people beta. Okay, I mean, I don't know. That's just strange. Women are the problem. He had a women's summit with Nala as the main speaker. I remember seeing something like that. I saw some of the promos for that. They're all feminists. Honestly, the have more kids than you can afford energy comes off to me as keep breeding sheep people. We need more tax cattle. Exactly. Honestly, seems so not genuine to me. Yeah, I think it comes off like that, and I think it comes off as he thinks it's the right thing to say. But the fact is like family planning is very important. And traditionally, people did a lot of family planning. You know what I mean? So unless you lived on a farm and needed a lot of help, I think, you know, that's when you probably saw bigger families. But, you know, I don't know. He's making it seem a little too like we're all living out on the prairie here. You know what I'm saying? You do got to think a little bit, maybe. So all I'm saying is that good family planning is probably something we need more of. Can you pull off having 5 kids? Maybe you can. You know what I mean? Now, more than you can afford, I think he's just being hyperbolic, but that's probably not the best idea. I don't think it's really a joke, but trying to come off that way. Yeah, that's why I call him Charlie Cuck from now on. TPUSA is nothing in my eyes now. Got it. All right. I take umbrage with the alpha, beta, sigma labels. It is all context driven. Look at the military and I'll show you the gambit with each person depending on position, time, job. You know what? I saw a picture of it was like the soldier with the highest body count. And it's like this sniper. And he did not look like your typical alpha. I'll tell you that. Let's see. Let me see if I could get the picture with the highest. Oh yeah, it's this guy right here. I think it was this guy. Damn it, this guy right on top of me, like right there. See that? I mean, you know what I mean? You know what I'm trying to say. It doesn't fit a stereotype, right? All right.
To be on antidepressants, they're the most likely to be anxious. Again, people that experience severe depression are people that say they are very unhappy are people, young single women in their early 30s without children. Who are the happiest women in America? Married women with children.
I wish he would do the opposite. I wish he would say, and these are the happiest men. Have they done that survey? I mean, what if like the happiest cohort of men are childless 60-year-old men? I don't know. Do we have the numbers? Do we have the numbers? It's certainly not divorced men with kids, you know what I mean? At least not overall. So I don't think so. And I actually did make a video on this, and there was a study out of, I think it was like UC San Diego. Let me see if I can find that video from a while ago. And Ben Shapiro, instead of looking at that specific survey, which was the more appropriate one, he was like, you're more likely to die of a drug overdose if you aren't married, or something like that. It was something very weird. And then if you looked at this other study, it said that men who were single and never married had less of a chance of you know, pulling the old plug out than folks who, you know, were married and divorced. So that was something that was just very, it was odd that he neglected to mention that, and he focused on, well, you're going to have more of a substance issue, you know, if you do that. Dang, do I have, man, I probably won't be able to pull out that video right off rip. Gosh. It's too bad. Well, there is a study that's similar about that. And that sniper looks like House on crack. I retired as a master sergeant. As a combat veteran, I ran my own squad in a cavalry platoon. Yeah, and I don't think they all fit the same, you know, alpha sort of stereotype as far as the red pill build of it goes. I ran platoons and companies depending on the time, position, etc. I was alpha or beta. I think you could say the truth is that everybody has a little bit of each, because you have to be able to take direction on something if you want to learn something. Then in other times and moments of uncertainty, leadership and alpha behaviors will work better. So I think it is a balance to some extent. Anything coming from Mr. Media Ho multimillionaire Charlie Kirk regarding having enough status or money to throw around to be man enough is to be taken with a pound of salt. Absolutely. Speaking of happy husbands, has anyone seen that interview clip of a wifey being asked if her hubby is happy? I have not seen that, but if you want to share that with us, or in the Discord or in the chat, I can possibly pull that up. The problem with the mainstream PUA definition of alpha, beta, omega archetypes was that they validated them on female access instead of on strength and intellect, etc. In other words, gynocentric. That's a very interesting point. I'll tell you this. I mean, I had an organic chemistry professor, I remember this guy, and if you saw this guy outside of the classroom, yeah, you would not peg this guy as an alpha, right? But when you were in his domain, like that guy struck fear into the heart of students, you know, who needed to take a midterm and a final in organic chemistry. Spoiler, the interview did not end well at all. She terminated it immediately just for that question alone. That sounds pretty funny. Shout out to you. I was a 19D back in the day. Shout out to y'all. Exactly. PUA roaches are the worst blue-pilled. Yeah, they're a different kind of gynocentric. Saw the video. Very interesting how she got angry. Wow, man, I'll have to watch that myself.
I think there's and by the way, of course they have the agency to do that. I'm not trying to like make a law like you must get married and have kids. But I think that we've gone wrong here, that women should prioritize family and children way above career, that they should try to find their husband before.
Man, if you care about this so much as a tradcon, then you better be saving a dowry for your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is the #1 concern and you want to save civilization And I get it. We live in a different time, but historically, a lot of, especially, you know, civilizations we have now were built off of the back of the dowry and that system. So if you're not doing that, and then you're wondering why your daughter is out here doing what she's doing, meanwhile, you just put her out here on these streets. You didn't, you know, even try to help make her attractive on the marriage market. She's over here on this freaking Reddit right here on Waiting to Wed. Doesn't know what the hell is going on. I broke up with my boyfriend because he doesn't, you know, she's just asking 51,000 of her sisters when he's finally going to get on his knee. She doesn't know what the hell's going on. And this guy's like, well, they need to be getting married.
They're 25. That they should try to get married way younger.
Okay, so Charlie cooking here. He's leaning into a lot of the points that the Red Pill talk about and that have put to the forefront. But how much is he willing to lean in? We're about to see. The idea here is that women in the modern dating market have extremely inflated expectations. And this comes from them having a wealth of experience with men, lots of options on dating apps and social.
Well, yes, and that's because they're able to act with unfettered hypergamy, and they're equating being pumped and dumped with I'm able to lock down a husband. And there used to be a giant simp economy net, which arguably may still exist for a lot of them. But it seems like that is eroding. So, you know, finding that buzzer beater husband looks like it's getting a little bit tougher. Rolo would say he was a contextual alpha. Yes, that's what would describe that guy, a contextual alpha. Okay. According to Jack Donovan, masculinity is often described as 4 tactical virtues: strength, honor, courage, mastery, and mastery is knowledge. That's pretty interesting breakdown there.
Social media and feminism and the culture bombarding them with messaging of how special they are and how they should never settle for anything less than Mr. Perfect. And this, for the most part, is why these women feel as though their options in the dating market are so bad. It's because you have objectively average women who are not settling for anything less than a top-tier man. And they look past the regular, dependable guys who work normal jobs. Furthermore,
well, it's not even that. I mean, or they might marry those guys, but then you're living in a very tough family law sort of, you know, environment. So they're using different men for different purposes at different times, depending on what serves the most utility and what's most convenient, and they're able to walk in and out of these arrangements relatively easily with not much investment from their part, right? No dowry, coming in late after they've done whatever the hell they wanted to do for a bit. So it's not even just about avoiding that. It's about taking advantage of that and then chewing it up and spitting it out, and the system sort of encouraging that.
The messaging is also, you don't need to have kids until you're 35 and you're completely settled in your career and you've found yourself. And
Coach did a good stream. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. He did a stream about how 74% of women surveyed said that they want men that pretty much provide or pay for everything. And that's recent. So they still have this idea of, even though they're working, they want men to pay for everything.
Love yourself. And this just leads young women astray. I've had countless conversations with these women who will say that they're waiting until they're in their 30s to eventually have kids, and they're shocked when I tell them that is a huge risk biologically. And the idea that Mr. Perfect is going to come along when you're 32 years old and sweep you off your feet is highly unlikely. And this is all absolutely terrible for men, by the way, so let's carry on. But before then, guys, I do need to tell you about the sponsor of today's video.
Anything damage
are the key. And guess what? Go now for 48 hours. Back to the video.
Making it out.
Back to the video.
Younger. This is probably the fertility
But then that
problem.
also goes back to just finances.
No, that's
you can't
huge
quite
totally
have a husband.
Okay. Charlie Kirk agrees that finances are a huge issue.
Been going out making a salary to have a stay-at-home.
I completely agree with that. That's the best argument. It's not a winner argument, but it's the best argument. Because at some point, you go to like sub-Saharan Africa, they have like 8 kids and they live in like a dirt hut. You can figure it out.
Okay. I mean, see, I don't... Living in a dirt hut and with 8 kids in a completely different culture, a completely different economy, you know what I mean? I'd like to look at that a little bit more. And we know sub-Saharan Africa marriage transactions are different. They typically pay a bride price, and polygyny is typically okay. So unless he's talking about a very specific subset of sub-Saharan Africans that practice monogamy or something, I mean, I would love to see that. And, you know, what are the divorce laws in that place? Can the mom just take the kids and then dip out? Like, what how gynocentric is it, is my question. So that's kind of I can't really, you know, I don't really like what he's saying there in the sense that he needs to describe that better, at least for me.
Having children, I believe, is a blessing from the Lord. It's the most amazing thing. You should try to have as many children as you can. Much more important than traveling to Thailand or having a big apartment or a bunch of cats. Okay? Having children are a gift from the Lord. So, but as far as like the dating pool problems,
I don't think anybody's arguing that kids are bad. Now, you do want to have kids in a context that makes sense where you can take care of those kids. So, you know.
So, young ladies, they need to be very clear about what they're expecting in a man and date with the intent to marry and not just date to, you know, have a good time. And quite honestly, both need to do this, but young women need to do a much better job of saving themselves for marriage. They need to be, they need to prioritize purity again. Young men need to too.
Okay, women need to prioritize purity again. And, you know, so obviously, you know, we live in a place where, certain, you know what, I mean, there's no law compelling them to do that. So at best, it's going to be a series of arguments or a series of attempts to reason with them. And maybe not just logically, but also emotionally. Like if there was some sort of propaganda that's like, would convince them that this is the way that you want to live. But then they run right up into the brass tacks of the financial problems of making that happen. You know what I mean? So typically some type of help from the parents, whether it's in the form of a dowry or whatever, or if they're going to be getting married, you know, at 29, they should be saving something for their marriage, just like women used to do back when dowries were expected.
But if young women do it, then young men will.
So once again here, I actually do agree with Charlie because he's a Luke
says, this is Shah. You should remind everyone about Christmas stockings and children that you can't afford. Exactly. Don't make me go over what happens to children that you cannot afford to take care of or get married. And that's the thing, right? And it's like, listen, you can have a bunch of kids, but what you're basically saying is that I'm going to have smaller dowries for my daughters. And it's going to cost me more to marry off my daughters. So it's like you can be up here and you can have a bunch of kids, but you have to be okay with probably sliding down a class in terms of affordability of lifestyle for them. Kind of like how Charlie Kirk says, yeah, you can live in the dirt hut and have 8 kids. So if you're okay with that, and God forbid you have to walk them down to the local brothel someday, and is there going to be a Saint Nick that saves you and puts gold coins in their stockings? Hopefully. Oh yes, that was interesting to learn about. First thing he said that I agree with, women should be virgins on their wedding day. Shout out to you, username.
Alluding to something that doesn't get spoken about unless it's
about the girls in St. Patrick. Yeah, well, it was Saint Nick, I believe. Saint Nicholas. I don't think that was St. Patrick. Let me just double check that for y'all. Saint Nick, 3 dowries. Yeah, because Santa is based off of St. Nicholas. Yeah, it was St. Nicholas. a great legend. One of our favorite legends over here on this channel. Russian Orthodox saint. Okay, is he Russian Orthodox? Yeah.
By the far-right extremist misogynists on the internet like myself.
All right, let's see what's up.
Purity again. Young men need to too, but if young women do it, then young men will.
So once again here, I actually do agree with Charlie because he's alluding to something that doesn't get spoken about unless it's by the far-right extremist misogynists on the internet.
And this is a difficult discussion, you know what I mean? Because I guess a lot of the black pill types will say, you know, it's way too late for that. You're not going to convince women to be virgins on their wedding night. And how this jibes with feminism. And, you know, there could be a pathway back to something like that. Gosh, I think we're so far out, I don't even know if that ever existed. But, you know, how realistic that is definitely debated. So dating as a whole, and more so for women, has been reduced to a recreational activity. Very much so, right? And it's like Charlie Kirk wants to get rid of people sleeping with each other before marriage, but it's like, okay, if you don't want people doing that, then you have to get rid of dating and you have to replace it with something else. Maybe something that's a little bit more like what courting actually was. Like, instead of getting on one knee to propose and offering a ring, more like proposing an actual marriage offer and saying, hey, this is our family. We got a lovely young woman here, my daughter, and, you know, she's got a dowry of this much, and there's these other great qualities and things. We really like what you're doing over there with your family. You've demonstrated coherence to us. And how about we have tea this afternoon and see what this looks like? You know what I mean? But we don't have that. Instead, we have the humiliation ritual, right? This is what we have, right? So it's like, it's just not working out. It's really not working out. And frankly, Paul's post from literally less than an hour ago, fantastic. Right here, about 150 years ago, we started in earnest to encourage young people who don't know each other to get married and start a family based on a temporary flood of neurochemicals in the brain. Now look at us. And Charlie Kirk is wondering why people can't stay virgins, you know, before their wedding night. You're relying on this to make the wedding, right? So anyways, Saint Nikolai Kabibulin. That's an interesting name there. Plenty of people drink heavily in their 20s, and it's fine as long as you stop eventually. I think this is the same mindset of modern women in regards to dating when they are younger. That's a great metaphor. Yeah, it's like you drink yourself silly till you're about 29, and you're like, okay, well, I need to save my liver or something. And you know, probably the wake-up call for something like that. I can't say I don't have that experience, but with anything that you probably shouldn't be doing, when you finally get that first like injury or something bad happens to you, then it's like, okay, if I don't stop this, it's going to be seriously bad. St. Nicholas of Myra and St. Patrick of Ireland are different. Thank you, MS. Saw Terrence Pop. Dude rocks. Oh yeah, I should. Kabibulin is a Russian hockey player. Don't take that seriously. Okay, my bad. Thanks for clearing that up. I would have believed you. I can be kind of... What is this? Give him half of what you have, but he wants you to remain poor. You should take it by force. Somebody convince him something about communists. Anyways, so yeah, we'll get back to this. Kirk sounds like Crowder 1.0. Yeah. Gosh. You know, it must be tough to be Crowder because it's like he was so deep in on that. And it's like, he can't, like, I think for him and his brand, like, he can't just become a red pillar or whatever it happens to be. You know, maybe if Steven Crowder wanted to have a discussion with us about gold pill, we'd be willing to do that. He might be more willing to come over to the gold pill side of things than the red pill side. That might be some consolation. You know, I don't think that would hurt his brand too much. Terrence Pop's my kind of guy, was an Army Ranger. Nice, man. Shout out to Terrence Pop. He actually, I think a while ago I received an email from him and we were supposed to do something, but we never followed up on it. So that's kind of my bad right there. But maybe I could reach out to him again and see if we can get a discussion going. Very true. Crowder woke up post-divorce. He had Fresh and Fit on. Well, yeah, I mean, there you go. So shout out to him. Pop has literally saved dudes' lives. Man, that's great to hear about. I should really reach out back to him if he's still willing to speak with me. He uses comedy and truth.
Like myself. And that is female accountability. When talking about purity and chastity, this is something that's important for both sexes, but really, really important for women. Men need to become dependable, strong, good leaders, stoic, and all of those good things. So they need to build their value, whereas women need to preserve theirs. And this,
you know what's really important for women?
Your dowry. It's my right.
This is what they, chastity.
Your dowry. It's my right.
And I think this is the part that like even red pill types forget, or just they don't know. He lost his YouTube channel though. Oh, that's unfortunate. So it's just like, women are born with their value. Women need to preserve their value, and all this hinges on virginity. To be honest, like that kind of mindset about the born with value, women are the prize, That to me is more of a manifestation of romantic chivalry, romantic love, romance kind of thinking. It's this elevation of women are these pure things. And come on, let's be honest. You know, women are fantasizing about getting choked and slapped and all these kinds of things. Women can be very dirty and impure. And they have proven that many a time. So I think you're living in a fantasy world, you know, if that's what you think. And men who want to be romantics want to believe that, you know what I mean? And it gets wound up with this idea of virginity. But no, people need to work hard to make a woman more valuable and have more of an edge in the marriage market. And that's why dowries were a thing. So, you know, again, he's kind of selling something that I believe is rooted in this idea of romance. I love that soundbite. Oh, man. Yeah, me too. I also added another soundbite. We got Stewie crying, and that's going to be for these ladies that are waiting for their man to get on one knee, and it's been 6 years, and she's turning 29 and doesn't know when's going to happen. It's going to be one of these. And don't forget this soundbite.
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money, and then you can be a spoken for, well taken care of trophy husband.
And Grandpa,
surf every day.
This is our first gold pill overdose.
Someday Grandpa can also get on the money train, and
that's our gold pill overdose. He took like half the jar. We got to start putting a warning label on that. The facts are that women used to have to work their butt skis off to support and help the family. Absolutely, they did. I mean, even kids were working on the farm. Now they are so pampered that kings of Europe wouldn't have it so good. Very true. Spinning thread, weaving cloth, making clothing, mending clothing. Don't forget about making butter. Making butter. That used to be hard work. You couldn't just put it in a food processor. Helping to grow food, all the food prep and storage. Washing clothes on washboards and rocks, etc. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's that, and again, and then working hard for marriage. And it's just like, if you didn't come from a family that had a lot of wealth, you were working, your mom was working to help save whatever they can to put into this dowry, to get her into a half-decent marriage. You know what I mean? She'd have to go become a maidservant in some richer family's house in order to do this. Or the whole kin group would have to get together to put something in on this pot to help get her married. The insufferable harpy clip. Do I have that one? Man, if you shared that with me, I apologize. Just if you could put it in the Discord, I will make a clip of it. I don't know if I have an insufferable harpy clip. Sounds really familiar though, so I feel bad about that. No, man, I don't, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. What's this?
Do you have the stomach?
Oh, that's another good one. Inspired from Coach's stream. I agree. The virginity thing is a bit overblown in this day and age. Bottom line, does the woman complement your life and help? Yeah, that's how I look at it too, to be honest. I'm just speaking for myself. It's not something I'm obsessed with, to be honest. I mean, again, I've said this before. I live in the swamp, and I'm just trying to make do as best as I can in the swamp water that I happen to find myself in. If I can get out of the swamp someday, that would be kind of cool. But, so far we're in the swamp and we're seeing what we can do out here to make something happen. Back in the early civilizations, the mom or dad would sell their daughter by convincing the man she'd work hard for their family. And that is the bride price, right? The money is not going into her hands. The money is going into the hands of her family. And to be honest, bro, it's not like they were selling her. Even the word sell is, anthropologists would take umbrage with that. They're really taking a uniform price. So the bride price is typically a uniform price. It's not like a highest bidder thing. Because typically in those societies, there's less wealth disparity, unlike monogamous ones where you have different classes of people to a very high degree. The amount that they're getting for her is going to most likely be used to procure another daughter for another son in the household. Or if there is no other son, then possibly a second wife for somebody. Because they're losing her labor on the field and she's going to another house, basically. So, and in some places, there's a specific type of currency for bride prices specifically. Like a, type of cattle or something like that. So interesting history there. Shout out to the bride price. Shout out to Michael Sayin, who's coined the silver pill, which is all about bride prices instead of dowries. Years ago, you once said you'd work on it. Man, I know. I remember that, man. And it sounds like a really good sound effect. Like the harpy sound sounds hilarious. So you must have given that to me and I never isolated it. So I do apologize. Obviously getting a virgin would be nice to have, but just being realistic, yeah, it just, it'd probably be great if you guys were both virgins, but living in the swamp out here. So probably best to just get over it. You know what I mean? I use the word sell as in convince. Yeah, absolutely. I already know. I'm just, you know what I mean? Now selling somebody would be like selling a slave or, possibly a concubine. Would you like to see my concubines? They're for sale. That would be a little different than the station of wife. I'm just shaking your chain, but someone please give me the Discord again because I lost it. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, we'll have to put a Discord invite in there for you. I think I do have that. Oh, it's in my description. It's in the description. You know what? I'll put it in the chat. Copy and paste. There we go. Whew. All right. I was a virgin when I married. I mean, I think that's, if both people are or something like that, I do think that's a good thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing bad with that. I think at a certain point, though, it is a little overblown just as far as most people go and trying to survive in the world we're trying to survive now, Only woman I've ever been with is my ex-wife. Wow. Well, shout out to you, man. I've met other folks like that, and I get it. Typically more religious folks. And I respect that, man. I do respect that. I am convinced the concept of multiple wives was shamed out of existence because the government wanted more control over the masses. I really don't think there is more to it than that. That's an interesting theory there. I mean, if you're looking at the dowry system, then a lot of it has to do with class stratification. So with class stratification, when it becomes very rich families and very poor ones, you tend to see more monogamy in those situations. And also with that, is the way agriculture starts to change too, because it starts to be done with the plow. So there's a huge surplus of agriculture, which leads to more specialization in terms of niche jobs, or not jobs, but like crafts and things. I would believe prior to that, probably the most women you can have and the most kids, to have them all on the field doing, like, using, the hoe or the digging stick is probably the best way going forward. But you still weren't producing as many calories as if you had like a legit plow. So a lot of it is economic based. That could tie. I do like conspiracies though, so I'm not discounting what you're saying, because I will jump into a good conspiracy for the entertainment of it all. Now, as the government probably gets more sophisticated, that probably is a manifestation of class stratification. So you start to have different interests. You start to have different class warfare going on. The rich have interests. The poor have interests. The middle class have interests. And that's where you start to get rhetoric and debate and sophistry. And then that's when you need Socrates teaching your, young Athenian sons how to be persuasive so that they don't end up getting exiled by somebody else's persuasive argument, and to, fight for their interests and things like that. And then you get this probably very elite sort of class. And then, there's all these oligarchic interests and things, and maybe monogamy works better for that. Done. Thank you. You're right. It has to do with religious belief, at least for me. Yeah, I think a lot of it is around that, which I respect. I could be wrong, but I don't think the Bible forbids a man from having multiple wives. I don't know. Well, that's an interesting conversation. In the Old Testament, you know, that's polygyny is a thing. So there are examples there. And I think it's really because of New Testament stuff that kind of changes the position on that as far as Christians are concerned. And I think historically it was like around 300 AD or so, you know, about when Christianity goes from being a sect to being like the religion of the empire, the top dog, so to speak. That's when they're like, well, you know, one flesh and all that stuff starts to mean monogamy more so. Now, of course, they had different problems. When you're a sect and you're trying to grow your population, that's one thing. When you become the empire's default religion, now you are very much concerned probably with concerns of empire and keeping a stable empire and growing it, not letting that fall apart. So maybe monogamy works better there for the interests of a very complex, stratified society instead of just being a sect within it. Now, you know, all that stuff can be debated. Are we pro silver pill? I know that's the way it was done in the Bible. So, you know, shout out to Michael saying he's definitely pro silver pill. And I think a reason he calls it silver pill is because silver was used typically for bride prices back then amongst the ancient Hebrews. I believe, I could be wrong. Though I have seen contracts where dowries were paid and they were also paid in silver. Partly, excuse me. So, you know, but Michael's saying he's dug pretty deeply into that. I tend to focus more on dowry only because tradcons are specifically convincing people to take the monogamous deal. So if you want monogamy and you're pro-monogamy, being bride price or bride wealth oriented kind of lends itself to a polygynous setup. So if you're not okay with that, then, you know, you're probably going to appreciate dowry more so. Silver pill is going to, you know, it's going to be, in my opinion, for a different kind of society that's less complex and less sophisticated than what we have now. I think so. But we do give it an honorable mention. We respect the silver pill here because of our brother, Michael, saying, go silver pill. There he is. And I know you mentioned wanting to do a collab. Maybe one of these days we'll record something and post it. So, yeah, big shout out to you, man. The Neats and Gooners have interests. That's a whole new class of folks, huh? The Neats and Gooners. Oh my God. I didn't know what a Gooner was. I had to look that up. And now I know what that is. A lot of things changed as soon as Christianity was absorbed by the state. Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if it's like a conspiracy thing, but part of that just seems to be, I mean, when you're very much now involved with statecraft and empire building and all these kinds of things, the way society works together and interfaces and all these kinds of things, I don't know if they were like conscious about these things and they were like, well, we're doing this because of this, or if it just kind of organically became that way. But at a certain point, you know, I think this kind of stuff comes up and you have to think what is the best for the overall health of things, you know? Monogamy in the western part of Europe is due to the influence of the Roman Catholic Church in the medieval period. Yes, as they went into the Germanic tribes and, you know, like, what are they called? Like the Visigoths and all this stuff. And you can see writings about this too. Like you have, you know, people from the church going in to like Ireland even and places like that. And they're writing back to the Pope and asking questions about, hey, this is what I'm seeing here. And, you know, the Pope is giving some advice on, you know, certain things. So the influence starts to change and, you know, you used to have different kinds of practices there, but yeah, as the church moves in, even in some of those places, their agriculture changes to involve the plow. And then you get to a place where dowry and everything is just the norm. All of France, England, Ireland, the movie Quiet Man. I still want to watch the full thing. Italy. I think I mentioned Germany already. So yeah, as they were expanding, they were also changing marriage practices there. A lot of pagan, you know what? I hope we're just chilling tonight, guys. Like, I'm not super concerned with rushing to get through this. I'm just having a good time. So a lot of pagan practice was inserted. Oh, you mean like into, or you mean like kind of absorbed by sort of Christianity as it got bigger or something? Go Silver Pill. What is Silver Pill, chat? Silver Pill is advocating for the return of bride price like it was in the Old Testament, instead of advocating for dowry. So it's a different type of marriage transaction that preceded the dowry in a lot of places. The ancient Israelites used to practice the bride price. That was called the mohar. And then as they moved from, you know, kind of like relatively rural, agricultural or whatever, as they start to become urbanized, after all that stuff is written and you start looking at their marriage contracts, you start to see mohar alongside dowry in the same marriage contract, except the dowry is a lot bigger than the mohar. Okay. And then, you know, it becomes primarily dowry. So it's just a shout out to the way it used to be, or at least mentioned in the Pentateuch in the Old Testament. And in a lot of places, you know, especially in the Near East, that was a thing, right? And, you know, even Egypt changed from bride price to dowry. Ancient Athens was practicing dowry going very far back. So they, you know, they were probably bride price at a certain point, but they were a very complex civilization. Same thing with ancient India. Luke Nielsen, I think depending on the culture, as this is Shah has pointed out, between them, silver pill or gold pill is a good thing. But as for China, those boys getting hit hard both ways. Yeah, I think, you know, like a lot of the scholarly work on this wasn't done till like the 60s and 70s. And you start to get these big changes, especially with modernization. So it's like communism comes in, that changes a bunch of things about marriage. Then they're like, okay, well, let's try to do it traditionally. But nobody knows why it was a certain way traditionally, and it doesn't even fit with what they're doing now. So it's this big hodgepodge of let's screw, you know what I mean? Let's make this into like a Frankenstein of what it used to be. So that's, you know, and that's an interesting thing even about where we are at as a culture. Cool. That's way too many pills now. No, serious overdose is incoming. You might not want to mix pills either. We don't know what happens when you do that. I'm not one to be able to say so or not, but recent studies via DNA say that only 40% of men versus more or less 90% of women reproduce over the ages. I guess it's the OG 80-20 rule. I've heard of that too. I do wonder if it accounts entire populations that were genocided. You know what I mean? And how exactly it does that. I think there are some weaknesses to the study, but I don't know for sure. So, I mean, maybe it is true. But, you know, people could have produced and then the entire tribe gets wiped out. And then that's not part of the number. So I don't know, but you're probably right. And not to mention, a lot of those guys probably died on the battlefield who didn't reproduce. Honestly, those guys that did that are more of men than the, like, I don't even know how to say that, but they're just more badass than the people who reproduced back at home. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever. Red pill, blue pill, purple pill, black pill, gold pill, silver pill, these nuts pill. Yeah, oh man. Silver and gold. Well, hey, I'm not arguing with silver and gold. That sounds like a good combination. Santa approved. Christian monogamy was organic. It was practiced in Rome, and Rome had occupation over Israel in the New Testament. I see. So it slowly moves that way. Interesting. Man, yeah, we need an AI song. A couple more comments, guys. We'll get back to this. Yes, because a lot of Romans and Byzantines were pagan, and when the state absorbed the church, they influenced the church. To the credit of the church, they tried to own them with a Christian meaning. Polygamy follows the bride price. Monogamy follows the dowry organically. Yeah, that if you're going to do monogamy, it's going to work with the dowry. Like that's what enables that. That's what incentivizes it. Other than that, it's like, how are you going to incentivize a guy to get rid of all their ladies to marry one woman? Especially if he's a high status guy, right? Like, why? So a woman with the concomitant dowry that matches what he's doing is how you wrestle that guy down. I'm going to make a video that discusses this, but ultimately one of the problems that society has is how do you wrestle down the high status guys into monogamy? Like, you need to pin them down into that. And the only way to do that really has traditionally been with the dowry system. Otherwise, why? If you're going to pay for everything, why is the guy going to be monogamous? The only other thing you could possibly try to do is put a spiritual leash around his neck through, religious beliefs. But even that seems to not be so effective. So that's a tough part there. That's a tough part. Bride price or dowry better than what we have now? Yeah, well, shout out to you, coffee enjoyer. Very true. I mean, what we have now is fast falling between our fingers like sand. I'm waiting for the bronze pill, whatever that is. I'm waiting for the platinum. The platinum pill sounds pretty cool. Man, you remember when platinum was like big back in like 2000? I got a platinum chain or something. The album went platinum. Don't OD on all these pills. So if the bride is administered the silver pill, were it to return in these modern times, what's in it for us guys? Would she become instantly nice and pliable? I don't think so. So long as she can opt for divorce, the only way that works is if she wants to divorce or whatever, your bride price is returned. And it's not just that. To do it properly, she's working and the money, I'm not talking about her churning butter in the kitchen. I'm talking about her producing actual stuff that like is bringing income into the house. Now, if she's producing enough butter, I can then sell at the local farmer's market and make $2,000 from. That might be with it. But that money stays in your hand because you paid the bride price. So all the money from her labors is yours, essentially, right? I don't know how that's going to jibe today. But yeah. Anyways.
This is how it always actually used to be before the feminist messaging that tells you that if you go and...
Oh, how it always used to be. Hold on.
Is stoic and all of those good things. So they need to build their value, whereas women need to preserve theirs. And this is how it always actually used to be before the feminist...
This is how it always used to be. Like, that's a pretty wide net to cast.
Messaging that tells you that if you go and sleep around and you're a boss babe, an independent woman, then you're actually empowered. It used to be that women would hold other women to a standard of chastity. Why would...
Also, you can see this in old Jewish marriage contracts. Because sometimes people would get married to a widow or they'd get married to a divorcee, and the mohar for them was less than like a mohar for a young virgin. Now, maybe she wasn't a virgin, but obviously, was there birth control back then? I don't know, right? So probably, especially if they're marrying young. So that's kind of an interesting thing too. Bride price cultures don't allow women to divorce historically. That is why polygamy follows the bride price. I do wonder if that's true. I mean, I don't want to doubt you, but in polygynous societies, like there tends to be more divorce than monogamous ones. So that's an interesting thing. I'll have to look into that. But that's what I have seen in the literature. But as far as ancient goes, I think that's an interesting question because, like, I think as far as like Old Testament, prior to Christianity, ancient Israelites, there was divorce, I believe, only because, Jewish people now practice divorce. Like, it's not forbidden to them. So I don't think it's incompatible with what was going on at that time. I think it was just more kind of like a contractual thing that you got to deal with. What do you think about arranged marriage? I think arranged marriage has this kind of cartoonish stereotype about like this very like, oh, you guys are both, kids and we've already decided who you're going to get married when you grow up. You know what I mean? And you've never met them yet. But historically, I don't think arranged marriage was always that, unless there was a lot on the line. Like if there was a lot on the line, like kingdoms, they might be like, listen, because of political expedience, it's really a good idea to do this. But I don't think arranged marriages necessarily go against consent, even historically. What it was mostly was negotiations, and you had matchmakers. You know, matchmakers would know the situation of people and be like, okay, this is this person that, you know, he's got this, he works here, he's got this inheritance portion coming to him someday. This is the second daughter. This is how much of a dowry she's got. And then like there would be proposals and things like that. So I think when people hear arranged marriage, they hear you have no choice in the matter. Instead, what it was is like, no, like here's some things we should think about. And here is a series of deals. You can like, not a series, but here are a bunch of options on the table. And people are kind of vying for the best option. And this is what cancels out hypergamy, right? Because they're looking for the woman with the biggest dowry. And, you know,
Your dowry, it's my right.
on the other end, they're looking for the groom with the highest income, with the highest inheritance potential also on his side. And they're both trying to wrangle a deal out of this. So you know, love might play a little bit of a factor. Like that might be one thing. Like, man, I'm feeling her. You know what I'm saying? But she has no dowry though. Damn. This other one here comes with, you know, damn, that's a lot of acreage right there. So, you know, it's more about deal making than it is like not having a choice in the matter. So, interesting question. It's Shah, LMIHK. Hey there. I think it's my first time seeing you. Shout out to you. Thanks for being here. Yes, also, I've seen credible info on the male pop being so diminished due to constant prehistoric war and raiding that it was diminished down to as low as 25 to 30% of total pop. Yeah, and I mean, you know, if that enemy tribe comes in and you're 15 and you haven't had a kid yet, well, you know, it's that or slavery. Or, you know, not even slavery, just going back up to the sky that night or that afternoon. You know, when your entrails, God forbid, get spilled out all over onto some dirt from a spear, or an arrow hits you right in like the back of the thigh, and you're just like, oh, damn. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, oh, only 40, I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe that 15-year-old that perished on the battlefield, it was his dad's only son, and that guy's dad died too. So they're not anywhere in the record. There's something about that that's a little suspicious to me. I think it was just discouraged, shame more than it is currently these days. So much stuff telling women they should be this way. Yeah, I mean, you know, and to be fair, men too, right? Men also. Like, what, dude? You're 20 and you've never had a girlfriend, bro? You've never gotten laid, bro? I think with arranged marriages, a matchmaker was involved and the family started negotiations. And Shah said it while I typed. Yeah, very much so. So it's, you know, things could be rejected or not. And entire families are pretty much assessing each other. And it's like, I like to use the word coherence. They're looking for coherence. And I like the dowry system because the dowry is the proof of coherence. It's saying we as a family have these values and we've been actually living by these values. And here is the proof that we've been doing this family project the way it's meant to be done. And we're coherent as a group, that we've been able to produce these tangible things, one of which could be the form of the dowry, right? So they can say all these nice things. They can cosplay all these things. But at some point, they have to put down some material, tangible investment in order to demonstrate and prove coherence as a family that has, you know, a bit of sense to them. So shout out to the coherent families out there. I'll just read a couple more. I think a combination of propaganda and just the natural outcome of modern technology. Also, a certain percent of women just find someone to settle with. Eventually, they have no reason to stop 304ing. Yeah, they call that the lottery winner effect. Many variables at play now. Very much true. Old Testament, only men could divorce. New Testament, only men could divorce according to Jewish law. Interesting. However, women could divorce under Roman law in the New Testament. Oh, that's interesting stuff there. It's interesting to see like how different empires come in and how laws change and all that kind of stuff. That's fascinating. The marker is in each cell of our beings because mitochondria goes through the woman's side, by the way. So you get your mitochondria from your mom And all mitochondria, I think, comes from the female line. The chemical heating organelle. Yes, the powerhouse of the cell. Man, I have not taken a biology class in over a decade. Comes from our mothers, there you go, and have much more variety than the male contribution of X or Y chromosome. I don't know if that's a reliable marker, though, because it comes from the mom's side, specifically. Though, you know, I'm not going to sit here and claim like that I know the science behind it. You know what? Let's just try to go on a little adventure here and see what we can find out about that. What is the science behind only 40% of men reproducing? Oakley dokley. The observation that only about 40% of men reproduce throughout human history is primarily an evolutionary finding based on genetic data. This is just the AI overview, guys. Don't take it too seriously. And societal structures, rather than a direct reflection of modern male fertility rates. Okay. And while modern fertility factors play a role, they are distinct from this historical demographic analysis. This historical pattern of a lower percentage of men reproducing compared to women is attributed to various factors like polygyny, societal norms, and competition for mates, where a small number... I wonder how far back it goes to. Is this just civilizational, or is this like humans, or like pre-civilizational? The New York Times. Dun, dun, dun. 8,000 years ago, 17 women reproduced for every one man. Woo-wee! What a different time. All right, let's look at ye old New York Times. Is there anything good about men? This is from 2007 and other tricky questions. Damn. What percentage of your ancestors were men? No, it's not 50%, as I'll explain shortly. But first, let me credit the source, Roy F. Baumeister, who answered that question. Guys, we are now on a side quest. Thanks for putting up with me. And a lot of other ones. In an address on Friday at the annual convention of the American Psychological Association in San Francisco, I recommend reading the whole speech. Is there anything good about men? All right, Harvard, let's just get to the part. The single most underappreciated fact about gender, he said, is the ratio of our male to female ancestors. While it's true that about half of all the people who ever lived were men, the typical male was much more likely than the typical woman to die without reproducing. I mean, I think that probably goes into men dying earlier. Citing recent DNA research, Dr. Baumeister explained that today's human population is descended from twice as many women as men. Maybe 80% of women reproduced, whereas only 40% of men did. So I guess the one thing that's interesting about that is, like, that's a possible problem is, well, okay, if we have 80% of, because if we have 80% of female ancestors or something, like we have more female ancestors than men, I don't know, like I'm just thinking, so it's the same guy. I just wonder if the science can actually capture whether or not it was the same guy that was reproducing, you know, because the same woman could sleep with more than one guy, but we'll see. And then have kids with, you know, different guys. It would be shocking if these vastly different reproductive odds for men and women failed to produce some personality difference, he said, and continued. Maybe 80% of women reproduced, whereas only 40% of men did. For women throughout, and then there's another question about having daughters versus having sons. Like, what if there was just more daughters born than sons? But maybe they'll explain that. That's just me not understanding the science and my brain just going there. For women throughout history and prehistory, the odds of reproducing have been pretty good. Later in this talk, we will ponder things like, why was it so rare for 100 women to get together and build a ship and sail off to explore unknown regions, whereas men have fairly regularly done such things? But taking chances like that would be stupid from the perspective of a biological organism seeking to reproduce. They might drown or be killed by savages or catch a disease. For women, the optimal thing to do is go along with the crowd, be nice, play it safe. The odds are good that men will come along and offer sex and you'll be able to have babies. All that matters is choosing the best offer. This all sounds very gynocentric. We're descended from women who played it safe. For men, the outlook was radically different. If you go along with the crowd and play it safe, the odds are you won't have children. Uh-oh. Most men who ever lived did not have descendants who are alive today. Their lines were dead ends. Dun, dun, dun. Hence, it was necessary to take chances, try new things, be creative, explore other possibilities. It all sounds fundamentally gynocentric. The second big motivational difference between the genders, he went on, involves the kind of social relationships sought by each sex. Man, get to the science. Get to the actual cellular stuff, man. A few lucky men are at the top of society, enjoy culture's best rewards. Others, less fortunate, have their lives chewed up by it. Culture is not about men against women, by and large. Men go to extremes more than women, and this fits in well with culture, using them to try out lots of different things. Not super convinced by this article. Oh, gosh. Let me just try to find one more. One more, and then we'll I was hoping that they would get into like the mitochondria. Mitochondria. Let me just type mitochondria in. Okay, NHI. Well, now we got a giant study here. In most sexually reproducing species, including humans, mitochondrial DNA, mtDNA, is inherited almost exclusively from the mother, not the father. This phenomenon is called maternal inheritance. The notion that only 40% of men reproduce mitochondria appears to be based on a misunderstanding of how mitochondria is inserted. Here's a breakdown of the science behind why males rarely, if ever, transmit their mitochondrial DNA. If it's based on mitochondrial DNA, I think there's going to be a little issue with it. Yo, Mark F, man, I was hoping to see you tonight, bro. Shout out to you, man. Almost no outside sources. This is just a lady explaining her feelings. That's what it appears to be. Man, Mark, you're gonna love the waiting to wed Reddit threads when I get there in a bit. Yeah, real quick, who is Ray Baumeister? I didn't even see if that was a Roy. I think Roy. Okay, that's a guy. Yeah, I don't know. Something's missing here. Let's see what's up with this. Human studies of mitochondrial biology demonstrate an overall lack of binary sex differences. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. We'll get back to the Charlie Kirk thing just because I don't want to put this down too far.
Somebody buy the cow if they get the milk for free, and it makes total sense. If men don't have the incentive to get the whole cow because they can go and get the milk for free.
You're going to hear that metaphor a lot when it comes to this waiting to wed subreddit. Why is he going to marry you if you already gave him the milk for free?
Discounted, then they're not going to put themselves in a position to purchase the whole cow. You get the point. Let's move on.
So if that's what the women need to do in order to make themselves worthy of dating,
Yes.
what do you think is the main thing men need to do to make themselves worthy?
The most attractive quality in a young man that young women can't ever articulate is self-control.
So how does this look in application?
A woman needs to be able to know that you can control your impulses when things get really crazy. They can't articulate it, but that's what they want. So for example, they want to be able, when you go on a date, can you control your mouth? Can you control your tongue? Can you control your eye? Are you going to cheat on her? Are you going to have a wandering eye? Are you going to get drunk every night? Are you going to kind of go into like a...
Man, I don't even know if that's true because it seems like women, for the most part, really are attracted to the guy that doesn't do all those things, and they're more likely to friend zone what he's talking about. I think he's trying to really come off like, you know, this makes you kind of like sort of badass, gentleman, deadly kind of guy. Like you're dangerous, but you got it under control. But it does kind of sound like, I don't know. I just don't buy how he's describing this.
Drug, abyss. Women can't always put that into words, but that differentiates a boy from a man. A boy is someone that has no self.
Women will freaking go after the guy doing the bad stuff, definitely.
So I would argue it's confidence and ambition. And if you have those qualities, I think everything else falls into place because you have to have self-control if you're going to be ambitious.
Sure.
To have a North Star
I
that
totally
you
agree. Confidence is true.
Look, women, I mean, they will typically say, well, just be confident. That's the most attractive thing you can do. You know what I mean? But it's like, there's a lot of neats out here with some self-control. You know what I mean? And I don't know if the women are going after them. I just don't buy it. I think it's just another way for him to kind of I guess, castigate men and say, well, you need to be doing this or you need to be doing that. You need to stop complaining.
Again, it's just, if you look at it though, you can be very confident, ambitious, but you could also then cheat on your wife.
He's describing the guy that gets friend zoned 10 out of 10 times. And it's just like this whole cheat on the wife thing. Like, I think there's more of a chance of her being attracted to the guy that can cheat on her. He's going to be like, well, yeah, but they don't want that. Yeah, but she's probably going to give him more chances than the guy that can't cheat on her. I don't know. Whatever.
Like 10 years later, right? So you have to be able to control your flesh. We as men have very different problems than women, right? Different temptations. As men, we have problems controlling.
And weirdly, I think he's kind of projecting more of a man's concern about his wife. Men are definitely concerned with their wife cheating on them, especially when it comes to things like paternity. Now, you know, I'm sure, you know, women don't want to be lied to or cheated on, of course, but coming from him talking about what women want, it just seems a little like he's just kind of thinking about what he wants in a woman.
Your flesh, that's why adult.
Like self-control. A woman needs to be able to know that a man, if it gets bad and this and that, and it's just like, no, I don't, you know, yeah, fine. I could get that, but something about this seems off.
Is literally in the 10 Commandments. You had to command an entire people not to cheat on their wives. It was easy. God would not have to command us not to do it. And so when men are dating, if you want to make yourself more attractive to a woman, first of all, like demonstrate self-control. And also women want to be taken care of. I know this is like super provocative.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Now, you know, no problem with taking care of a woman.
Your dowry, it's my right.
But there is a buy-in to that situation.
But like deep down, they want a man to be able to provide for them financially.
Should a man pay on the first date?
100%. Like, what kind of a wuss beta male is splitting the check? Like, who are you? Do you agree with me?
Listen, with Macy.
Okay, and this is the guy that's married.
Paid for the check.
Oh, he did pay for the check.
Yeah, on the first.
It's like, I'm just sorry. It's I would go into debt and like scrub dishes before a woman paid for it.
Let's see what's this.
What is this,
So
Jack?
didn't you go on a date like years ago, like a decade ago, with this woman whose mom gave you $20 to take her to the movie theater?
Yes. Yeah, I made money on that date, actually.
Oh, so there's a good financial deal for you.
Explain how you made money on a date.
That sounds different, though. That's not what we're talking about, though.
Yeah. Her mom gave her, and by the way, this was in high school.
Okay, so that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about like 24 years old, like serious dating, right?
I split the check quite a lot.
So I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you. You guys are great. That's incomprehensible to me. I think that's...
To me, I thought it was a great financial decision.
Okay, so from your prism, I totally get that. And like, you have really good financial discipline. I'm sorry, like I would be so humiliated if
I'm more with you.
I mean, it's like I find that to be like the greatest beta male like humiliation.
To save money?
To like the idea that...
You know what? Let's make a poll out of this. Hold on, let's see what he says. The idea
that a woman that you're trying to court. Now, if it's like a friend thing
as a first date, you don't even know if she's like...
The crazy thing, I'll tell you this, man. As far as first date goes, like for the most part, will do a coffee date. The only time I don't do that is if I'm like really in the mood to do something fun and I'm like, you know what? I feel like driving out somewhere and I've somehow got some woman on the line and we're going to meet up or something. Then I'm like kind of interested in actually eating something and, you know, that's different. But like for the most part, most first dates are coffee or something like that. And then, you know, second date will usually be like dinner, but whatever.
The quality is money.
To like the idea that a woman that you're trying to court. Now, if it's like a friend thing
as a first date, you don't even know if she's...
God, and he uses that word court. It's like, dude, like, you know, it's trying to sound traditional when it's like we don't live in a traditional world. He's never going to mention the D word, of course. You know what I mean? And it's like the chance that you're going out with some chick that you're courting from her family who doesn't work or have a job or live in her own place or is still living at home. I mean, I think that's pretty low if you're living in a big city. So it's just like, and I'll be honest, like most dinners, unless they've really insisted, I've paid for. That's just me. Like I've done that. And I'm not even saying that's a good thing. I just have, because I guess that's how I've been. But, you know, if they're working and stuff and all this, like there's a certain point where you have to be like, well, all right, you'll grab the next one or something. I don't know. And then when it comes to dating, and like dating can be a drag for guys, or they'll just ghost you. Once you go on enough dates and you pay for them and then you don't hear back from them, then you're just like, okay, let me make sure this is a coffee date before and see if this is where, if she's, if we actually like each other like that. So this whole like pay for everything in 2025, first of all, I don't think you should be going on dinner dates as a first date. That's stupid. But beyond that, it's just, if you're going to do dinner dates and you go through 6 dates and then you're not talking to them again and you've bought, it'll add up for the normal person. It will add up. I think so. I'd kick him in the D word. I've gotten actual results doing the exact opposite of what Charlie says, so he couldn't be more wrong. He's very wrong, especially about what makes women attracted to you. This whole self-control thing, and I could have, snuck a sneak peek or something, but I made sure not to, even though she had her cleavage out like that or some shit. Or I could have went in for the kiss, but I chose not to, because I have self-control. And oh my God, she went home and was like, oh, he could have kissed me, but he decided not to. He has so much self-control. It's probably not going to go that way. I'd kick him in the D word. That's funny. This isn't a Shakespeare times, man. WTF, exactly. We don't court anymore. This train has left the station at least 10 years ago. Yeah, honestly, even probably before that too. Courting. It's like, you're gonna sit here and seriously use the word courting and you're not saving a dowry for your daughter? Like, what are you talking about? The Kirk guy is just in arm's reach behind Galloway in the Just Man Up Olympic Marathon. Both are going for gold. He's so lame. Yeah, he's just describing a very different place. This works if the woman is traditional. Problem is most aren't now. That's what I'm saying. Like, most of us are in the swamp. I believe women are more prone to accept polygyny, so a high-status man is given a lot of forgiveness if he cheats on her. I think a lot of women would probably reluctantly have to agree with that. This isn't court like she's the prize with the 50 body count. Exactly. See, that's the other thing. And then it's like, this is what intrasexual dynamics Red Pill did well, is describing how all the stuff he's recommending diminishes attraction. It does not increase it. So, okay, I get it. He's talking about marriage to some extent, but it really is priming a guy to just be that kind of buzzer beater beta male, as, he kind of mentions beta in here, to sit here and just, catch a falling knife, so to speak, and then prime you for a Crowder style divorce. You know what I mean? Or something. Maybe Crowder's is different, but something, I don't know. It's just, he's being a little. Charlie lives in the 1950s. Yeah, this is very much 1950s. Self-control. Courting is one man approaching a woman for exclusive dating. Women don't do that. They want to date casually to keep options open. Try proper courting, won't go for it. It goes back into the humiliate. His idea of courting, I think, is more akin to the humiliation ritual that we saw earlier from Paul's tweet. Like, as of the first date, I mean, they won't court like that in the trad sense. Yeah, I mean, whatever could even be remotely considered courting today is nothing, I think, than what it was. All of this talk of courting is only applicable nowadays in elementary school, if then.
Doesn't
like
matter.
The qualities
it does
are worth,
not matter. I'm sorry.
I see.
By the way, that money you save is not worth the honor that you compromise.
The honor. Oh my God. Now he wants to talk about honor.
It is such a big deal.
It's a massive deal. I'm not trying to give it a hard time.
No,
I don't know.
But,
I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. No, in fairness, for your point with Macy, I paid for the whole first date.
Well, hold on. Why'd you do that one though?
I think I was at that point. I was at a level where like that felt like the right choice to make. But throughout my early 20s,
see, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, he was making some money and he had some more dollars in his pocket. At which I can get. You can look at it and you're just like, whatever. I'll just poop out $100 for this dinner. And that's that. But yeah, I mean, but if, Charlie Kirk wants people to be getting married early and all this kind of stuff, I don't know. I think he's imagining this very fairy tale, like you go on like 1 or 2 dates. The second date is a picnic. maybe, and the guy pays for everything, and because you're supposed to demonstrate that you're going to be a good provider. And women love providers. They're attracted to providers. That's who they want. And, you know, all this stuff, and then the woman just needs to be submissive and all these things. And then, you know, historically, no. I mean, there needed to be more than that.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Gonna white knight honor. Oh, yeah. That's some white knight honor if I've ever seen it. Everything about this is just like self-sacrifice yourself at any cost. That's just not the world anymore. Yeah, exactly. And it's just, unfortunately, like, that's not going to work. And that's why you got this whole manosphere thing, which has created a whole system of like covert tactics in order to get you laid, I guess you can say. And marriage is down the tubes. He had Nala as a headline speaker. He literally has no ground to stand on. It's just so ridiculous, honestly. Dorks laughing at other dorks is crazy. Charlie Kirk believes women are... yeah, Giovanni, that's a good one. Charlie Kirk believes women are the damsel needing to be saved. Yeah, and that's where I'll pay everything for you. Don't worry. Let me make sure you're emotionally okay. And, you know, make sure you're in a good mood all the time. And Cherish. The problem is, as most here noted, she slept with 50 people.
Because
you're right. Yeah, and that goes into him kind of headlining Nala, looks like.
Felt more serious with her?
That felt like the right choice to make. But throughout my early 20s...
Was it because you felt more...
So I wonder what he would say about if a woman's not a virgin. Obviously, he'd be like, that's bad. But I wonder if he would go so... Because he's making it seem like if you're a guy and you don't pay for everything, like, that's like, you're like a woman who did not wait for marriage. You know, I mean, you're never going to be able to live that one down.
Serious with her, or
I was also in a point where I was ready to be able to
financially.
Yes,
legit. I get that.
Early 20s, like
I still think
saving $5 here and there, I would do it. I would go to.
So you're manic with saving money.
I am.
Okay. See, and like this guy's not financially ready till he's like 29, 30 to feel better about paying for dates. And then it's like they want you to both be virgins before marriage. And it's like, okay, well then a guy's probably not going to be able to accomplish that. I mean, you know what I mean? All the way until 30, you're probably going to be dating somebody. So if you want people to be getting married early, you need more family involvement.
So I definitely actually see both points here. Me personally, I would never really let a woman pay for anything on the first date, but I'm also very careful about who I choose to take on a date. If I'm going to take them on a date, then they would have had to already have shown me some sort of feminine virtues. I mean, if it's some sort of like a modern woman, career babe, boss babe, then I wouldn't go near them in any sort of romantic capacity. So I always pay for the date. However, I can see a conceivable scenario where we go on the date, I've gotten my calculations a little bit wrong, and she tells me the whole time about how independent she is and how she doesn't need a man and how she's got this fantastic career, whatever, and makes all this money. And I have no interest in a second date and the bill comes and I choose to split it. I can see that happening. I mean, paying the bill and providing in that sense is a masculine virtue. And if you expect men to embody these masculine virtues,
providing is the masculine virtue,
then you must embody feminine virtues. And this is where I actually begin to understand Graham's point. Graham strikes me as the kind of guy that would go about processing the loss of his pet dog by making a spreadsheet. And although I'm making fun of him, that is actually a masculine virtue in itself. And he exists in a world of modern dating, and I don't know that much about him, but I don't think he's a traditionalist. He probably dates women who have their own career going on. I don't know anything about his wife, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that she would be somewhat of a modern woman. I can't imagine he's the kind of guy that would want a stay-at-home mother who's tending to the homestead.
Even this is like, you know, cosplay. And I think the only guys that are really doing that are either super rich, super religious, or something. Like when you look at these kind of Charlie Kirk style people, or you really, I mean, I guess you found a unicorn or something, whatever.
In a sundress, I could be wrong. I mean, he's probably the kind of guy that would want her to help out with the bills. A very modern sort of setup. So if you're
like most people, you're going to need that if you want to afford, you know, a home.
Dating a modern woman in the modern world, and you're not
and that's the thing too, especially when it's like the dowry conversation. Is the dowry coming back? No. I mean, probably not for a while, right? Most of these women are dowerless. And this is where it comes to holding them accountable in the sense of like, especially these waiting to wed women. It's like, okay, it's been 5 years. We've been going out for 5 years. Okay, you want to have the marriage conversation. Then you have the marriage conversation. All right, how much have you saved? Nothing? Well, what the hell are you talking about marriage for? Like, go figure that out first. I mean, you want to buy a house, you want to do all these things. You've saved no money. You're 28 years old. What have you done? Right? And that is a conversation that makes sense, in my opinion, in the modern world, especially if women are taking half the jobs for men. You're going to have to contribute something. And you know, maybe even you have a setup where it's like you and your wife have kids and she stays home for some amount of years, but the buy-in for that needs to be there. The buy-in into the house down payment at least needs to be there somewhat to demonstrate coherence, to demonstrate that they're serious about this kind of thing. So yeah, okay, whatever. You paid for the date or you didn't pay for the date. Like, I don't really care about this whole being hung up on paying for the date or not. In fact, I might pay for it, even if it sucks, because I would pay for the date just to smooth out everything and be like, okay, great. Everything is fine. And then now we never got to see each other again. And it was worth me just paying for her part of the date too. If it just, you know, you got to okey doke people sometimes in the sense of like, all right, yeah, this, you know what I mean? Instead of sitting there and being like, okay, well, I want you to pay for this and pay for that. Now, if you're going out with somebody for a while and she works and you work and it's just like, all right, you know, like then you guys can maybe figure out how to budget that better. Usually for like the early dates or whatever, I just kind of do it. And if it smoothes things over, though part of me does want to try, like I do want to try. I want to try that out and see how it happens, you know? And that I think will be interesting to report back on. So going on a date and being like, all right, well, there's my $50 and yeah, you'll go and take care of the rest of that, you know? And just see how it goes. So that'll be funny. Mr. Pitt, I saw you in there. Tradcons will never address the topic of high body count women. They'll either dismiss it as rare or look you straight in the face and tell you to wife up Bonnie Blue regardless of her track record. Yeah, or they'll put it back on you like choose better, or, you know, I know on the Christian side there seems to be the born again thing going on sometimes. Women are considered harlots according to biblical standards. Worse than a prostitute because she sleeps with men for free without cost. Ezekiel 16:31. I got to read that. It seems like they're tougher on the sluts than the actual prostitutes, huh? At least there's a square deal going on the Ezekiel 16:31. Jerusalem's adultery. Hopefully I got the right one. Yeah, 31. You erected your shrine at the head of every road and built your high place in every street. You were not like a harlot because you scorned payment. Ooh, that's a good one right there. Let's see some context. Oh, man. You are an adulterous wife who takes strangers instead of her husband. Men make payment to all harlots, but you made your payments to all your lovers and hired them to come to you from all around for your harlotry. You are the opposite of other women in your harlotry because no one solicited you to be a harlot. Oh, dang. In that you gave payment, but no payment was given you. Therefore, you are the opposite. Wow, that's an interesting verse right there. Correct, Mr. Pitt. This is why Tradcons need to be called out. Bottom line, Pandora's box cannot be closed, so you got to adjust accordingly. Yeah, I agree with you, Coffee. That's how I see things, too. That's exactly right, Shah. Thank you, sir. The last 3 dates I was on, my lady paid the bill. Nice. I feel so shamed about it. At least I got to drive her 993. Hey, did you end up going out with that? So you ended up actually going on dates with that Porsche woman. Man, I was wondering about that. Good, man. And I hope she pays for more of the dates going forward. I could see her buying you like a brand new like PlayStation 5 or something. Mr. Microphone Guy is... I do want to shout you out again, Klaus. This is some gold pillness right here. Mr. Microphone Guy is Australian, living in Australia, the gyno-crushing capital of the world. I hear it's very bad in Australia, though I wonder if it really is. Because it's bad in a lot of places, but I wonder. Only second to northeastern America. Got it. Well, yeah, there you go. If men adapt in a way society doesn't like, they'll try to shame us endlessly. Exactly. Women with higher body counts need to pay higher dowries. Absolutely. Yes.
Your dowry, it's my right.
That's the thing. So it's like if they're wanting to have the marriage conversation at 28, 29, and they've been doing something from 18 to 29, it's like, listen, I'm not going to sit here and get hung up about whether she's a virgin or not. Like me personally, I don't, whatever, you know what I mean? But it still needs to make sense for me somehow. And it's like, I'm sitting on what I've saved. I got my thing going on over here. I can pull the trigger on that and say, okay, let's put it into something serious. What do you have on your end? And if the answer is nothing, I thought you were just supposed to have everything. It's like, okay, well, that's not going to work. And it's like, and I can even get the man as provider, whatever, for the family. Maybe when you guys are nesting these kids, you know, up until they can wipe their own butts or whatever. And it's just like, but still there's a buy-in for that. And that's what the dowry originally served. So it's like, yeah, I mean, if you guys are going to go that way, but you know, most women have careers and they're making money. So it's like, at least save something and then go into this nesting period. But if you don't have that buy-in, then, you know, you're missing something fundamentally. That's fair, Shah. Pragmatic. Appreciate that. Sometimes you have to pay people to go away. Yes, very much so. I'm all about that. It's just better. And then it just leaves a quiet thing. I mean, I would go so far as to pretend to be hurt over somebody. Like, you might even want to play. I mean, listen, I don't want to give advice. This is probably bad. All I'm saying is it's, if you want to make them feel like they won, maybe it's better to make them feel like they won and got one on you. Like, oh no, I'm disappointed. And then like, that's it. That's the end of that chapter. You get to move on with your life. Everything's cool. And, you know, they don't want to come after you with the vengeance or something. And yeah, you just get to go on from there. Well, that's a given at this rate anyway. There is almost a cost, and they are trying to convince guys en masse that X women is equal to Y woman when the body counts are vastly different. Yeah, I mean, it does sound like Charlie Kirk, because well, he starts off like, well, you know, they need to do a better job of preserving their purity. And that was his kind of nod to that. But I think for the most part, you know, Tradicons are going to look over that. Especially if they make the right noises about wanting to be submissive or something. LL, that buzzer sound. Did that 993 have a real floor shifter or them lame steering wheel paddles? Just asking for a friend. I think it was an older 993. It was probably a true manual. I think, because I remember when you mentioned that, Klaus, there is always a cost. I'm actually interested in that 993 now too. Funny how on the one hand they use partner, but don't bring anything to the table. You can't be a 0% partner. That's a great freaking point right there, honestly. Plenty of pros work on retainer. Just make sure your needs are met, just saying. Oh, here we go. It was a 6-speed floor shifter. She knows about cars. Nice. Man, I'm so glad to hear that you guys went on a few dates. I was like really excited about that when you told that story. That's awesome, man. Shout out to you. And a big shout out to that 993. I hope that's what you're doing on the Autobahn with her car, by the way. I hope every time she comes to pick you up from your place, she gets up, sits in the passenger seat, and then you just drive the car. I mean, just for the heck of it.
A traditionalist and you want a modern lifestyle, and she wants to go to work and be equals in all of these different capacities, then why exactly do you have to play a traditional masculine role? I actually don't see any justification for that. And I think that...
Yeah, and if you're not going to give your daughter a dowry, then she's going to want to work.
Graham is perfectly justified in being pragmatic, looking at the modern dating market and splitting the bill. I mean, if you want a traditional man and if you want traditional virtues, then you have to be a traditional woman. And then this is where Charlie gets into simping territory.
Frugality is a virtue.
Yeah.
So we as Christians believe that there is an order of virtues, and above frugality is honor. And so
above frugality is honor. Does this sound familiar to any of you guys?
We as men must lead. We must provide. Under no circumstance ever should a man ever let a woman pay for a date, or you should split ever. No circumstance.
Even on the third, fourth, fifth.
What if it's the first date and you're just not into it?
That's what I mean. Yeah, because at a certain point too, like with your girlfriend. Now I'll be honest. Even with me in the past, I have paid for most of the stuff. I mean, I've had some offer to pay, some that even have every now and then. There's like one woman I know who will like very specifically want to pay her half, which I appreciate. But like as far as girlfriends, typically I paid for stuff. Yeah.
Okay, well, let me.
Period.
Well, let me. Okay, so
though honestly though, like if she's making good money or whatever, and it's like, you know, way down the line, and you guys are doing stuff, like at a certain point, it's probably best for her to pay.
What world are we living in?
Well, hold on a second. I agree with you. If I'm dating a girl, I would pay for everything.
Everything.
Yeah, everything. However, I could see for other people that might be in a different financial position, you know, you pay for 10 dates and then she's like, you know what, I want to treat you.
Well,
I think that's so sweet,
that's totally different. No, what we're talking about is like, oh, we're going to alternate. Like, well, what's your serious and she wants to take you out?
I'll be honest too, like if you're sleeping with a woman, I'm not saying you like owe some amount of money for that. But like there is, I don't know, like I'm trying to think about this. If you guys are both paying for stuff, whatever, but it's like the way people date nowadays, and like if you're dating to get laid or whatever, which again, gotta be careful, protect yourself at all times. You could step on a landmine, living life in the fast lane. But if you're doing that, then you know what I mean? It's like I think most guys or whatever probably just pay because it's like, all right, well, you guys are doing this together or whatever, and like you're not moved in together, then just to sort in the interest of just keeping it cool, you know what I'm saying? Then it's like you probably just pay for stuff, whatever. It's fine. I don't know. But now that like this whole conversation is coming up, like I want to date in the future of setting it off on the right, like the right or whatever, but just setting it off on the foot of like, no, you should pay for your own stuff and see how far like that works and see what happens and compare it to like prior dating experiences. And just like casually sneak it in there. Like, all right, cool. Well, there's my half. I will see you on the next one. And then, you know, she takes care of her half and just see what happens. It'll be a fun experiment. Tradcons believe born-again virgins, therefore all Christian women are considered spotless and pure brides. Ah, yes. Even after the spots. Annie says, your views on child marriage, please. Do you think women should be married before puberty? Like nowadays, it's impossible to find a woman without a history. Ancestors might have had the right idea. I don't think so. I think that's probably around puberty or right after that is where it was in the older times. The only time I think you'd really see child marriage like seriously happening is in the cases of extreme poverty. And there's a paper of some child marriages in Afghanistan that I read. And all those situations are typically they're going to starve to death pretty much. So they actually sell their daughter, which they should not do, but for money. But yeah, no, I think that's an easy one to say. There might have been betrothals before, but if it's before puberty, I would say even probably most ancient times, they would disagree with that. So I gather she has plenty experience handling. No, come on. That was funny. Murder of Crows. It is true. California notifies people on death row that they owe back child support. Oh God, that's actually very sad. Typically if they're in jail, if they're incarcerated, we do set child support. If you're going to be in jail for longer than 90 days, your child support amount gets modified to 0 because you don't have income. Now, the past arrears do stay there. And I don't know if the court will stop interest on it. It might, I can't remember. But typically you will owe what you owed while you were not in jail. I won't comment on that. The Bible suggests women's breasts need to be matured before marriage. That is usually by 16 or 17 years old. Bible doesn't go by puberty. That's interesting. I would assume that that's kind of the same with puberty. It's interesting that it's the woman's breast because it's like you can see from menstruation more clearly. Well, that's interesting. He is so quick to bring up honor, but what of the shame you bring upon your family marrying a single mom of 5? Yeah. Well, they're going to say you got more honor because you stepped up, my good sir. Blue jacket for the blue pill Charlie Kirk. This is all beta bucks, 0 alpha Fs. He says nothing about the guy being a G and shape attractive, nor the woman. Yeah. That is for Annie. Oh, got it. Is it honorable to raise another man's children? Oh, man. Well, something, listen. If the woman is a widow and the man died in war or something and she gets remarried, I mean, that is a thing. So I think there can be instances where it works, you know what I mean? Or it can be honorable, but in our culture, how it's sold, no, it's just like, you need to step up and do this, and then all of a sudden the stepdaughter is getting married and she wants her real dad to walk her down the aisle. You ever hear those nightmare stories? Use the mouthpiece and run game. You don't need to pay for nothing. She'll do it for free. Probably game dudes. Exactly. Yeah, until you step in a landmine. Shout out, Mr. Pitt. God forbid. God forbid. God forbid. Anyways, in the Talmud, there's passages that talk about child marriage from 3 to 12 years as not halakhical marriage. I mean, I think you could probably go find some examples of young marriage or this or that. There's betrothal, then there's the actual consummation of that. So that's interesting. That's fair. I just think his idea of honor is twisted. Yeah, no, I agree with you. It definitely is.
To something for a nice dinner. And you might, by the way, if you have the intent to marry, you're already like kind of blending finances. Like, I get that psychologically, but like if you're like, oh, we'll take turns. Like, oh, well,
This guy's talking about courting. Now he's talking about regular dating where it's like you're already blending finance and have the intent to marry. Well, I mean, listen, that's far away from courting.
Pay this time, I pay this time.
What's your advice to a girl who the guy she's currently seeing, he says that?
Oh, do not marry that man.
1 second.
If you're like, oh, we'll take turns. Like, oh, well, you pay this time, I pay this time.
What's your advice to a...
You know what? I'm going to have to try the taking turns method going forward here in the future, just because Charlie Kirk is...
Girl who the guy she's currently seeing, he says that.
Oh, do not marry that.
What's your advice to a girl who the guy she's currently seeing, he says that.
Oh, do not marry that man.
But here's the thing. I feel like they should always
break
offer.
Great.
But they should offer. They should pull out the credit card.
The woman? Of course not.
Just to offer.
No.
It's a nice gesture.
No, by the way, no. This is feminism. Feminism is that you...
I mean, the other side of this is that the women aren't working and they stay home all the time. And I mean, so like, yeah, then they wouldn't have any money in their pocket to pay with. Like, this all kind of rests on, does she have money or not? You know what I mean? And if she's working and has money, then it's like, there's nothing wrong with contributing something. Children still needs fathers. Yeah. Hey, Base, how you doing, man? Shout out to you. I think the real problem is that women don't treat stepdads like heroes. They're the ones who should venerate those men, not society. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, and unfortunately, they just get taken advantage of. I mean, a lot of times, and I applaud anybody who does that, especially taking care of orphans, essentially, or kids that don't have that support. It is a very noble, I guess you could say, thing to do. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of times, kind of in our situation, then all of a sudden you got another divorce and now you're the legal parent of this kid that wasn't yours and now you're paying child support. I used to see a lot of that in child support. I'd see like a mom with like 3 cases or I'd see a guy and she's getting divorced and she had a child from prior to the marriage. And then in the divorce decree, they made the stepdad actually the legal parent of that kid. So he's paying child support for all of them. And in that case, there is no genetic test because the court is like, no, that counts as a child of the marriage because, how long the kid lived there or something with that new guy. All kinds of stuff. Muhammad married his wife while she was 6 years old, but waited till she was 9 years old to have relations with her. So there's an interesting thing about that. Now, for the most part, if you're talking with Sunni Muslims, they're going to want to defend that and say that's true. If you actually look at the history of it, it's very shaky. It's very, very shaky. So interesting discussion there. I agree. It just seems to be expected, so they don't appreciate it at all. Yes. The white knighting here is off the charts. Jews believe the woman gets a say in who she marries at 12 and plus 1 day years old. So many fathers will marry their daughters under 12 in Jewish law. I'm assuming that's probably just betrothal if they do that. And then, you know, once they're mature, then the actual wedding happens. Yes, it is feminism. That's right. This is what they wanted / get. If they want it to go, they should get started on that. Yes. Let's not call noble to enabling lazy. Yes, I get what you mean. No, and I do agree with you on that. I mean, I'm not talking about just enabling some lazy hoe, but I mean like back in the day and like, you know, somebody becomes a widow with orphans. Now, this is probably where polygyny would help because then you take in a second wife and she has kids from her prior husband who's now passed on. You know, that I think that's an honorable thing to do, probably the right thing to do. To help take care of these, you know, the kids and all that. But yeah, if the dad's still out there and, you know, she left because she wasn't happy in the marriage and it's some no-fault divorce garbage and, you know, she's just getting max child support out of him and then you're supposed to come in and be like, I'm the real dad, I'm the good guy. See, I found a real man now. That hell no, like, no thank you. I'm out of that. That it's very much circumstantial for me, you know. Like, I just don't want to blanket say you should never do that. You know what I mean? And listen, you might be in a situation where I've seen you have 2 kids and maybe she has a couple kids and you guys have a blended family and maybe that works out for you. Like, I'm not against that. Whatever give kids a more stable home, I do want that for kids, you know, because foster care and things like that could be really tough for them. But I don't want men to be forced into that or to be compelled into that if that's not what they want. I don't disagree with Charlie about paying, but he makes it seem like all women qualify and most don't. Not even close. Yes, very true. Kirk must be a solid 250 pounds, 6'4" or 5 inches full of social clout and wealth. Who is he to have anything valid to say? Yeah, he's not. He's just not dealing with the game on the same level here. Precisely. For a woman that actually qualifies, I agree with Charlie, but 80% of women don't make the cut. I wonder if C. Kirk realizes, very true, Mr. Pitt, that this advice would hurt dating even more. Women will look towards men as a free meal when needed. Yeah, and that's exactly what happens. I mean, they do that all the time. It's like the foodie date or whatever. I really wonder what Charlie Kirk would say about the dowry system. Like, if we hit this guy with all the dowry knowledge we've discussed on this channel, we show him all the newspaper clippings, we sit him down, we tie him to a chair, we make him watch The Quiet Man, you know, all these other things, show him the history, show him the Pope giving out dowries. You know what I'm saying? I wonder what he would say about that. Like, would he be like, well, I have a daughter, you know, I should save a dowry for her. I get it. It is a very one-sided deal for these young guys. Yeah, this is probably the most economic pressure we've put on young men in history because prior young men have always had some kind of some seed money to at least get this household started, at least for more recent Western history. Do something guys pay child support to their multiple wives? Yeah. Yeah, typically it's all percentage based though. So like if you're again, there was a case with the guy I remember because we didn't just use this case because it was so legendary. We also showed this case to the new people because this case was so complex that like everything you needed to know to be a good caseworker was going to happen with this guy. So if one kid emancipated or another kid was born or custody or something happened, it would affect his like 14 other cases. So you had to be a very sharp caseworker to know how to work this guy's case because you weren't just working one case, you were working like 15 cases. But, you know, most of these cases, there was, God, and some of these cases had multiple kids on it. But yeah, he would pay child support for all of them, but it would be like this percentage amount. So it'd be like, this kid's getting $40, this kid's getting $12, and it would all come out of his check, which was a very like normal job. But yeah, he was going to be a lifer also, because he owed so much back pay too for like his earlier kids. And but yeah, they do pay child support to their multiple wives. Well, not multiple wives, I guess ex-wives. If they're still married and they're living in the same household, then, you know, there shouldn't be child support in that situation. Bay says, this is why I'm glad you have a channel. You point out why being a stepdad looks like some BS. Paying money for kids that aren't yours and you have no right to. It really looks silly, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the problem. And then it's like, you know, you don't have... She could just up and leave too, and then you're just child support guy number 2. That was the part that really got to me when I worked at child support. I always felt I hated seeing like a young, fresh-faced guy who was not married or had no past marriage or anything, and suddenly I'm talking to this guy across from me, the table, and I'm opening up his case, and when I add the mom to the case, the mom's already known to the system. And this guy is now her case number. It's his first child support case. It's her third child support case. So somehow this guy found a single mom. They were probably going out and living together for just long enough to have a kid. And then kid's 6 months old or whatever, she leaves. This guy's now learning about the system and he's paying child support. So now this lady has 3 cases. She's getting 3 separate child support orders from 3 separate guys. And this dude, who could have ostensibly found a lot better of a prospect to start a family, is now just wound up in this hurricane of chaos. It's just like, dang, man. You know, that's something I wanted to shout out from the rooftops. That is correct. Thank you, sir. Foodie calls. It's already happening. Using guys for meals isn't uncommon. Yes, and I can definitely say that's happened to me before. I can definitely admit and say it. I just kind of chalk it up to the game. That's just what it is. It always feels like gambling. It always is a little bit of a gamble to me. Like, it feels like gambling. And sometimes I'll be like, this doesn't seem like it, but I will do it anyways to gamble it. And sometimes you will hit the big score. You know, you will get a little jackpot there, but you know, sometimes you won't. So that's just how it goes. This is Shah. I think it's important to recognize the modern welfare child support system. Maybe in the past it made more sense, but it seems a raw deal to settle down with single mom these days. That's very true. That's very true. And because of some of this, like that last scenario I just described, absolutely it is. So, you know, and in that case too, like if you're going to, you want to look at those factors. Like, okay, you know, she wasn't before, she had this kid prior. Now she's a nurse. She makes 10 to 15 grand a month. She, you know, does she receive child support from the other guy? Or do we not know who the dad is? Does she want you to pay for this kid for everything? Is that guy in her life? Do they have a custody order? If it seems like it's working out, maybe that's something you can do. I don't know. Like, so yeah, for the most part, like it's probably best to err on your side and be cautious. On the other end, it's like you can look at it and say, okay, maybe this is worth doing. But yeah, I mean, given the system we're in and the neutered marriage contract that we have anyways, it's mostly a bad idea. And by mostly, yes, it's pretty much a bad idea, unfortunately. Murder of Crows, top 10 percenters usually give advice to the lower 90% about stepping up, but they are still married. And before the age of 3, according to the Talmud, the adult don't need to be responsible for the kid because the hymen regrows so she can still be betrothed. Oh my, I'm going to have to look at some of this stuff myself. I agree. It probably makes more sense if you already have kids to get with a single mother. Yeah, I've seen that. Like, listen, if I had a kid and, you know, suddenly the mom left to Vegas to go pursue her dreams of becoming an escort or something, and I'm left with this kid, and I don't know, maybe I meet somebody else, and you know, I might be like, all right, well, yeah, there's one kid there, whatever, you know, like, has this person at least become responsible? I'm not selling this to anybody. I'm just telling you, again, I live in the swamp. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, maybe. All I'm saying is I'm open for negotiation. Now, right now, with my situation now, ideally, I would probably avoid that. Speaking from experience, stepdad fantasies never work out, bro. Steer clear of single moms with a wide berth and do not look back ever. Or a smoother transition, at least one could say. Foodie calls are already a thing girls are doing. Look it up on YouTube or TikTok when you have the time. The definition of what a real man is conveniently always to the benefit of woman. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Nurse, I know that sounds surprising. Well, the nurse is going to cheat on you. Well, if that happens and she's got good income, you might get some alimony out of it. So, I have that in my mind because I've seen so many people's paychecks. I've seen so many people's income information in the child support system. That job starts off with you asking people how much they make and already knowing how much they make because I can see it on the computer screen in front of me, but they don't know that. You know what I mean? So I've seen so many orders and I've seen so many cases that I'm like, man, if I have to go through this process, this is who I'd rather have to deal with it from. Swamp Life. Take the swamp. You know, I do have Shrek on DVD. I'm going to watch that on my CRT TV soon. Hi, Shah, everyone. Hey, Elena, welcome in. Shout out to you. Shout out. All right, let's get back to this. Hey, this is pretty good. We made it 3 hours. We're not done with this. And we still have the Reddit threads.
You have to be this like self-independent. This is a nice gesture. It's you trying to be like egalitarian. No, you as women should want to be provided for. In fact, you should have an expectation.
How long has he been married for? I don't want him to be Crowdered. It's not good to wish for people. I do want, but we saw what happened with Crowder and he did all that. But this guy's like super conservative, So is he married or what? What's this guy's deal? Political position, climate change, school board activism. He's okay. So he was married in 2021. So he's been married for 4 years and he's got 2 kids. He's probably working on more kids, given that he's advises men to have more kids than you could afford. I don't know why. I was assuming he's been married for like over a decade, but whatever.
That you as a woman are so important and so critical and so necessary.
Oh my God. Yeah, this is the big simping coming in.
And beautiful that it shouldn't even be a question that if you're in a date, now if it's a business lunch or like friend zone stuff.
Okay, yeah. That's pointless. We get
50-50. We're not talking about that, right? Like it's all of a sudden you're like, hey, I want to buy insurance or like, you're going to.
Yo, check out how high these pants are. Dang, like look at that. I mean, they're probably like pulled up a little bit. Look at how much sock to shoe gap there is right here. That is insane.
I want to go do business. It's totally different. I still think the man should pay, but that's that.
But see, to me, when I was dating, it would be a huge turnoff if the check comes and she just looks at it and then looks at me and looks at the check.
I totally disagree.
See, yeah, I mean, again, I'm gonna have to say, going to dinner on first date is just something. Now you could probably get that same feeling on a second date. It really depends too, especially like if she's sitting there talking a big game about her work and this and that, I don't know. I typically pay for it, but I'm going to try not doing that. So going forward in the future, we're going to try something different.
I at least want to see like I'm reaching for something and I'm like, don't worry.
I want a woman that wants to be led by a man. I don't want a woman that's all of a sudden going to be competing financially in a marriage. I don't want a woman that's going to be like, questioning financial decisions.
I mean, he wants a woman that's not going to work and that's going to want to stay home and do the whole TradCon cosplay. Most guys, both people are going to have to work.
A woman that's going to be like, all of a sudden, the man is the leader of the household. The man is the leader of all the financial decisions. The man should be the primary provider.
Financial decisions.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Again, there's exception to this. That's all. Oh, Charlie, you're so sexist. Sorry, it worked for 2,000 years.
Worked for 2,000 years? Hold on a second. What about this from 1,500 years ago?
What's the dowry situation?
Exactly.
Let's get down to brass tacks here.
Or what about this?
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
I mean, they were doing dowries in ancient Athens. You know what I mean? It worked for 2,000 years. They always forget that part.
And it should work again. And by the way, what we're doing right now is not working. Let me just repeat again. This is not working. and I'm not trying to like bash you. Like, this is fun. It's in really good
No,
spirit,
I love the
right?
banter.
No, it's great. But like this idea, if a woman on a date were to pull out a credit card to go pay for something.
It's funny, you know, I think Emil Space was in here earlier, but he talks a lot about how dating is, it just doesn't work. You know, and dating is relatively new, and especially things based off the love match and cold approaching and all that kind of stuff. It's like he talks about what worked for 2,000 years and then goes right back into dating, which is like relatively recent. I mean, we saw that with the Paul Elam quote, literally right now, right? And oh gosh, yeah, here it is. You know, about 150 years ago, we started in earnest to encourage young people who don't know each other to get married and start a family based on temporary flood of neurochemicals in the brain. Now look at us. But, you know, for the most part, love match dating, right? So it's like he doesn't understand that he's hopping in and out of like these two separate squares. And he's kind of in his understanding is just like a hodgepodge of these two things that he thinks is traditional.
Like I would be like, oh, so you're like one of those boss babes.
No, that's not what that's saying, though.
That is
completely
such a
missing.
Catastrophic turnoff.
I think no.
Right now, Charlie Kirk he's pretty much cosplaying a quote unquote real man, an alpha. You know what I'm saying? Like Charlie Kirk is this guy. You know that cowboy guy everybody likes with the big beard is like a man. And then I'd tell him to go home and pull out my shotgun and say, no, you can't date my daughter. Like he's just trying to cosplay.
I think if I'm on a date and she reaches for it, like I just think, oh, that's really nice. You're trying to be kind here. You're trying to alleviate what you perceive to be a financial burden on me.
That's a generous interpretation.
And but
bringing
obviously
something to the table.
Yeah, and so
like,
I think
women are not bringing money to the table. They're bringing something else.
No, they're bringing something.
Your dowry, it's my right.
That's what they need to bring something, especially if you're having this conversation at age 29.
A nice gesture.
I agree with Graham. I think it's a nice gesture. However, I agree with you. I think the guy should pay.
I think the woman going into that should have an expectation that the man takes care of.
So I have to agree with Graham and Jack here, unfortunately. I mean, I would like to agree with Charlie and say that we live in some sort of a perfectly harmonious dating landscape, but that is just not the reality. Women should absolutely not just expect men to act traditionally and to pay for everything just because they're a woman and they exist. Even though they're a feminist boss babe who's slept with heaps of different men, goes on girls' trips to Cancun and doesn't need no man. Hell to the no. If you want to be a modern woman, you can expect modern treatment. Imagine if I was here, fat and lazy, living in my mother's basement with no job and no direction in life, but I was saying, hey, listen, just because I'm a man and I exist, beautiful, virtuous, virgin women should submit to my authority and do my laundry. It just doesn't really work that way. Now, let's finish it off.
But should she be grateful if the guy takes
100%?
Oh, okay. Because
it should be immense gratitude. No. The woman should be. You know what she should say? She's like, "Thank you so much for doing that."
That's what happens though on a foodie call. Like, thank you so much. I had a great time, and then you'll never see him again, and you'll be like, "Wow, they acknowledged me paying for the food."
Not having to put this unnecessary pressure on me because you've just freed me. That's what women...
You just freed me. Man, this guy is trying to convince guys to put on shackles, and he's calling it freedom.
What, by the way?
Freed me?
100%.
I would say to run.
No.
For like what? Number two at Red Robin?
Do you know
because you just freed me for buying me dinner? That's so funny. I got to hear that again. Yeah, for a number 2 at Red Robin's.
On me? Because you have just gratitude. No. The woman should be... You know what she should say? She's like, thank you so much for doing that and not having to put this unnecessary pressure on me because you've just freed me. That's what women want, by the way.
Oh my God, that's what women want. Oh my God, this is crazy.
Yeah, I would say to run.
No.
For like what? Number 2 at Red Robin?
Do you know how many women are secretly miserable that they have to be as financially successful as men? A lot. Like a lot. It drives them insane. Deep down, a lot of women want to be mothers. They want to be wives.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, not every woman, by the way. If you want to go be a boss babe, go do that. Like it's a free society. There's a lot of great people to do that. But generally, we have overcorrected.
See, and it's just like it's a free society. It's like do that. It's okay.
Okay, we have a lot of women.
It's interesting that he calls it overcorrected. He's going to talk about what works for 2,000 years, but he's kind of saying that a correction needed to happen, and it's overcorrected. So is he like pro some feminism.
But if you want to go be a boss babe, go do that. Like, it's a free society. There's a lot of great people to do that.
See, and then there's this other question about freedom and how freedom and this ideal of freedom interfaces with all of this stuff, especially with traditional living.
But generally, we have overcorrected, okay? We have a lot of women that deep down want to go be moms. And
we've overcorrected. So he's trying to play both sides of the field a little bit.
Love to have their man come in and just grab the check. Be like, no, I got it. And by the way, you know what they see that as a signal? It's going to be okay.
Oh my God, it's going to be okay. It's just so bad out here. And then this guy bought me Red Robins and now everything's going to be okay. You remember there was that girl that was like, oh, I felt the feminism go out of me when he left his card on the table. Ben Hart's daughter, the one Matt Walsh reacted to. And then there was that whole thing about, you know, how much child support her dad paid. It was a wild thing on the internet. And it was like, she said all that and the tradcons loved it. But it's like, did she end up staying with that guy or marrying that guy? No, not at all. She just enjoyed it for the time being. Like that's, I'm pretty sure she did not stick with that more conservative guy. And she's just off doing her own thing, you know? Man, these tradcons sound like a cult. Absolutely. I believe his wife married him at like 31 and she did modeling or something. Okay, that's interesting. Biogynocentrism 101. Random pant check. Oh yeah, it just looked a little weird. Just the way he's describing that is disgusting. Oh, well, I'm surprised to hear he wants a woman based on his fashion and the way he crosses his legs. Oh my gosh. Are you guys implying he is cosplaying as straight? Kirk probably been emasculated by his wife already. Ah, man. Yeah, I mean, if it ever... I guess, 4 years isn't a long marriage. I don't know. We'll see. God willing. I'm not going to sit here and say I want to see his downfall, but, you know, it's not like it hasn't happened before, but who knows? We'll see. But God forbid. Coffee and Troyer, this all hinging upon finding an actual traditional woman, which essentially don't exist in the West anymore. This advice is so terrible. It is, yeah. I think it's fundamentally changed too. So what is real actionable advice considering the facts I just mentioned? That's what guys need to hear. I think expecting some kind of a financial contribution from their side is more reasonable. Now, listen, does this have to be on the first date or the second date? No. But to be honest, to me, dinner and all this kind of stuff is just, that's pennies. Like, yeah, it can be significant. And if you keep on wasting money on women, like, it'll add up. But if you're going out with someone for a while and it's just like, well, at a certain point, the conversation is going to come up of where's this going? Don't you want to settle down someday? That's when you need to have a conversation about, okay, what, like, if that happens with me, it's just like, all right, let's have the discussion. And I'll be like, I want you to bring me your credit report and I'll show you my credit. If you show me yours, I'll show you mine. Okay. And I'm going to sit there and I'm going to look at that and be like, how much money does this lady owe? Does this woman owe? You know what I mean? Like, what am I dealing with here? Because if you can't even demonstrate responsibility in that way, first of all, and it's just like, okay, if we're going to be getting married, we're going to be combining finances. And then the other question is going to be like, how do you see marriage? You know, like, what do you envision? She's going to be like a house and 2 kids. And it's like, okay, a house and 2 kids. So $500,000 at the minimum for a house to house these 2 kids. And then 2 kids, about $250,000 each from 0 to 17. So, and I will tell her about that and be like, okay, so we're embarking on a $1 million enterprise. How are we going to finance that? And if her answer is I have 70 grand worth of debt and a crap credit score and a pretty minimal or normal income and you're going to pay for everything, then I'm just going to be like, baby, we can keep going out, but the marriage thing ain't on the table right now. So I'm going to need you to get on the phone with grandma. I'm going to need you to ask grandma, I want to get married. Do you have anything you can help me with my marriage with? Okay. We're going to give you a chance. You're going to call grandma. You're going to call grandpa. You're going to call your mom and dad. Mom and dad's going to call around the whole family and they're going to say, hey, does anybody have anything to contribute to my daughter's wedding? We're trying to put together one of these.
Your dowry. It's my right.
And if her family can't even figure it out for her, then it's just going to be like, listen, I'm sorry, honey, but marriage, you want marriage, but it looks like you haven't been thinking about marriage until just recently. So, baby, that ain't going to work. It's safe to assume they don't exist anywhere. I have to compliment him to still fit into his confirmation suit. That's a good one. Well, I don't think it's a debate. So say they are less abundant than in the past. Yeah. Senator, you guys are funny tonight. His wife was literally Miss Arizona. Traditional my arse. Okay, there you go. Theodore R. Chavez Neuroscience. There is a nice name there. Shout out to you, sir. A bro has no top teeth. Freed me from the content of my wallet. Exactly. Yeah. Freed her from having to figure out how to pay for her own dinner. Huh? So much Adderall. Even if they are secretly miserable, if they can't break out of that, the facts on the ground are they are still behaving this way, even if they deep down don't want to. Yeah, I think they just want to do what they want all the time. And then, you know, they want to do all the short-term fun stuff. And then sometimes when you look at somebody who has a nice long-term deal, they're like, I want that too. And those two things are very hard to have together. So I don't know. I mean, maybe if you're like, got a fantastic polyamorous thing going on, then that, I mean, maybe, but I don't know. There seems to be a lot of chaos there as well sometimes. So I don't know. Doesn't change the facts on the ground. Where can I get some Adderall? Charlie Kirk represents a brand of political commentary that thrives more on provocation and partnership than on thoughtful analysis or genuine discourse. Yeah, I think he might be doubling down on what makes him go viral. Like, he had that thing on Twitter where he basically castigated the men and was like, men need to do better. Your wife should not have to pay for anything or ever think about any. Before you buy yourself a video game, you better buy her everything, you know, for her or whatever. And maybe he realizes that that kind of talk makes him go viral. So I can see it being a feedback loop where now he's doubling down on this, you know, speak down on men in that way. We'll see. I'm sticking around to see if the chatty guy on Kirky's right will step up, call him on his Galloway-esque bullshit. Such a great show, Shah. I'll have to rewatch it from the beginning. Can't stay long today. Take care, everyone. See you next time. Hey, no worries, Lena. Thanks for coming in and saying hello. Hope you all and Plutarch and the gang are doing well. Shout out to the Resurgence folks. Kyle Wells says, I'm convinced that somewhere in the United States, there's a small mason jar underneath the kitchen sink that contains the testicles of Charlie Kirk. I didn't know where you were going with that. And every man employed by the Daily Wire. Oh, my gosh. Shout out, Kyle Wells. Good to see you in here, man. Okay, his wife is also an entrepreneur. Such rubbish. She herself is a boss babe. Wow. Donald, thanks for doing the research on that, man, honestly. Of course she is. Of course she is. What else is new? Thank you for pointing out that it was Ben Hart's Wayward Girl. Yeah, it was Ben Hart's. And it was like, yeah, it was like that blonde girl. And she's like, oh my God, I just felt the feminism go away from me. But it's like, man, 2 months later, she's like, oh yeah, I'm, you know, thinking about going both ways now, if you know what I mean. And I think I saw a video of her mentioning that. It's so crazy. Like, it got to the point where Ben Hart literally wrote her out of his will. Like, at a certain point, he was like, she is being so disrespectful. As a daughter to me, I have no other choice but to write her. Like, her quest for internet clout got her to be written out of this guy's will. And if I watched his videos, and he even responded to a comment of mine. Shout out to Ben Hart. Or hearted it or something. That is not the guy whose will you want to be written out of. This guy looks so meticulous about his investments. Man, only that guy could provide his daughter with a dowry big enough to get somebody to marry her. Honestly. I even said it back when I reacted to stuff. Like, that guy would be such a cool father-in-law to have, but you'd have to put up with his daughter. So it's like, it's always, I don't know, man. Sometimes it seems like it's the guys that would be like the coolest father-in-laws that have the most like just out of whack daughters. Charlie I mean, I guess I can get why if they're kind of enabled, but seems like a cool dude. Charlie oversimplifies complex issues into reactionary sound bites designed to provoke outrage. I just had a funny thought. It's almost like modern dating has destroyed our right to having a good father-in-law in our lives. And it's like, even if we're not getting married, we should just go find who would have been our father-in-law and just hang out with that guy and just go fishing and hunting and just do all the stuff that, like, I guess husbands do with their father-in-laws that they didn't get the chance to do because, you know, the daughters are so out of whack. We should just make that a thing. Charlie oversimplifies complex issues into reactionary. And then you and the father-in-law can just kind of like, I don't know, just talk about like the issues out there. He could be like, yeah, I was disappointed my daughter did that. And be like, yeah, reminds me of a girlfriend I had. Charlie oversimplifies complex issues into reactionary sound bites designed to provoke outrage. Yes, he does. I think a lot of the big influencers are very good at that skill. After the Crowder situation, they still promote this garbage. It's unreal. Very much so. Kirk's wife is 5 years older and married at 33. No way. 33 years old after getting pumped and dumped by Chad and Tyra. Is she really 5 years older than him? Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just curious. To which my reaction probably betrayed a sense of, let me see, Charlie Kirk wife. Huh. But what about her age, though? Where does that say that? I'm going to have to find a source for that. Gonna have to find a source. Charlie, this is just a funny tweet. I don't even know if this is real or not. Trump ally Charlie Kirk trashes women over 30, says they're not at their prime. This person said Charlie Kirk married his wife when she was 32 just 3 years ago, and he was born in 1993. Wonder how Erica feels about that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, he's 31 now. So this tweet was in 2024, and that's 4 years later. So she's probably like hitting 36. I mean, that was possibly an IVF situation too. I don't know. I mean, it could be, you know. Okay, here's an article. I don't know if Matus News is that respectable, but Charlie Kirk, women in their early 30s, not at their prime, not as attractive. Kirk's wife, Erica, is 35 years old. Speaking at one of his TPUSA faith events, this time at Fervent Church in Las Vegas, Charlie Kirk ranted against women making career choices and not getting married early. The Trump ally and author of the MAGA Doctrine said that women in their early 30s are not in their prime and not as attractive in the dating pool. How does a guy as manly and honorable and rich as this guy marry a woman not in her prime?
We basically told a great...
Oh, shoot. All right, Charlie, what did you say, buddy?
We basically told a great generation of young women, don't get married, don't have kids, go get a corporate job, and it's created mass political hysteria. And then in their early 30s, they get really upset because they say, you know, the boys don't want to date me.
By the way, this still feels like it was grafted from Manosphere talking points. I'm just putting it out there just to say, right? Like this is still part of the TradCon hijacking. It's like, well, we better speak their language to them to get them on our side.
Anymore because they're not at their prime, and people get mad when I say that. Well, it's just true. If you're in your early 30s, I'm sorry, it's like you're not as attractive in the dating pool as you were in the early 20s. But again, you have your corporate job and cats, so I thought you know.
Okay, there you go. All right. Well, there's the lady in question. Yeah, Miss Sarah. All right. Yeah, there you go. I immediately think of a thick Southern accent. How y'all doing today? Okay, Miss Arizona, now 35. According to Kirk's logic, his own wife and mother of his child is less attractive than she used to be and no longer in her prime. If you're in your early 30s, hold on a second, I got to do something. Just a second. Where the hell was this? No. Yeah, I don't know. It makes sense though. I mean, he seems to be following the same script. You know what I mean? So it sounds like that was kind of a buzzer beater marriage on his own, which is just kind of sad. So anyways, well, we'll finish that out. We'll finish that out. Oops.
When the bullets start firing and there's chaos and things start falling apart, this man is going to protect the family. Boom. Throw
Wallet on the
credit card.
table.
Wallet on the table. No, even better.
Man, this is the same thing as like that big talk of like, if it was me, I would have did this and I would have did that and I would have punched him square in his face. Or yeah, if our country's ever attacked and I'm gonna go willingly and be a good soldier. And listen, it just sounds like big talk. It's like nobody knows what they're gonna do when the moment comes. Like when the draft comes, we're all gonna find out who really is about it or not. You know what I mean? And this is like, well, if they come and then she's got to know. And the fact that he paid for dinner shows that.
No. Paying 26% interest on that.
It's got to be even more alpha. You go to the waiter before the meal and you just give them the credit card. It's not even a conversation. It's paid for. It's done.
Oh, brother, a Tradcon MILF hunter. Born 1988. He's born 1993.
Like you don't even allow it to be a thing that is introduced there.
I would agree with that.
I agree with that
full
too.
alpha is like you go straight.
Oh my God, full alpha. Now he's gonna talk about alpha. Oh, see, yeah, alpha and beta, man. Oh God.
Up where you are like smooth move, and the girl is so stunned, and she'll be like, "Oh, don't we have to be like, no, I got it. It's done." Boom. Are you kidding? From a woman's perspective, they'll be like, that's the most attractive thing ever.
So that is an alpha move. I can agree with Charlie about that. And what he's saying here is in large part true. Women do want to be provided for. They do want a leader. They do want to be a mother. They do want to be protected.
Yo, marriage causes divorce. While you're here, now you're one of our brothers, but I do got to ask you about something. If you're still here. Is this you, man? I thought you were with us, man. I thought you were one of the guys, bro. This is when Rollo was asked about the gold pill. In our very own Marriage Causes Divorce, gold pill is BS. Gold pill is a load of nonsense. Why marriage causes divorce? I loved you, Anakin. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. Why? Why would you do that to us, man? Gold pill is BS. Come on, man. Gold pill is also known as low IQ pill. Man, you're breaking my heart over here. You're breaking my heart. Marriage causes divorce. I don't understand it. That's fine, man. Listen. I'm okay with that, but it's like, dang, low IQ pill. Low IQ pill. Did you have to throw us all under the bus this hard, man? Did you have to? The nonsense pill? I don't know. Why, man? We loved you, Anakin. We loved you. Let me see. Where's my Star Wars meme? We loved you, Anakin image. This is how I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I loved you, Anakin. Listen, a lot of people don't agree. I get it. Like Raymond, Thoughts in Mind, he's not about it. You know what I'm saying? And I totally get that. But it's like, come on, man, you're gonna be in Rollo's chat throwing this in there. At least let us have the conversation with them. You know, I get that it's a new thing, but damn, it's BS. You know what I'm saying? I had to ask you. You know what I mean? That's a different, okay. If it's a different guy, then you did not join the Sith. I still love you. Everything's fine. I mean, listen, man, we're all guys. It's all right. That must be a different one. Okay. All right. No, it's all good. Sorry. I got scared, bro. I saw that and I was like, our marriage causes divorce? Fuck, man. Why? Why does it have to be this way? Damn it. Imposter syndrome, it seems. Okay. Beautiful. Nah, man, you a legend. I'm sorry. See, this is why I'm glad that I was able to think a bit. I was able to have self-control like Charlie Kirk had, you know, because Charlie Kirk says the most attractive thing in a man is self-control. And I'm like, I'm not going to just ban marriage causes divorce. I got to ask him about it at least. I got to let a man describe it. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, I feel a lot better. I feel better, man. Different username in the screenshots. All right, big shout out to you. Let me just put that on there. Different marriage causes divorce. Imposter syndrome, it seems. LOL. Oh, yeah, I think the most confusing thing was just that it's the same color of you guys have the same color profile picture. So I was like, what the f***'s going on here? You know? Got it. Okay, yeah, beautiful. You could see why I thought that, though. You see why I thought that. But because of Charlie Kirk's teachings, I exercised self-control, okay? And I was, because, like, part of me was like, damn, man. Like, I get it if you don't like it, but, like, being in here, damn, you know? But, okay, no, we good, man. Shout out to Marriage Causes Divorce. We loved you, Anakin. Okay, different usernames. I suspect the proverbial shotgun was pointed at Kirk by Miss Arizona. Bow wow. Yeah, he went in there and he paid for the first date. Our MCD. You know what's so funny too? Like he's talking about how, because in the beginning of this thing, he was talking about how a woman is delusional if she wants this like 6 foot tall guy with the square jaw. But it's funny because it's like he wanted to marry a model. Literally a model person like Miss Arizona. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, why don't you find a more humble woman in terms of beauty who's going to be submissive and have all these kids? And then if he's talking about, you know, wanting to have many kids, it probably would make sense for him to marry a younger woman or whatever. Self-control and metrosexual pants. Yeah, exactly. So marriage didn't betray us. No, marriage is legit. Shout out to marriage. It was a different guy. So it's a different username in there. Also, our MCD spaces between words in his name. He could be lying. Username suspicious. Username is suspicious about the username claim. But hey, man, he's in here and he's with us and he's telling us this, and we're not going to call marriage causes divorce a liar. I don't want to do that. So I believe you. We're just going to take a deep breath. Marriage causes divorce. Our beloved MCD, who's been with us for so long. Anyways, let's just finish this out and see the comments, and then we're going to get to the Reddit threads from Waiting to Wed.
And all of these sorts of things. But the very key part that he's not addressing, what he isn't addressing is that they want all these masculine virtues, but they won't embody any of the feminine virtues themselves. They don't want to be a homemaker. They don't want to be a wife. They don't want to submit to their husband and his authority and his leadership and trust all of his decisions. And unfortunately, one cannot have their cake and eat it too. Just not the way that things work. Anyway.
Okay, there we go.
These guys.
Let me just have him unblink his eyes, and then let's go ahead and look at the comments. Shout out to him for so graciously allowing us to react to his video there. Yeah, MCD, join the Discord, man. Women aren't complaining about men in general. They're complaining about a ridiculously small subset of highly attractive men. Men in general are complaining about women in general. This difference means men and women aren't even having the same conversation. That's an interesting comment right there. I'll thumbs it up. Charlie never talks about the duties women have. I don't know if I'm entirely with this, but I get where he's coming from. Charlie never talks about the duties women have towards men. He only talks about the duties men have towards women. Keep in mind, Crowder was the same way before he was red-pilled. Yeah. I don't even know if Crowder's fully red-pilled, but, you know. Whenever my friend takes out girls on dates for drinks, he asks her a simple question. Hey, do you have a rule that you never sleep with guys on the first date? She usually says, yes, I do, for which my friend replies, cool, I have a rule that I never pay full on the first date, so we need to split this bill. That's kind of a funny way to say that. He tells me the reaction from girls being stunned is always priceless. Modern women do not deserve traditional treatment. That's funny. That's pretty bold right there. I would say that's pretty bold. Kyle Wells says it appears that Charlie is trying to prove that he figuratively wears the pants. Yeah, he wears the pants so hard that they're like almost up to his kneecaps, this guy. His pants, by literally wearing his wife's pants. That's a good one. Doesn't PragerU pay enough to get proper inseam length? I got to go back up here and look at this again. It was very strange. Look at these. Look at these. What is going on here? Those are pretty high up. Like, maybe it was just the way he sat down and it like really dragged the pant up. Did he have his legs crossed the whole time? Damn it. I think he did. That might be part of it too, is the leg cross. I'm trying to be real charitable with him about these pants. I'm surprised his sock actually went high enough to not show his leg. It's almost like he was expecting it to be this high, which makes me even more suspicious. All right. I'll stop picking on him. Remember the old adage, Shah, do as I say, not as I do. Exactly. That's exactly what that is. It's a good one. Yeah, Kirk is an average trad guy. All right. Offering traditional behaviors for non-traditional women is simping. Very true. Yeah, Charlie saying to pay everything completely at all stages of life and relationship is actually the dumbest advice one could ever pass on. I mean, I already want to upvote this from the beginning. Here's what I will say. If she has affordable taste that meets the moment appropriately, obviously that is different. But if you're a woman who needs more than what I can reasonably provide, you should leave or contribute. A man should be able to afford a reasonable woman. Today's women can't admit they took the wrong route, inappropriately inflating their financial expectations. Completely pointless to listen to several multimillionaires tell everyone what they should and shouldn't be doing on a date. Charlie calling others feminists is like Biden calling someone senile. Oh, gosh. 1 second. I'm just going to let my cat in because she might derail the stream for a second, but, you know, I was gone for like a week in Canada, so she's a little... Sorry about that, legends. All right. I do want to look at the comment section for the original video and not just this guy's reaction and see if anybody commented on it. Charlie is extremely feminist. You know his wife is older than him. Uh-oh. She had a beauty career before marriage. Charlie is the weak man with the right positions but doesn't practice the true intentions of his words. Uh-oh. No, it wasn't only for husbands. It was for both sexes. Charlie reveals an underlying perspective he holds about infidelity that no longer lines up with modern dating realities. Charlie Kirk has dated a woman in like the 2010s. Hasn't dated a woman. Last dated, excuse me. Married now, so I'm not surprised with his takes, honestly. I was dating this girl some years back. We went on several dates, and it seemed promising. I took her out to a nice dinner. She was running up the bill and getting hammered. It was obvious what she was doing. The worst part of this dinner was her being a complete ass to our waiter. The guy couldn't breathe without her saying something. Gosh. I left to use the bathroom, tipped the waiter a ridiculous amount, apologized for the experience, asked him to stick her with the bill, and walked out. Believe it or not, this was only my second worst date I've been on. That's pretty funny. I'm definitely on the traditionalist side of this argument, but Charlie is off the reservation here. I agree with Graham that when a woman at least reaches for her wallet, this is a green flag. It shows that she's considerate, that she wants to contribute something, even if you don't let her contribute financially, that she's not entitled and spoiled, and generally that she's thoughtful and polite. The question of whether you accept her money is totally separate. I never do, but the gesture, at least on the early dates, is a very good sign. In fact, the woman offering to contribute makes it feel more meaningful for the man to pay for the date. It means that the man is doing something not because it's merely expected or required of him, but because he wants to and has the means to financially provide for the woman. If it's just a given that he's going to pay, the whole thing feels automatic and transactional rather than chivalrous or romantic. All right, we'll read a couple more and we'll move over to the other. God, if I still have that up. Uh-oh. Should be around here. There it is. I totally agree with Charlie on men having self-control being attractive, that shows they can be trusted, are dependable, and when the man loves the woman, she can have no doubts. That also reflects their confidence levels. Charlie hit the nail on the head with that one. A self-disciplined, self-controlled man is one to be respected as a valued partner in life and raising a family. No woman should show the man she is ready to bring her efforts. A woman should show the man she's ready to bring her efforts to the relationship. Modern women want to use men as slaves, so she needs to show she will bring her 100% to the relationship. If the man is the leader of the financial decisions, he is the one who decides how all the money is used. It doesn't mean he is the one who only brings all the money while she wastes hers. All right, let's see this. I paid for my own coffee at my first date with my husband. The date went so well that we ended up going for dinner afterwards. Which he paid for. Years later, he told me how sad he was that he couldn't pay for that first coffee. Okay. The only meals I ended up paying for while we were dating were the meals I prepared. I love to cook. My husband said I won his heart and with the grilled chicken sandwiches I made for a picnic on our third date. That does sound like a nice date. 15 years married and our relationship only grows stronger each year. As a woman in the dating pool, Charlie is correct. All of it. Uh-oh. We've hit TradCon Central, folks. I'm 100% with Charlie when it comes to all the things regarding the roles, relationships, and vetting for marriage of men and women, husbands and wives. Everything he said was spot on. My husband and I have always had very traditional roles in our almost 20 years of marriage, and our marriage has survived the separate deaths of 2 of our children. Gosh. And that's sad. And the very intense lives their medical needs required of us. After we were officially dating, he paid the bill. Even if all he could afford was endless fries and lemonades at Applebee's. In this, he showed he would always cover me in my needs, and I showed him I wasn't high maintenance and saw his efforts and appreciated them. All right. A man paying for the check without me knowing is the most attractive thing I can ever think of. I don't know. It's just like, when I hear something like that, it just sounds so weird to me. Like, I can't take it seriously. It's like, get out of here. It's the most attractive thing ever. Yeah, right. You know what women find attractive? Veiny hands. I don't even know if these qualify right now. But that's what they like. I've had women tell me that, you know, I swiped because of a picture that showed my hands or something. It's just, yeah, the most attractive thing. He paid without me ever having to wonder about the check. I like Charlie's genuine gratefulness when he thanked the guys for coming to Phoenix instead of him going to Vegas. That's awesome. Being a homemaker myself, if my man brings home the money, I will make a meal for that man 3x daily every single day. Already do. This is how they get guys to sign the deal right here. And then, you know, if that ever changes. As an avid listener to podcasts, I'm just looking for comments relative. The Brookings Report isn't about being rich. It's about avoiding poverty. To avoid poverty, you must graduate high school, get a job, and get married before you have children. Okay. I've been married for 28 years. Finding a husband who was sexually pure, had a strong work ethic, and who wanted me to stay home with our children were huge priorities for me. I found them all, and I married him. He's the best. Hey, she didn't mention anything about her being... We're just going to assume she was. Charlie's statement that the number one thing women want is a man with self-control. Spot on. Like he said, many of us might not be able to articulate it, but at the end of the day, that's what we're looking for, and it encompasses so many other virtues. Also, Graham and Jack's reactions to the dating conversation had me cracking up. I think we'll call it with that one, and then we'll move on to ye old Reddit threads. I've just been kind of very interested in this for some reason. This whole conversation, like, I don't know why. I found this subreddit and I joined it and I just can't stop reading it because it's so interesting. It's literally 51,000 people. I guess I'm one of them now because I follow it. And it's all about women that are waiting to wed for the most part. And they talk about their frustrations and how long it's been and their situations. And I don't know, like, the part of me that looks at the gold pill and the dowry stuff just can't help but think about it when I read this stuff. Like, there's just such typical ones. Boyfriend seems less and less excited about the thought of engagement. You know, I mean, maybe we can look at that one. My boyfriend says he doesn't want an ultimatum. I broke up with my boyfriend because he suddenly told me he doesn't believe in marriage. Let's go ahead and read that one. My now ex-boyfriend and I met in college. Guys, by the way, be prepared for a bunch of nails on chalkboard. This is going to be a nails on chalkboard. So, but we got to go in. We got to read this stuff to hear their point of view. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just got to know. I'll get back with the comments in a bit. Let me just read that. He accidentally grabbed Ben Shapiro's slacks after their sleepover. All right, that one was pretty good. His pants are too short because of all those trad children. He's running on a budget. Yeah, more than he can afford. Okay. Thanks for reading all the confirmation comment sections, Shah. Weez ain't alone is all I say, except for the moron takes a side. Yeah. Alpha lays, betas pay. That's a good one. Being a provider is very beta trait. Oh my gosh. Anyways, okay, so now we're going to see the frustration here. So it's also interesting to me because this is the back end. Like, this is all the guys, like, we get a lot of front end BS, especially with dating. And we get ghosted and all this kind of stuff. The back end for when the woman is really trying to seal the deal is kind of the guy's time to really grill her if they want to. And a lot of guys, I think, know marriage is kind of a crap deal for them. So they kind of delay this sort of inevitable. And then the women are like, well, I've been a good girlfriend, you know, and we've been together for 5 years and he should marry me. So we're going to see their frustrations. I broke up with my boyfriend because he suddenly told me he doesn't believe in marriage. My now ex-boyfriend and I met in college when we were both 20. We immediately fell in love. Okay, we got the love match. These are the chemicals, and started doing everything together. Since the beginning, I had expressed my desire to get married in the future, and he was always a little bit hesitant, never saying no, but also never saying an excited yes neither. Also, a lot of these stories I tend to feel like is women swinging way up out of their league and then finding out that, like, yes, you know, you put yourself in this position with someone that's really not into this so much. I come from a very traumatic childhood. Man, as soon as I read the word traumatic, my brain almost, like, I felt like I wanted to fall asleep right now. She said, I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, but we're going to get through it. I come from a very traumatic childhood and have severe abandonment issues. Oh my God. I mean, I can see why the boyfriend might not be too keen on. Will not go into great detail, but basically my father left my mom when I was a toddler because he had an affair with one of his students and they got married in secret. Wow. I have been in therapy for the last 8 years because of this, and I realized that I view marriage as a certainty, as kind of a safe place and commitment to stay together through the best and worst moments. Soon after we graduated, we moved in together. We adopted a cat. Shout out to the cats out there. And honestly, everything was great. For the first time in my life, I felt secure, safe, and comfortable in a relationship. I don't know why. This just sounds like a don't get married. I'm with the boyfriend on this. I think the boyfriend got lucky. Last year, my boyfriend approaches me out of the blue to tell me he had made up his mind, and he decided that he never wanted to get married. I cried a lot. Explained to him why I viewed marriage as something very important. And asked for his reasons. At first, he gave the typical excuses. Weddings are very expensive. It's a lot of paperwork. We already live together and have a committed relationship, so it's not necessary. This guy is definitely watching the manosphere. You know, I wonder if she mentions anything about her working and contributing to this very expensive wedding. And finally, after I kept insisting, he said very calmly, to be honest, I just don't want to. You can get married if you want, though, but it will not be with me. Dang. Dang. That broke my soul. I probably should have ended things there and then, but I proceeded to go to therapy so I could deconstruct myself and be on board with the idea of not getting married. Part of me also thinks if they were living together, he might have been paying the rent. Every blog, listened to every podcast and YouTube video. Okay, so she found Wizard Liz and the Sprinkle Lady. I really did everything in my power to gaslight myself into believing that getting married is not that important. Still, every time I saw one of my friends and relatives getting engaged and married, something inside of me broke. One day, after having an honest conversation with one of my friends, I realized that love wasn't enough when our values and views about life would never align. So I finally broke up with them. You know what else she was missing?
Your dowry. It's my right.
That might have convinced him. To be honest, it was the most difficult thing I've ever done. I feel like crap. We both cried a lot. He said he honestly couldn't see his life without me, that he even had the plan of proposing that we buy a house next year, even after I told him that I didn't want to do that without being married since it made me feel vulnerable. I do wonder how much she had saved for that house. I'm not happy, but I'm at peace and a tiny bit proud of myself with my abandonment. I never thought I would be capable of ending the relationship. Okay. Now we're going to go into the witch's coven. All right, we're going to see all the ladies talking about this, and we're going to see. I think the realization that a man is willing to lose you instead of signing some paperwork, because that's all it is. It's just signing some paperwork. You just sign some paperwork. How hard can it be? To make you feel secure is very important. Why the hell does he need to sign some paperwork to make her feel secure when all he has to do is demonstrate self-control, like Charlie Kirk said, and just pay for the dates? But no, and it's not just some paperwork. It's literally fusing your financial lives together. I don't know how much this bum is in debt with her abandonment issues, this dowerless woman. Clearly, her dad didn't save any money for her. He went and married some hot young lady and probably sugar babied her out. And, you know, this guy just needs to sign some paperwork. It's that easy. He may love you and can't imagine life without you and all that jazz he's spouting now, but he's still not willing to do something fairly basic to keep you in his life. Sorry, signing marriage paperwork is not something that's fairly basic. He would prefer to lose you. Yes, he would prefer to lose you than to make you feel secure. By the way, I mean, she probably was never going to feel secure if this is what it takes. I'm glad you're putting your own desires first now. Somebody has to. I hope you find happiness again very soon. All right. You chose you, and that takes courage. Good for you. It's not the best relationship you will ever have, though. Your ex is now part of your past. So, yeah, she's going through heartbreak. Let's see what else we got. Said I was cool with never marrying. Turns out I wasn't. So this is a woman who said that she didn't care about marrying, but then all of a sudden she wanted to get married. Uh-oh. Real quick, let me just look at the chat. Coffee Enjoyer says, people with abandonment issues will always have their contentment hinging upon the presence of someone else. You will be spread thin trying to appease such a woman. Exactly. Yeah, and by the time that serpent's head comes out again, and this guy's married to her, and it's 7 years down the line, pretty soon it's going to be because of her abandonment issues that she decided to tank the whole marriage and ruin their 3-year-old's life. And this guy's going to be talking to some child support officer in the local agency. I think he probably saw something where he was just like, I don't know about that. Signing your rights and ability to control your yeah, just signing some paperwork. Yeah, right. Okay. In your ability to control your finances away. Signing the marriage certificate is one of the biggest financial decisions you will ever make. Warren Buffett. There you go. Sounds like she has BPD. He dodged a bullet. Very much so. All right, let's see what's going on with Total Finger 1493. So she said I was cool with never marrying. Turns out I wasn't. In August, my husband, who's 33 and I, 31, will celebrate 10 years together. Okay. When we met, we never talked about marriage, mainly because we were young and had none of our crap together, and it didn't seem important. As the years went by, I brought up marriage. I should probably drink some water. And he didn't seem to be too keen on the idea. I didn't love that, but I loved him, and I knew I would probably, don't insert probably in there. Just say I would be okay without marriage, because that's probably what you told him if it wasn't something he wanted. 6 years into dating, I got pregnant with my son. I know. And marriage still didn't feel like it was something I needed, and it really was fine. It was annoying that our families were all over it, but we were on the same page. We decided that I'd be a stay-at-home mom, and in doing that, we had to do a ton of legal paperwork because we weren't married, which was annoying and a lot. What legal paperwork? Him signing a paternity acknowledgement at the hospital saying he's the father? Which was annoying and a lot. 2-ish years after that, we bought a house and I got pregnant again, this time with the daughter. Buying a house as an unmarried couple was weird, and I was starting to think that maybe it would make sense to get married. I brought it up and he was kind of like, we have a ton going on right now. Let's table this topic for another time. I wasn't really happy with that, but he wasn't wrong. Yo, you know what this reminds me of? Do you guys remember that paper, the dowry paper, the study from Germany? And it talked about that German guy who basically had 2 kids with the woman, but he didn't get married to her until like her parents gave the dowry, and he was still like negotiating for it. God, let me see if I can find it. Romantic lover material interest. Dang it. It's going to be a little bit of a stretch to find it in here, but let me see if I can. This was a great paper, by the way. I actually really enjoyed that stream. Come on, big money. Ultimately, a handsome fortune carried more weight than even the prettiest eyes. Ooh, very nice. Oh, here it is. One example, beautiful. This totally reminds me of that, but this is like 150 years ago. One example from the court One example from the court proceedings illustrates the bargaining that went on to find a suitable spouse. In 1864, a financially secure shopkeeper. Oh, let's see if this is the guy. This is a different one. I'll find it. He had 2 kids with her. That was the thing. Dang it. Klaus, I'm sure you were. I mean, God, I think you guys were here. Bourgeois. No. Sorry, guys. Let me get the text out of your face real quick while I look for this. It's literally like the exact situation. I have to see this. Revealed in court proceedings. Ultimately, sorry, guys. Oh, come on. Oh, I found it. Okay, it was this one. I'm so sorry, guys. I had found it. In 1864, a financially secure shopkeeper named Anton Schmucker from a small village outside Stuttgart testified that for several years before his marriage, he had carried on a relationship with one Therese Sklee, the fruit of which was 2 illegitimate children. Okay, yeah, so they had 2 kids out of wedlock. Because Therese was not rich enough for him,
Your dowry, it's my right.
Schmucker hired a day laborer to go to a neighboring village to an innkeeper's daughter who was said to possess financial assets of 3,000 guilders. When his proposal was turned down, this is what a proposal is, by the way, guys. It is not getting down on one knee. When his proposal was turned down, he hired an old weaver to inquire of a girl in another village. This is a guy who has 2 illegitimate children already, and he's like so not about marrying this dowerless girl, he's trying to find another woman. To inquire of a girl in another village who was said to possess 1,800 guilders, a cow, and a dowry, if she would like to marry Schmucker. When asked why he did not marry Therese, who had borne him 2 children, he replied that her parents had not given her a large enough dowry.
Which one of these broads has the richest father?
Yeah.
Once his second proposal in the neighboring village was rejected, he demanded 2,000 guilders from Therese's parents as a dowry. They only wanted to give 800 guilders. This is a guy who had this is a guy who impregnated their daughter. Control F, dang it. This is a guy who impregnated their daughter twice, by the way. They only wanted to give 800 guilders. And eventually the sum of this guy still negotiated it even up. The sum of 1,000 guilders was agreed upon. In this way, the marriage finally came to be. That is literally the same situation as this woman crying in 2025 on Reddit who has 2 kids and they're not married. And you know why they're not married? Because she's a dowerless woman. And maybe if she had one, then the guy'd be like, all right, you know, I might be able to sign that marriage document. Oh my gosh. All right, so let's see what happened. Buying a house as an unmarried couple was weird, and I was starting to think that maybe it would make sense to get married. I brought it up, and he was kind of like, we have a ton going on right now. Let's table this topic for another time. I wasn't really happy with that, but he wasn't wrong. Then I had my baby girl, and I can't really explain it. But my worldview was instantly rattled, and I realized that marriage was actually really important to me. It was something I wanted and felt that I deserved. You need to have a conversation with your parents about why you guys didn't plan for your marriage. I was scared of what might happen if I told him that marriage is now something I needed to continue in this relationship, and he didn't immediately agree to it. Listen, at this point, it's like she's threatening to leave. he's going to be on the hook for child support. Why get married? Why get married freaking if he gets married, he's just going to be on the hook for spousal support also. But whatever, okay. I came across this sub, and like, why wouldn't she be okay with just a covenant marriage? Like, just get the religious marriage done. Have the families there under the eyes of God and witnessed by the family and the community. But no, she wants the marriage license. She wants the state contract. I was scared of what might happen if I told him that marriage is now something I needed to continue in this relationship, and he didn't immediately agree to it. I came across the sub when I was still pregnant, and a lot of the advice on stories that were similar to mine was, you're an idiot for having kids with someone you're not married to. You have house and kids. Why would he marry you? And if he won't go to the courthouse next week, he doesn't want to marry you. That one did worry me, as I know he was going to respond that way. She's about to destroy essentially what is her family over the state marriage license certificate. What, there it is. They want the control that gives them. What did happen though was beautiful. I told him how I felt. It led to many conversations we had put off because life hasn't slowed down for us since we had our first. And we took time to decide what marriage would look like compared to the life we already had look like for us. We designed my dream ring and had the smallest beach elopement with just our parents and our baby's present. From the initial I want to be married conversation to saying I do was about 6 months. Okay, so she actually got married. We haven't been married long, but I love being a wife, and I'm so glad that I didn't settle for staying a forever girlfriend. I can't imagine the resentment that would have built up over time, along with the weird mental stuff, because I was the one who said I was cool without marriage and then did a 180 and made it clear that I was ready to walk if this was something he would be on board with. I don't know if this is actually a humble brag, but it's making me choose a flare. So she managed to get the guy to do it. Will it go on? We'll see. The one thing these weddings also, or these, all of these threads never mention, I wish they would mention the finances of I do this and he does that, because it would make the picture a lot clearer. But I'm guessing she's probably at home with the kids and he took the deal. He took the deal. I do wonder if he would have stood firm, would she have actually walked? So it's kind of a game of chicken these people are playing with themselves. Let me catch up with the chat. We'll move on to the next one. Signing. If the guy's high value enough, rich Chad, she won't need marriage because she really loves him. Just look at Leonardo DiCaprio and his concubines. Very much so. Refusing marriage is actually a really good test. Does she want you or your money? Dowry mentioned. Gold pilled. Gold pill greater than red pill. Marriage causes divorce. We love you around here, man. You're a legend. You're a legend. Bro, why did it just hit me that a proposal is a proposal, which is to say a negotiation? Our society and tradcons messed us all up. Exactly. A proposal was never this. They gaslit us, man. They gaslit us. A proposal was never that. It was, it wasn't the getting down on one knee. Like, it was a legit proposal, actually. Like, hey, this is what I got going on. This is what I'm looking for. Can we make a deal? It's like that Elden Ring meme, maidenless, doweryless. Yeah. The actual word is dowerless. So, not doweryless, but dowerless. A dowerless woman. There you go. Marriage is the transfer of power, leverage, and assets from man to woman. And that man signed over his leverage and power. Okay, let's just look at some of these other ones. I broke up with my boyfriend. Okay, that's the other one. It's been almost 5 years and no sight of marriage. Let's see if we can take that up. Boyfriend is buying fourth luxury watch for himself and no ring for me. Please help me walk away. Okay, let's check that one out. Wishful thinking. My partner and I have been together for almost 2 years. We went ring shopping this year. Found my dream ring. Yeah. Need advice. Okay, 5 years. Where do I go from here? How do I believe in a happy ending? Yeah, I mean, if you said doweryless, it wouldn't, I'm sure people would get it. It's just, that's how I've read it. It's dowerless. How do I believe in a happy ending so I can attract a healthy relationship after 9 years without proposal? Dang, we got them going on. My boyfriend isn't sure if and when he will marry me. Ooh, let's look at that. Okay, I think this one mentions the finances a bit. So she's 32, the boyfriend's 35, isn't sure if and when he will marry me, okay? I've been with my boyfriend for almost 2.5 years. I'm a foreigner in his country without family. We both have well-paid jobs. Well, okay, so if they both got well-paid jobs and she's contributing something, so that's a point for her. The topic of marriage has come up several times, and I want to get married for security and for making our commitment official. We haven't decided on the topic of kids 100% yes, but probably yes. His answers on marriage were always something like, let's give it some more time, etc. However, lately, a lot of our friends and family members who are close to our age, even younger, have been getting married, buying houses, and staying pregnant. I keep getting asked by colleagues, friends, and family when we're getting married. I didn't panic at the questions at first, as I kind of thought he was preparing to propose based on some hints he dropped. When I openly asked him about it, one day he responded he wasn't planning it and that he can't really say if he wants to do it and when. He said he does see it in the future, but that he needs more time to define it. I explained I don't have a lot of time and that if he isn't sure, I would like the chance to look for someone who is. I love him and enjoy our relationship, but am afraid to waste a few more years to discover he actually doesn't want to marry me. What are your thoughts? Ooh, that's a precarious situation right there for her. Update. Thank you for all the answers. Just to clear a few things up and add relevant information. I moved to the country for work, not for him. He happened later. I don't need the marriage to stay in the country, but find that it would be nice to have a citizenship considering the unstable world politics at the moment. When he says he sees it in the future, he meant a life together with me, not marriage in general, and has often joked about growing old. I am his first relationship. He's a nerdy guy. This is why, This is why I've been patient with him with a lot of things, undoing his year, and he's got a good job. Now she says they both have well-paid jobs. I do wonder how that compares. Is his job significantly more than hers? Not sure about that. This is why I've been patient with him for a lot of things. Undoing his year-long habits was no easy task. I kind of believe that he will warm up to anything in enough time, and he has for many things. He's generally a bit chaotic when it comes to planning things. Currently, he is the best man at a wedding, and he needs pushes for multiple people to organize his duties. That being said, I agree with most of you. If he loved me and wanted to marry me, if he really loved me, the question shouldn't be such a brain teaser. He told you he doesn't plan on getting married. Sweetie, go find someone who wants to commit to you the way you want. All right, that's that one. Now, where's the guy that bought 4 watches? Okay, boyfriend is buying 4th luxury watch for himself and no ring for me. Real quick, let me catch up with this. Giovanni English says, it appears that the keeping up with Jones's idea is a common theme as well. Yeah, a lot of it seems to be, well, I'm seeing my friends get married, and then now I want to get married. He's keeping ice on retainer in case she gets out of hand. Oh, man, so we'll see. All right, let's hear about these luxury watches. If anything, he's investing for their future by putting his money in somewhere that inflation won't hit it as hard. All right. I know what the right... I feel like there's a joke here about buying time, but I don't know how to make it. Anyways, I know what the right thing is to do. I just need more strength. He had brought up marriage and kids in the past. Where's my sad music? Even saying he was so excited about it. But we're almost at year 3.5 and he can't give me any type of timeline. He told me verbatim, I know you are expecting a proposal after 3 years, but I can't give you any certainty. But he wants me to sign a lease, live with him, splitting costs, etc. I know deep in my heart I am just a placeholder, especially because I was hoping he'd get an engagement ring. He asked me earlier in the year what I would like, and it made me so happy. But I now find out he is buying himself his 4th luxury $5,000 plus watch this week. Nice. He's getting some watches saved. It's not about the money, but how is that supposed to make me feel? He is going through a really, really hard time, grieving for a family member, and it's hard for me to see someone I love suffering so much. I know he doesn't want me to walk away, but it's not fair to keep me in purgatory either. Now, what I want to hear about, okay, so they're talking about splitting costs. What is his job and what is her job? And they will never put that in there. They will never tell you the income differential here, What I really want to know. Okay, so I am crying. Oh, but it's not fair to keep me in purgatory either. I am crying as I write this. The relationship is on borrowed time. That's a good one too. I am crying as I write this. I just need your strength and support to pack up my things and walk. I think a lot of us on this forum know what the right thing to do is. I think we just wish it was different. I know I do. All right, here are the edits. Thank you all for the outpouring of love and support. It has been very helpful and validating to read these messages. That is what's hardest about walking the walk, WTW. You feel like you are the problem. I have a great career, a wonderful family. I have so many hobbies and work out religiously. No matter my age, I keep repeating to myself every morning, the best is still ahead of me. I have to believe that to keep going. Thank you again. Here's the second edit. It is done. I am officially packed up. I offered to go to his loved one's funeral service in a month, and he said that was not needed. Well, yeah, if you're not together, I mean, I am so excited and relieved. I saw such a dark side of him. Long story short, he told me he was thinking about breaking up with me too, but that wasn't stopping him from asking for me to sign a lease and have sex with him. Him and his entire family are taker type people. Uh-oh, here comes the bashing of the family, as noted by a commenter. And he was going to take from me until I had nothing left in mind, body, or spirit. Thank you for the love and support. I am so excited for the next chapter and so happy I do not have to deal with him and his parents ever again. Okay, the relationship is on borrowed time. Marriage Causes Divorce says, why is she hinting that splitting costs is bad? Her paying 50% of the rent. Exactly. It's like, aren't you going to be paying for your rent somewhere else anyways? Her paying 50% of rent as boyfriend-girlfriend is going to be cheaper than her being single and paying 100% of the rent. Exactly. Exactly. I think that's part of probably why, that's probably part of why the boyfriend didn't want to marry her, because they probably never had that conversation about what the finances in the marriage are going to look like. Gold Pill may have saved this, for all I know. Okay, so that's what we got there. I don't think we need to read the comments. How do I believe in a happy ending so I can attract a healthy relationship after 9 years without a proposal? All right, let's see what happened here. I'm just coming out of a relationship that lasted 9 years. I never got an engagement ring. After 5 to 6 years, the relationship hit a dead end. Now I understand that the lack of a ring was simply a reflection of how he viewed me. I realized that he never really worried about me, never cared whether I got home safely. See, this sounds like a woman punching up. She's punching up and she's trying to get somebody that she is crazy about but doesn't feel the same way about her to commit to her monogamously. And she's just not able to do it. At least it seems that way. Giovanni says, it's funny how many guys are sleeping with their biggest enemies. She's always had these negative views about this guy, but still stayed with him. Very much so. Very much so. Okay. I didn't, let's see. Now I understand. Oh, here, I'll just start over. I'm just coming out of a relationship that started 9 years. I've never gotten an engagement ring. After 5 to 6 years, the relationship hit a dead end. Now I understand that the lack of a ring was simply a reflection of how he viewed me. I realized that he never really worried about me, never cared whether I got home safely. Man, this guy could have got married to her and provided everything. And at the end, when the divorce happened, it would have probably been a paragraph like that. I didn't feel cared for. I didn't receive gifts. I was the one always giving. I wasn't cherished. I mean, emotionally, through closeness. Aren't the women supposed to be the ones that are so doing the emotional labor? For years, I received gifts. Or excuse me, for years, I didn't feel like the chosen one. We moved in together very quickly, so he never really had to make an effort to have a woman at home. Now, I wonder if she was paying for her share of that. Looking back, I see that I disappointed him. He got into a relationship with me when I was 21 and he was 27. He had certain expectations. Okay, they moved in fairly quickly. I don't know. I kind of doubt she was paying. Oh, okay, I have a great career. Never mind. He wanted to shape me, but my life took a different path. Over the years, I've grown a lot. Okay, so she wasn't on his program, so he's like, I ain't gonna freaking sign the paperwork on this one. Over the years, I've grown a lot. I have a great career, friends, passions, and overall a fulfilling life. I hate that for the past 3 years I couldn't see how good my life really is because all I could think about was that I didn't deserve to get married. What's up, Mimi? I heard all the same excuses you did. Oh, I can't propose yet because... Yeah, I'll get up soon. We're at 4 hours, guys. I'll try to bring it to 4 hours, 30 minutes. Okay. We need more money. Oh, I can't propose yet because you have to complete tasks on some list, or we need more money. And a dowry may have helped her.
Your dowry, it's my right.
I'll propose during the holidays. The holidays come and go, and of course nothing happens. I'm saving up for a ring. Yeah, I heard that 6 months into the relationship. And as you can see, 9 years later, he still hadn't saved up. After a few years, he started giving reasons, like he wasn't ready or that we were incompatible. At least that was honest. I regret not leaving then, but I can't blame only myself because even while saying those things, he still insisted the relationship was worth fighting for and that he would propose if I had just changed. I wonder what he wanted changed from her. It was always me who had to change. Now I'm on my own. I'm 30 years old. Man, this woman is going to be looking for a buzzer beater marriage. Like she's going to be looking for some guy who's serious about marriage and wants to, what's your timeline? If we're not married within a year, you know, it's going to be one of those. I don't have to worry about housing or money. It's completely different from when I was 20. Okay, so she had to worry about housing and money when she first got with this guy at 21. And he probably shouldered most of it for a while. Then she got her career. I'm physically attractive. I work with people. I hope I'm not too old to meet someone special. What I fear most is how to avoid ending up in another relationship with no future. I can't imagine wasting another 5 years. I'm scared of waking up one day at 35 without a marriage, without a child. When I look at the women around me, it seems like it was all so easy for them. They just met someone, got an engagement ring, then got married. Just like that, for me, it feels like something out of reach. I want to believe it's possible for me too. But after all these years, I think I've sadly started to believe that my ex made me feel that I don't deserve to be a wife. My ex-boyfriend punished me with silence for many years. If I did something quote unquote wrong, and I'm talking about things like accidentally knocking over the dry rack, not cheating or serious issues, he wouldn't speak to me for the entire day. I would say something like, "Are you taking the dog out or should I?" And he wouldn't respond. I feel like I learned to avoid conversations in a relationship. All right, so yeah, a lot of bad things going on there. It felt safer when he stayed silent than when he got angry. Gosh, this word safe. Safe. Safe got transferred from like physically safe to emotionally safe. There was no physical abuse. There it is. Yeah, no physical abuse, but there was emotional abuse. Because of all this, I struggle to believe that I could meet someone who would treat me seriously and that it can actually lead to marriage. We'll read like one more and then maybe we'll watch one more video. How about that? Let me catch up with this. Lack of a ring is because he is scared of the divorce laws. Nothing to do with how he viewed her. Some women love to overcomplicate things. That's really what it is. That's really what it is. And it's funny because those women could have that life where they are living together and doing this, but it's like they want that marriage license because it makes them feel secure. He's emotionally abusive, but she stayed with him for nearly 10 years. Yeah, and by the way, the next guy that she gets with that listens to her sad story and buys it and invests in it is going to deal with the wrath of that 10 years of resentment. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to say it's for sure, but this is when she should have been saving the dowry. That's what was going on. Make it make sense. If it is true about the emotional abuse, like you said, because it could be a lie too. We don't got his perspective. He's only emotionally abusive because he didn't sign the paperwork. Exactly. She didn't feel safe. What about him? Doesn't he need to feel safe too? What about feeling legally safe? He avoided wallet abuse by not getting married. Exactly. And you see how clean that breakup was? They were together for 9 years. You know, no kids, no marriage, no property issues. If anything, she parasited off of him for 6 years. At 21, she found this guy. And then she got into her career. And then he didn't give her the marriage for some reason. I wonder why that is. And Imagine having the SWAT crew on speed dial not being enough. Still Reddit. Exactly. I hear what you're saying. Still Reddit is way too small. Still too many guys didn't get the memo about marriage yet. Yeah, exactly. I say we read another one of these. Let's just see if we can find unsure about the upcoming wedding. This is from the guy. Let's see what the guy's side is. Myself, 32. She's 28. We've been together for 5 years and 5.5 years now. Usually I see it from women posting on this, but this one is. So they've been together for 5.5 years. She's 28. He's 32. We're from different ethnic backgrounds that had her parents be against the relationship from the very beginning. Uh-oh, so they're not willing to do this.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Long story short, apart from the reason with the parents, we had a rather rough time last year. Both of us dealing with depression, and now we're dealing with the imminent wedding, which is coming shortly. Even though I had therapy myself last year, had couples therapy 3 years ago, she's still going with hers, both the one provided by work and a private one. She's feeling a lot better, but there are consistent periods of time when she wasn't there with me, there for me and support us with our goals. Very laid back and felt like she always had a reason to be lazy or skip doing what needed to be done, either staying in shape, things around the house, or with cooking. I gotta be honest, as soon as I hear depression, it's another one of those things that just shuts my brain off. Like depression, okay, well, there's something else going on there. Things around the house or with cooking. I do all those things around the house when time allows, and I'm working double her hours. Uh-oh, this isn't looking like a good marriage idea. The point I'm trying to make, I feel like I was let down on multiple occasions, but there was always a reason for it coming from her, and I'm really struggling to get past the most important thing for me in the relationship, consistent effort being shown. For the last 2 months, she's being on top of things in all areas, but I'm expected to make a lifelong commitment to get married. Spoke to her last night at length, and she's telling me that she won't change back to her old self. Uh-oh. And this long-lasting, and she's committed to me and the work that needs to be done. She did plan most of the wedding herself, and I'm the one financing like 95% of it. Oh my gosh. I only helped little with that, being honest here. Oh my gosh. So he's paying for 95% of it. He's probably already sunk into the wedding costs. Like they've already like got a venue, and they've probably already scheduled things. And now it's like, well, you have to go with the marriage. And now he's just like, crap, I don't know, Being honest here, I feel really conflicted and feels like depression is creeping back in because of it. Thank you for taking the time to read. If you have any advice, much appreciated. You're depressed and sounds like she is too. Don't get married right now. It's not a good idea. Depression clouds judgment. What do you want your life to look like? Pull the plug and don't go through with the wedding. If you hesitate before the wedding like that. Well, okay, so that's another guy. Klaus says depression is the new lazy. Definitely seems that way. Okay, let's just see if we can find one more, and then we'll see if we got another video. Maybe you can see why these kind of intrigue me. Something about this Reddit subreddit here is just like, no man, no ring, no babies 10 years later. Uh-oh. See what, oh my God, this is so much text right here. Oh my God. Okay, we got a wall. 4 months ago, I broke up with my boyfriend after almost 10 years together. We are still in contact. He says we're trying to figure things out. This is going to be a long story, and I apologize in advance. I met my ex my first day at a summer job. So she's 31 and he's 28, so she's 3 years older. Okay, first day at a summer job, and it was love at first sight for both of us. We were inseparable, and we got along so great. It was like he was my other half. Things were seriously perfection for the first few years, and then he joined the military. I wrote him letters every day, went to his graduation, and while he was home on leave, he told everyone he was going to propose to me. The base he was stationed on was 13 hours away from me, but every single weekend I'd be at the front gates of base at 900 or whatever time their leave started, and I spent the weekend down there with him. And I'd spend the weekend down there with him. Every single weekend. For months and months. I never missed a trip. I was on one of the trips down there. He proposed on a dock as a storm was rolling in, and it was beautiful and romantic. I was so happy. Okay, what is this, like a promise ring? I got a dress and planned he did propose and planned the wedding with my mom and his mom. He wasn't actively involved in the wedding, but I just thought it was because he was stationed in a different state. A few months later, he was injured and discharged and came back home. His family threw a homecoming party for him, and while I was there, somehow I lost my phone. So I went to his bedroom to get his phone to call mine, and when I unlocked his iPhone, it opened right up to an active iMessage thread he was having, with what I thought was just another male from his platoon. Turns out I was wrong. I'll save you the details, but he was having an emotional affair. Telling this girl, I wish I could have woken up in bed with you. I was sick to my stomach. He woke up in bed with me that morning. I broke up with him right there and then and left. He said it didn't mean anything. He was just in a bad place since leaving the military, and I chose to believe him. He was having a hard time after being discharged. He didn't want to leave service. We ended up getting back together, but we ended things again after I went to a wedding as a guest after calling off our engagement. I'm embarrassed to admit I didn't handle it that well, and I was very upset. It was exactly a week to the day that we were supposed to get married. It was just really hard. I ended up having a bit of a meltdown about it, and he dumped me with no contact. I went to therapy. This was 2018. For the next 2 years, every few months, he'd hit me up, tell me he missed me, and we'd see each other hook up. Then he'd say he's not ready for a relationship. Oh, Klaus has got good advice. Never get back after a breakup. You'll never get respect back. That's very true. Once it's done, it's done. Fast forward to COVID. His mom calls me out of the blue, and I always like her, so I picked up. Ex wasn't in a good spot mentally, and someone needed to talk to and was asking for me. She asked me to talk to him, so I reached out to him. God, this is a whole freaking wall of just... So I reached out to him, helped him get a therapist. I was just trying to be a good friend, trying to be helpful, because I have mental health history. We ended up spending a lot of time together and got back together. He moved in with me, and I thought it was just meant to be. I was so happy. I guess I missed some signs. From 2020, when we got back together, to when we broke up in 2025, it felt like I wanted the relationship more than he did. He wasn't the same guy he used to be. He'd go months without having a job, and then when he got one, he'd be playing catch up with his own bills so he couldn't help out. He'd just be smoking or playing video games 24/7. I was the breadwinner. Oh, here we go. I paid all of our bills and his car payment on top of my car payment and all the rent, utilities, groceries. She really got a bad deal. We never went out on dates. We barely spent quality time together. We lived together. We're around each other all the time anyways. It felt like I had to beg him to show me he loved me, which spiraled into fights about when we'd get married. We had a big blowout fight, and I broke up with him, and he moved back to his mom's. Now, 4 months later, we've been talking again. Wow, she just does not know when to call it a quits with this guy. That is just crazy. That goes for both sides, of course. Absolutely. Never get back after a breakup. You'll never get respect back. If a woman gets back to a relationship, it means she couldn't find anyone better. Yeah, I think that's true. My God. So they start talking again. First, okay. He hasn't proposed to me after all this time because I need to work on my emotional intelligence because I'm tired of the excuses. First, it was about finances and how he's younger than me and needs more time. Then it was we need a place of our own. He wanted to live together first. Then I rented us a house, but it wasn't good enough. My God, yeah, there's something missing here. I even put a truck for him in my name because he needed one. I've done everything in my power to show him that I love him and will be there for him. It's still not enough. I cook, clean, get the laundry. I don't know. This just sounds like a big, sad story. Let me just try one more. 15 years this year. Oh my God, 15 years. 6 years, no ring, and he's more concerned about other people's lives than ours. What helped you after the fallout? I have to beg, is this the end? In our 30s and 40s and want kids, so when is the right time for proposal? Let's see what the older folks that are dating think. Okay, so she's 33 and he's 42 and they've been dating for 6 months. Uh-oh. So she's trying to get the buzzer beater. We're in a happy relationship. We've met each other's families. We spend a lot of time together. I know it's too early for proposal now, but considering our ages and the fact that I'd like having kids, I'm wondering what would be a reasonable time to expect a proposal in our situation. Thank you all for advice. I asked him if he wants marriage and kids, and he said he does. I just wanted to know what should be a reasonable timeline. Wouldn't it be easier to just discuss a timeline? They don't really have much to say. Well, anyways, that's a lot of Reddit text, unless I see another really good one. I got married in February. We're getting divorced in July. Here's what happened. Uh-oh. All right. Sorry, that was quick. Hell, they might even just be able to do an annulment if it was that fast. All right, let's see what happened here. This is the last one. Hi, everyone. I just discovered this sub, so I hope I'm not breaking any rules. I'm 30, so she's 30, and earlier this year, I got married to my partner of 7 years. He's 32. We'd been together since our early 20s. We got married in February. It's now July, and I'm in the middle of filing for divorce. Okay, so she's filing. They were together for 7 years, and she finally got this guy to get married to her. For the first 5 years, things felt stable. He was calm, kind, and funny person. So it sounds like the love was wearing off. I'm more direct and driven. We were pretty different personality-wise, but I thought we balanced each other out. I've always dreamed of having a big family. I grew up in one, and I've known for years that I wanted marriage and children. Around the 5-year mark, I started having real conversations with him about that. I was clear. I didn't want to waste time just floating along. I was ready to build a life together, okay? But he kept delaying. Every conversation about the future led to vague answers or excuses. It took 2 years of going in circles before he finally proposed. By that point, I thought we were finally aligned, but honestly, the problem started showing up almost immediately. He barely participated in planning the wedding. I don't mean he was a bit checked out. I mean he did nothing. My dad had to sit down with him to make basic arrangements like the venue. Everything had to be done for him. At the time, I tried to rationalize it. I told myself he was just overwhelmed and not into logistics, but it hurt. The wedding day itself was beautiful thanks to the help of my siblings and family. Everyone worked so hard to make it a special day. Afterward, we went on a 4-week honeymoon. Damn! So they were married in February. 4 of those weeks was the honeymoon. They get back in like the middle of March, almost April, and by July, they're getting divorced. Okay. But when we got home, things started unraveling quickly. We were supposed to start looking at houses and thinking about kids. Instead, every step forward became a debate or a delay. Every house we looked at had something wrong with it. I wish I would know the finances. Again, that would help me. Like, how much she makes compared to how much he makes. One day, he'd said he was excited to start a family. The next day, he'd act like that conversation never happened. He told me my dad didn't have kids until he was 36, so why the rush? And then came the truly painful things. He told me I only wanted him for his sperm and ability to get a mortgage. Okay, here's the financial part. It sounds like this guy's the guy making the money, not her. I mean, if his accusation is correct, I do wonder. It doesn't seem like she fights against this because she hasn't mentioned what the finances look like. He said he hated my family. He said he was scared I'd turn into my mother, someone I love and look up to deeply. It broke me. For weeks, I tried to hold on, to talk to it through with marriage counseling, to see if there was anything left to save, but I was emotionally drained. This wasn't the person I thought I had married. He wasn't showing up for me, not emotionally, not practically, not in any way that mattered. So I left, moved out. My family helped me pack up everything I owned. Now I'm working with the lawyer. We're ending the marriage. That should be relatively simple. No property, no kids. They might as well get an annulment done. California, I think you got 6 months to void it or to annul it. We're ending the marriage. I'm scared about what's next. I still want a family. I still want that dream, but I finally accepted that this man was never going to be my partner in that life. And it's better to face that truth now than years down the line with more damage, maybe even children caught in the middle. I wanted to share my story because I know I'm not alone. If you're in a relationship where you're always the one pushing things forward, if someone keeps dodging the future you've clearly communicated you want, please take that seriously. Things don't magically change after their wedding. If anything, the pressure just intensifies. Man, that's crazy. Like, I almost feel bad for her. The one part missing from this is clarity on the finances. You know, how much was she making? How much was he making? And who's going to contribute to this house? Sounds like he felt like he was probably just carrying her for most of it. Wall of text, verbal diarrhea. Do not marry her. And most guys can't even get a second date. Yeah, I know. This is that's the thing that's interesting to me, because on the one hand, there's the guys that can't get dates. This seems to be the other side of the alleged small minority of men who are able to get the girlfriend, and, you know, the woman can't seem to lock him down or whatever. Exactly. And she will detest you for that. So many words for I finally got the marriage to cash out. Oh my gosh. This one was crazy. That's called a shut up ring and wedding. Yeah. So they have this term on here called the shut up ring. So when the guy gives the engagement ring to get her to shut up about it for a bit. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Thankfully, you didn't have kids with this jerk. My BFF is getting divorced after 5 months. I spent a ton on her wedding. I want a refund. She was the matron of honor. It could be worse. I know a couple who lived together for several years, and she kept asking him when they were going to be married. He had all the same tired excuses, but he finally acquiesced. Her parents spent over $100,000 on the wedding.
Your dowry, it's my right.
Wow, what a waste of money. They could have put that in the house. While they were on their honeymoon, he told her that marrying her was a big mistake, and as soon as they returned to their city, he filed for divorce. Her parents consulted several attorneys to try to make the husband repay them for part of the wedding expenses, but they had no luck. Talk about wanting a refund. My God. My friend married her husband after undergrad. She worked while she and her family put him through medical school. Okay, so they were investing in him to be a good breadwinner towards the end. Towards the end of residency, he dropped her off at her parents' house. Oh my gosh. For Thanksgiving. And oh my God. Not on Thanksgiving. And said he's see his parents and come over. The hell? And said he'd see his parents and come over. They all waited for him for dinner. He never called and said he isn't coming and wanted a divorce. Oh my God. He became a doctor and he was like, hell no. Hell to the no. Her dad, who paid towards his education, was a partner at Cooper's Lybrand. Kept meticulous records. No idea, but he was able to demand repayment. Well, okay, there you go. Oh my God. I know a wealthy family that paid all the law school loans for their daughter-in-law, who left their son when those were paid. That's the world we live in. You know, it's almost like if you had a kind of marriage contract or something that stipulated all these things. You know, it's almost like there should be this kind of document that has very specific things that are unique to your situation. And like, what if people were doing this for thousands of years throughout marriage history as we know it? You know what I mean? Then maybe it would help stop some of these problems instead of the bunk marriage license garbage that we have today that doesn't help you with any of that. Yo, Caesar Quintana, man, shout out to you. Good to see you, brother. Just chilling, man. Got back from Canada yesterday. Still kind of tired with that. I don't know why. Also, the colors on this thing just happen to change. I don't know why it's just randomly doing that, but there we go. Great to see you, man. I'll probably call it after the. I do have one more short. I have one more short that I want to share. But great to see you in here, man. And thank you so much for the super chat. That is absolutely appreciated and generous, sir. Hope you're doing well. I was in Los Angeles yesterday just as a layover. And when I flew in and I was looking at the city, I was like, man, I wonder if I can see your spot, you know, or your neck of the woods from the plane. But I wasn't exactly sure if I was looking in the right direction. Are you going to be in Pearl's divorce documentary? I don't know. I saw her trailer and I know it has some bits and pieces from different interviews she did. I wouldn't be surprised if she throws a clip or two of me in there, you know, on child support, but it's not something we've discussed. So we'll see. That'd be pretty cool. We'll see. Thank you for the 2 pounds, man. I appreciate that, bro. Shout out to you. These comments are just crazy. He left. This is actually more common with doctors than people think. I've read a few stories where a partner supports the husband through med school only to be left when they finally finish, and typically for a younger nurse, LOL. He left 6 months before the completion of his program. Alimony on a resident's salary versus surgeons. He planned it, but her dad got their investment back. I don't know the specifics, just that he was a rich executive and okay. Oklahoma, maybe there was a contract, There probably was a contract. That's my guess. It could have been something. Who knows? Maybe it was just a verbal contract. This is a great cautionary tale for why spending that kind of money is absolutely insane. Yeah, this is nuts. He never wanted to marry you in the first place. Don't give any man more than a year. Anyways, that's one thing. So let me see if I can find... I was thinking about looking at another video, but it might just be easier to... might just be easier to look at a shorter thing and then call it. We're hitting about 4.5 hours. By the way, I want to do a second shout out to Juiced Van Wilk. He left me a comment before the stream started today and said, "Hey, Shah, I'm sleeping by the time you're live, but can you shout me out once? Love the show, brother, man." Absolutely. We see Juiced in here sometimes, which we're grateful for. So he's got a YouTube channel. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it looks like he's from Holland. Is that North Holland, maybe? I'm just going to put that in here if anybody's interested. Big shout out to Juiced, who stops by every now and again, and we like Juiced over here. Okay, let me pull up this short real quick. I just thought it was an interesting short. It's fun. Let's see. Oh, it's not it's a short. So this one is called The Invention of Love. And I think it goes over some of the stuff we've discussed, and I thought it did an okay job.
Romantic love is a myth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it was created by a small group of people at a specific time and place.
So this is,
Greeks and Romans talked about love, but in a very different way to us. The Greeks spoke of different...
See, and this is kind of like going off Peter Wright's work. And so I just thought it was a pretty good short. Let's see it.
Different kinds of love, like eros, desire, philia, friendship, and agape, selfless love, while the Romans saw love more as duty and an alliance. Then in May 1152, Eleanor of Aquitaine married the future...
Eleanor of Aquitaine. Yeah, so she...
Henry II of England.
And prior to that, she had married the King of France. And they call her Eleanor of Aquitaine because Aquitaine was her dowry, and it was a very profitable province at that.
This was the Middle Ages, where men want honor in the battle. Romantic love was a dangerous weakness.
But Eleanor and Henry oversaw a time of relative peace and more choice for women in marriage. Without wars, knights couldn't prove themselves to their lords in battle. So instead, they proved themselves to their ladies through the performance of love.
At court, nobles competed to show off their chivalry, like a medieval love island.
All right, see, you see that? Uh-oh.
Of love.
At court.
So it's interesting because that picture looks kind of like this picture. The guy on one knee.
Nobles compete to show off their chivalry, like a medieval love island. This is where holding doors open for women comes from.
Eleanor hired poets and musicians from southern France who wrote about romantic love as one of life's great ideals for the first time.
It was a massive social change known as courtly love, and it produced the first romantic legends involving knights in shining armor saving damsels in distress, which we see in films today.
These chivalric romances, like Tristan and Isolde, gave us the word romance and popularized that modern conception of love. Two people utterly devoted to each other, even in death.
And through Shakespeare, Romanticism, and Hollywood, it shaped our love lives ever since.
But here's the catch. Courtly love was rarely between a husband and wife.
This is the most important thing. Like, it started off as extramarital affairs.
Here's the catch. Courtly love was rarely between a husband and wife. It was about passion, whereas marriage was about duty. So is the fact that we prioritize romantic love today the reason we have so many unhappy marriages?
It's likely the companies who do...
Oh, yeah, this is the one about people not having kids, but I wanted to see...
Romantic love.
Comments on that. Not a lot of comments. I'm going to add one. Great short. It is amazing to me how many people do not understand how recent the love match really is. And don't understand what marriage used to be like. Put something there, get them some engagement, you know? Okay, so no comments there. Maybe, that's a 25-minute video. Maybe we could try some Dave Ramsey. He's got some shorter ones, and if the stream caves, It's all right. Maybe next time. Let me just read some comments here. North of Netherlands. Okay, that's what that means. Shout out to Juiced. Secular people shouldn't get married. Well, that's an interesting comment. I mean, ultimately, people have this issue of property transfer, whether they're secular or religious. And marriage was supposed to be designed to help in that and to help thread wealth down through the generations. So even secular people have that consideration and that problem. Though being religious, I'm sure, helps to some extent. Marriage causes divorce. Guy is wrong. Love is a biological trick our genes play on ourselves to get us to reproduce, so our genes survive before we pass away. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know if it's that. I think it's more of a manifestation of human consciousness. Because I think animals and the way they reproduce is going to be different. Love more so is this thing where there might be other suitable partners to pass on your genes with that you might forego because of a devotion and a almost divine worship to some other person. You know, that's opposed from this kind of like initial lust, I think, where two people are both hot for each other and wanting to do that. I think that's the chemicals. Then there's somebody that's in love with somebody that doesn't love them back or something like that. I think there's a little bit more there. But interesting nonetheless. He's a slacker. Same time zone I live in. Shout out to that. Klaus, and you know I do appreciate you being here. I know it's super late for you. This is the problem with non-scientists talking about love. So you seem to be more about the evolutionary biologist side of it. Or like, evolutionary psychology. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. I think love is, a manifestation of humans living within civilization to some extent. And is more uniquely human than like the animals. You know what I mean? Do the animals experience love? You're saying it's just a chemical thing to do that to reproduce. I think a guy could be in love for years and then his wife divorce him and he, is heartbroken or something like that. I don't know. I just think there's a little bit more to it, Have you heard of The Labor of Love, The Invention of Dating by Moira Weigel? Moira Weigel. It explores the history of dating in America. Might be interesting. That does sound like a pretty good book. I should at least bring that up so I don't lose the name. Labor of Love. Okay. Weigel. This sounds familiar. Maybe you had suggested this to me or somebody had before. That sounds really familiar. Thanks for the suggestion, though. We're at like 4 hours, 36 minutes. I think what I'll do is I'll get some of our tunes going here and kind of close it out. I was eventually thinking to do a reaction to It's Complicated's appearance with Pearl. I might do that next week, just depending on what happens. I'll have a pretty busy week with work this week, but I do want to get some other content. I do need to make some other videos specific to the dowry stuff, so I say that every week and then I never do it. But I hope I do it this time. I mean, I want to. I got a ton of footage from Canada, so I got to do something with that. So you guys will probably get a Canada vlog coming up here, which has nothing to do with dowry or anything, but every time I go somewhere, I like to make a vlog and put it on my channel. And maybe next time we'll get a Japan trip. Probably not for a while, though. Probably not till at least springtime for me. So yeah, look out for that. I appreciate everyone for being here that hung out with me. Hope you guys at least enjoyed it. This stream was a little more disjointed. I was a little tired before doing this, and I didn't really plan it throughout the week. So I hope it was, entertaining for the folks today. Man, Charlie Kirk. How many of you guys are going to go buy shorter pants, huh? Guys, I love these AI songs, man. Especially these ones right here. You will be able to write a book on dowry soon if you keep researching it. Man, that's all I'm doing. That's all I want to do. I mean, on the plane, I was reading about the dowry. And I know what you mean. I've been thinking about that. But especially with the perspective of our culture now, it's something that's really important. It's so crazy to me. It's just so wild to me that this blind spot was just there. I don't know how to explain it, but there's also gonna be some more collab streams going on with some folks, so more to come on that. I'm just trying to schedule everything. I'm gonna be very busy with work coming up here soon, especially for the next 6 months. But regardless of that, you know, we're not stopping just because we're a little busy with work, or, you know, if we're a little tired, or, you know, something like that. So we got to make even more content than we've been making. And, oh yeah, and I do want to say thanks again. Shout out to everybody. You know, I reached a milestone of 3,000 subscribers, which is pretty sweet. So shout out to all the folks that got me there, which is all of you guys. Very grateful for that. Mr. Pitt, W Stream, thank you, sir. Another great stream, entertaining as always. Thank you, Giovanni. I do appreciate that. Giovanni English. Sounds like a cool name, man. I like that. Kirk is a future president, possibly. You never know. Seriously. Honestly, you might even be right. Honestly. The stream was cool, bro. I was working and listening to you guys. Glad to hear that, man. I'm glad I could help you get through the workday. We'll play the... You know what? I'll just call it on this one. I like that smooth jazz. Good night, y'all. Shout out, Shah. Thank you, Murderer Crows. Appreciate you. Good night, bro. See you, Toulouse. Can one hope not? A man can hope. A man can hope. Very true. Anyways, salute, gentlemen. I will see you guys on the next one, and I'll try to get some standalone videos out for y'all.